And hopefully everyone's got an agenda. This is probably the largest crowd I've seen in my 7 years here, and everyone else is talking about it. So welcome, everybody, to the Emeryville Planning Commission. Roll call, Charlie?
Commissioner Donaldson?
Here.
Commissioner Coomerly?
Here.
Commissioner Hoff?
Here.
Commissioner Sherman?
Here.
Commissioner Steinberg?
Present.
Vice Chair Cardoza?
Here.
Chair Flores?
Present.
All 7 commissioners are present.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Second item is public comment. This is a time for people to come up and speak on items not on the agenda. We have 3 minutes to speak, and there's a sign sheet over there. Is there anybody who'd like to speak on items not on the agenda tonight?
I would note that you don't need to submit a speaker card to speak under this item.
There are
But if-
speaker cards for item A only.
But if you did not submit a speaker card and you speak under public comment, please sign in on the sign-in sheet over there
Thank you, Charlie.
after you've commented.
Hi, Joe Lutz from Watergate. I'm here to speak about the Trader Vic's renovation project. There's a background information in the small packet that you can have.
I think we need audio up in general on that.
Testing. Okay. First of all, I want to thank all the staff and department heads for answering many questions about this, especially the city attorney and the planning director. We particularly want to thank Chief James and his troops for prompt, patient, and professional service for us from the many calls, and Sergeant Hannon in particular. The restaurant closed down on 4/30 for a 3.5-month renovation. Work began, and again, additional permits were required for expanded scope of work. The work on site includes the complete demolition and replacement of the interior, dry rot remediation, framing, shear wall work, beam replacement, exterior wall replacement, ADA compliance, concrete jackhammering and sawing, and drainage plumbing to correct a previously unpermitted grease trap installation. Circular saws are intermittently running and hammering is constant. This is all done next to a large residential building that is within 25 feet in some areas, including the concrete removal site. There are typically 15 to 25 vehicles and workers on site, with dumpsters and delivery trucks coming and going at all times. The noise has been so bad that we've had numerous complaints to the police, and one of our residents had to send her live-in caregiver down to ask for relief. Several other residents noted open paint cans next to an electrical panel, as well as workers smoking nearby. This again was within 25 feet of the building, and a fire at Trader Vic's is a huge concern for residents at F building. The item did not come before the Planning Commission. Because of that, no resident input was given, and worse yet, the eyes of the commission were not allowed, and conditions of approval, which we have pleaded for over 6 years, were not put in place. The commission could have asked about plans for the renovated restaurant, which is said to include younger patrons, expanded bar business, more parties, and 3 seatings. A similar opportunity happened in 2008 on another unpermitted project. We strongly believe that all departments' highest priority is the safety and quality of life of the citizens of Emeryville. There should be no misunderstanding about that. Police and fire are a shining example of this philosophy. Likewise, the municipal codes were created to ensure the safety and quality of life of the citizens of Emeryville, not to justify inaction. We asked the city and the Planning Commission to review this project to ensure that everything was done to serve the needs of the citizen and to close holes in the communication process. Additionally, we asked the Commission to work with the city attorney and the planning director to make appropriate modifications in any appropriate codes to deal with situations like this. Lastly, we asked the city to enforce the 2004 agreement letter with Trader Vic's. I am optimistic and hopeful that we can work this out, as the issue will not go away, and we will fight for our safety and the quality of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Anybody else like to speak on items not on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, action recap, any comments?
I have one small comment, and that's on the second page under the bullet points under Commissioner comments. It's Commissioner's comments Section 7, public hearings on the bullet points. about
Design
the-
guidelines.
Yes, I'm sorry, design guidelines. Mention noise buffering for HVAC is one of the bullet points, and we also talked about roof screening, so I'd like to have and roof screening. So it'd be mention noise buffering and roof screening for HVAC.
Okay.
Anybody else? Any move? Moved by Cardoza, second by Art. I'm a recusal, so do you want to call the roll? Or
You can do it
6 to
without
1?
exception.
Without exception, except I'm recused, wasn't there?
Abstained.
Okay, on to director's report. Charlie.
All right, I have a brief report for you tonight. The City Council has met 2 times since your last meeting. They met on August 3rd and August 17th. On August 3rd, they held a study session on the Powell Street Urban Design Plan. The council generally approved of the plan. They had a number of comments and suggestions. This is a new study, a new plan for the treatment of the 2 blocks of Powell Street between Christie and Frontage Road. They gave direction to proceed with soliciting community input through public workshops and a planning commission study session, which is scheduled for your next meeting on September 23rd. So you'll be seeing the Powell Street Urban Design Plan at your next meeting. The council passed an ordinance. They gave final passage to an ordinance to reduce the building permit fees for solar panel installations to a lower flat fee. And the resolution, the companion resolution to amend the master fee schedule to include these lower fees was passed on August 17th. Also on August 3rd, the council discussed approaches to developing a new traffic impact fee study, which would include all modes of travel, pedestrian, bicycle, and transit, as well as automobiles, and directed staff to develop a contract with Fair and Peers to prepare the new traffic impact fee study. On August 17th, in addition to passing the resolution about solar panel fees, the council approved a BPAC and Transportation Committee recommendation for cross-traffic does not stop signs to be installed at various intersections along the Doyle Street Bicycle Boulevard and on Harif Street at the Horton Street Bicycle Boulevard. The Zoning Update Steering Committee met day before yesterday on August 24th. Staff gave them a status report on work in progress, including a new draft zoning map, a list of the new zoning districts, a list of the new use classifications, and the matrix indicating what uses would be permitted or conditionally permitted in each zone. Staff will continue to work on these and other related zoning ordinance update items and bring them back for another status report at the next Zoning Update Steering Committee meeting in December. Finally, concerning your retreat that you discussed at your last meeting, as I believe you all know, it has now been set for Saturday, October 9th. Just want to confirm that that works for everyone, that there's no conflicts.
October 9th.
Saturday, October 9th. We could not find a Saturday in September than which somebody didn't have a conflict, so we've gone to October 9th. It'll be from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. We will start and end at the Doyle Hollis Park. It will be a bus tour of Emeryville and Berkeley. It is a public meeting of the Planning Commission, of course, so it's open to any member of the public who wants to go, as long as there's room on the bus. It will be probably an Emery go-round bus. We'll provide lunch for the commission at the end of the meeting at the park. It's going to include a discussion of how the commission can provide clearer direction to staff and applicants at study sessions. Sites that have been identified to either drive by or visit include Age Song, Oak Walk, Adeline Place, Flatiron, West Elm, Doyle Hollis Park, of course, and in Berkeley, the new California building, which is at University and Martin Luther King, where the Trader Joe's is. And we will be identifying additional buildings in Berkeley and maybe others in Emeryville you may wish to see. We'll continue to work on the itinerary and the details, and please let me know if you have any additional suggestions for sites that you would like to visit, either in Emeryville or Berkeley. So does that all work for everybody? October 9th, Saturday, 9 to 1?
It does.
All right. That concludes my report. I'd be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Any questions for Charlie? Okay, the meat of the matter, public hearings. My first night as chair, I'm going to make a couple of moves real quick. Hopefully I won't step on too many toes. Item C, the general plan interim zoning. I believe we've decided has been generally taken care of outside of these chambers, and so I'm going to push it up to it right now. It's going to free up some space in the room, and I'm going to make a suggestion. There is some seating downstairs with some couches, and the TV is on, hopefully tuned to this meeting, and you're welcome to go down there and relax if you're here for a later item. So Charlie's going to take this one on, if it's okay with the commission, and then we're going to move on to item A.
And I have to recuse myself on this because it pertains to property that's within 300 feet of where I live, so I'm going to
Okay, thanks, Gail. You have to leave the room? Okay.
She can speak as a citizen. All right, this matter is general plan and interim zoning amendments regarding the Doyle Hollis North area, as we're calling it. So I'm sure the commission recalls about 5 years, after 5 years of intense community effort, last October a new general plan was adopted by the city council. This plan calls for 2 new large parks along Hollis Street, both north and south of Powell, as well as a number of smaller parks throughout the city. The large park north of Powell would be north of the existing Doyle Hollis Park. It would be bounded by 62nd, Hollis, 64th, and Doyle Streets. Those 2 blocks are being referred to here as the Doyle Hollis North area. They are designated for park open space on the general plan land use diagram and 0.5 no bonus on the maximum floor area ratio, or VI.A map. Under the interim zoning regulations that were also adopted when the general plan was adopted, there are very few uses that are permitted in the what's called the POS, the Park Open Space Zone. However, there is a policy in the general plan that says that existing uses on those 2 blocks shall remain as conforming uses until such time as these sites are acquired by or dedicated to the city. So any existing use that's there can remain and is not non-conforming. This past March, the property owners on those 2 blocks sued the city, claiming that the park designation reduced their property values and harmed their businesses. To try to settle this lawsuit, staff and the plaintiffs have been developing a compromise over the last several months, and that is the subject of this general plan and interim zoning regulation amendment. The plaintiffs requested that the area be returned to the zoning and FAR designations that existed prior to adoption of the new general plan, which was IL light industrial for the zoning and an FAR of 1.0. However, the IL light industrial zoning district does not exist anymore, and so we looked at the new zoning designations to see what was the closest to the IL zone. We determined that the office technology zone is the closest match. And with some further modifications to the list of permitted, conditionally permitted, and prohibited uses, we could make the OT zone an even closer match to the old IL zoning district. So that is what's being proposed. And a new floor area ratio district, which is 1.0 no bonus, would be created for these 2 blocks to match the old FAR that used to be there. So in summary, the general plan amendment would be to modify the land use diagram to designate these 2 blocks from park open space to office technology Doyle Hollis North area. On the floor area ratio map, to redesignate these 2 blocks from 0.5 no bonus to 1.0 no bonus. I would just like to note that these 2 blocks are still designated for future park use in the Parks, Open Space, and Public Services map of the general plan. And this future park designation and the current OT designation will be reflected on the land use map with alternating pink and green stripes. The pink is the OT color and the green is the park and open space color. So what that looks like is this. This is the general plan land use diagram, and the 2 blocks in question are right, where are they?
Going north.
Right here?
Here you go.
Boy, it doesn't show up on the screen here. I don't know, maybe you can see it better on your screen. And then the new, it's listed over here in the index, so it's right here, these 2 blocks. And then on the legend, the new zoning district, or the new land use district, is listed here. So to help us see it a little better, we can zoom in here. It still doesn't show up too well on this projector, but anyway, you can see the alternating pink and green stripes that represent the OT and park open space. So this is the new office technology Doyle Hollis North area district. Similarly, on the floor area ratio map, it's these 2 blocks right here What we've done is to introduce a new FAR district between 0.5 no bonus and 1.2, 1.6. It's 1.0 no bonus. And it's the same color as the 0.5 no bonus, but it's got a stippling pattern on it to differentiate it. So if you zoom in a little bit for a closer look, it looks like that. The interim zoning regulation amendment would be to add a new column in the table of uses that are permitted, conditionally permitted, and prohibited. The new column would be for the OT Doyle Hollis North area district. We would also amend the section that is about special regulations in the OT zone, and that section will describe the Doyle Hollis North area, including the list of uses that are modified in terms of what's permitted, conditionally permitted, and prohibited. It would stipulate that the OT restriction on retail and light wholesaling and distribution as secondary uses does not apply in the Doyle Hollis North area. So retail or light wholesaling and distribution could be in the OT Doyle Hollis North district as a primary use, as a principal use. And it would also add the 1.0 no bonus designation to the list of the FAR districts. This is an excerpt from the table in the interim zoning regulations of uses and that are permitted, conditionally permitted, and prohibited in the various zoning districts. This is the existing OT column here, and we would add a note to it that says except Doyle Hollis North area. And then this is the new column, and everything here is underlined in blue to indicate that it's new. This is the office technology Doyle Hollis North area column. There's about 73, I think, different uses that are on this table. This is just an excerpt. This is just a piece of that bigger table. Of those 73 uses, 11 are proposed to be changed between the OT and the Doyle Hollis North. The remainder would be regulated the same between the two. This is just an example of some of those that would be changed to more closely match the IL district. Convalescent services, for example, are conditionally permitted in OT. They would be prohibited in Doyle Hollis North. Conversely, equipment repair and sales are prohibited in the OT. They would be conditionally permitted in the Doyle Hollis North. And then there's 9 other areas where there's a modification. So our recommendation is that after you hold the public hearing, you approve the resolution that you have before you to recommend that the City Council amend the general plan land use diagram to redesignate these 2 blocks to Office Technology Doyle Hollis North area, amend the general plan FAR map to redesignate these 2 blocks to the 1.0 no bonus FAR category, and amend the interim zoning regulations to allow a broader range of uses in this area consistent with the OT Office Technology zoning district, obviously with all of the further details that I've summarized and that are described in the staff report and contained in the resolution. So that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to respond to any questions you may
Thank you,
have.
Charlie. Charlie's doubling as the staff and the applicant. So does anybody have a question for the applicant? Here, seeing none, we will open the public hearing. Does anybody would like to speak on this item? 3 minutes. Thank you. Just state your name and then please sign in before you leave.
Hi, my name is Lauren Westreich, and I'm one of the plaintiffs speaking to you this evening on behalf of the property and business owners that were affected by the implementation of the new general plan and interim zoning regulations. There's a couple other people here as well. I just point out there's Patty over there and John and Bob. There's a few other people as well. I want to thank the city staff and the city attorney for their hard work and their willingness to work with us to reach an amenable resolution to all of us. And we were, as you guys may know, I know the city staff knows that we were very concerned about the designation of our property as park use open space, and concerned that we be allowed to continue to use our properties in a productive manner. So I also urge you to approve the resolution recommending that the city council change the zoning and the general plan accordingly.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in. Anybody else like to speak on this matter? Oh, please sign in if you get a chance.
Lauren?
You have somebody with another mic. Anybody else like to speak on this matter? Seeing none. Oh.
My name is Brian Donahue. I'm a resident. I think what I don't have a bachelor's degree, So no master's degree here. So I don't even understand exactly what Charlie is proposing here. I don't know if this is going to preclude a park or not. He says not, so I guess I'll have to take him at his word. But the problem I have is this is cheapening our new general plan. This is a $2 million project. Spent 5 years doing this thing. 27 citizen volunteers put this thing together. And this is really cheapening and degrading our new plan. It's basically making it so it's not really worth the paper it's printed on. I think what we should do here, if these businesses think that there's a government taking going on, well, let them present the evidence, and if there is, well, then we should pay them. The people want a park in this location, and that's what they've said, and that's what the 5 years of work was. And so to have a park, if the owners don't want to sell, well, we have to take it by eminent domain. That's why you do it. And it's as a matter of fact, that's done very commonly in Emeryville the other way around, private to private eminent domain taking. This is a private to public. It's done all over the country, very common. I think we should just support our general plan, and we should, if they have a legitimate claim for a taking, well, we should pay them and move forward to put a park in this location, and that's what general plans are for. They're planning documents. So we want a park here, and we should support this plan, and then, like I said, pay any legitimate claims, because that's how you get a park when people who own the property don't want to sell. That's what you have to do. You have to pay money, so that's what we should do.
Thank you. Anybody else here to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the commission. Any comments?
I think it's a great, staff has done a great job of creating a solution for this. So I would move approval of this.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
We have Art seconding. Anybody else? Any comments? Call the roll.
Commissioner Donaldson is recused. Commissioner Coomerly?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoff? Aye. Commissioner Sherman?
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberg?
Aye.
Vice Chair Cardoza?
Aye.
Chair Flores?
Yes.
6 ayes, the motion is approved. We will forward this to the City Council with your recommendation that it be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in and speaking. The next item is item A, IKEA warehouse. We'll hear from staff. The applicant will make a presentation. We'll then open the public hearing, and then we'll bring it back to commission.
Let me just reiterate that there are couches and closed-circuit TV downstairs. If you want to go down there and have a place to sit rather than stand up here, you can watch what's going on down there. If you've submitted a speaker's card and I call your name and you're down there, well, you can just come on up when you hear your name called.
Yeah, we have done speaker cards tonight, first time for me as well, but we thought it'd be easier to keep it ruly, I suppose. We're going to try and stick with the 3 minutes. Everyone, please try to be concise with your comments and try not to repeat items that come over and over again. We've gotten many emails, many phone calls, and met with just about everybody in this room at some point. So thank you, Maru.
Good evening, Commission. I'm Miru Desai, the Senior Planner and a Project Planner for this project. So this is a use permit and design review permit in front of you to establish an off-site warehouse by IKEA to allow customer pickup at 5000 Hollis Street. As you may recall that on June Planning Commission meeting, this proposal came to you in form of a study session. So this is the level 3 building, the existing site plan. As you can see, there is parking at both the north end and the south end. It's about 120,000 square foot building, and about 50% of the building is currently vacant. And the total parking on site is about 99 spaces. This is the proposed site plan. So what you can see is the level 3 will stay here, and the rest of the building is going to be occupied by IKEA warehouse. It's a little less than 50% that they're going to occupy, and there is going to also occur a reconfiguration of parking areas to accommodate loading docks as well as a widened driveway. So the 99 parking spaces are going to be reduced to 57 parking spaces. These are the 2 new docks that are being proposed. What has changed from the study session is that now we also have large vehicle customer pickup on this side. all the small vehicle customer pickup will continue to occur on the north end of the parking lot. And this has been reconfigured, and the existing plaza has been reconfigured so that it occupies the corner of the building. Another addition from the study session is that they are now proposing an 8-foot sound wall, which you can see kind of in the yellow here. These are some of the elevations. The ones on the top are existing, and the ones at the bottom are proposed. This is the 53rd Street elevation. There's going to be a new entry, and the signage, and you'll see it a little bit more in detail further down, has been reduced. The color is, if you may recall, they were in the earlier proposal, they were going to be coloring the entire this face, the IKEA blue and yellow. Well, that has been reduced to just center at the new entry. They're also proposing a new monument sign only. They have removed the flags and other signage. This is the Hollis Street elevation. Not much is happening except for the canopy and the monument sign on this end. So this is the signage. They are proposing essentially a directional monument sign. It's about 17 feet tall, and as well as the wall signage on the wall. These are the renderings as seen from the corner of 53rd and Hollis Street. This is on Hollis Street going north. And this is the rendering on the 53rd Street looking west. So the operational characteristic is that it's primarily to store merchandise and allow customer to pick up large item merchandise like beds and refrigerators. The customer pickup will occur every day between 10 a.m. in the morning till 9 p.m., essentially to coincide with the store hours. There is no showroom at the site, no self-serve area, and no sale of food. There'll be one truck daily to the warehouse from IKEA Central Terminal and from the warehouse to the store, and this will occur between 7 a.m. and 9:30 a.m. And I'll talk a little bit more about this later on. On average, 71 customer pickups on weekdays are expected and 75 on each weekend day. I'd just like to point out there's an error in the staff report, which is actually not customer pickups, but the total trips on Hollis. So this is the actual data, and this is what was used in the traffic report as well. In terms of conformity to general plan and interim zoning regulations, the land use, the site falls into the OT or the office technology district, primarily to, and the use, which is to store merchandise and to allow customer pickup of large item merchandise, would be seen as a warehousing use. The warehousing use are conditionally permitted in the OT zone only if they are secondary to the other permitted or conditionally permitted uses. Staff believes that this finding can be made because the building is primarily occupied by level 3, which owns it and renovated it, and which occupies a little more than half the building. This makes level 3 the primary use of the property and IKEA a secondary use. In terms of height and floor area ratio, the site falls in the 30 to 55 foot height district and 1.2 to 1.6 FAR district. The existing building conforms to these standards, and the current proposal involves no change in the height or the floor area. In terms of parking, the level 3 operations do not neatly fit fall into any of our parking categories, and for such users, the zoning code allows the commission to determine the parking ratio. We asked our traffic consultant, or traffic and parking consultant, to look into whether the parking that has been provided for that has been provided for the building is sufficient or not. The report concludes that the 57 spaces that are being proposed can accommodate more than 5 times the level of activity that is expected at the site. The traffic report, a copy of which is attached to your staff report. I'm going to briefly summarize that. We do have our traffic consultant here if you have further questions for him. The report concludes that the street system can accommodate the level of traffic that is projected with minimal impact. If you kind of look at the PM peak trips during weekdays and the weekend peak trips, for the IKEA warehouse, it's 14 and 18, which is for the PM peak hours, it's considerably less than the other possible uses in the zoning district. The office is at 85, R&D is a little lower at 61, and a general warehouse would be 56. As far as the weekend peak trips are concerned, IKEA warehouse is comparable to the other possible uses except for an industrial warehouse use. The traffic report also talks about intersection analysis of 53rd Hollis and 40th and Hollis. The level of service at both the intersections remain the same, so that the 53rd and Hollis intersection, the level of service is currently A, and after, with this project, it continues to remain at A. The 40th and Hollis intersection, the level of service is at LOSC, and it will continue to stay that after the project is included in the calculations. The report also analyzed the above intersections with up to 5 times the additional traffic projected for the IKEA warehouse and found no differences in LOS. The report has a few recommendations. This includes that the directions, clear directions be given to customers, not only to the warehouse, as well as how to get out of the warehouse and on their way, so directions to the major freeways. They also recommend bulb outs on 53rd Street to highlight that it is not an auto-dominated street. There's also they also recommend installation of bicycle boulevard signage and/or pavement markings on 53rd Street. These recommendations have been included as conditions of approval in the staff report. In addition to the traffic recommendations being conditions of approval, I'm going to highlight a few conditions which are peculiar to this project. One is that we are including that an administrative review take place after 6 months, and then another one 1 year after the facility gets into the operation. This would allow staff and, if needed, planning commission to review if any issues have come up and re-examine if any modifications to the conditions of approvals are warranted or not. Second condition of approval is that we are requiring the applicant to designate a community liaison officer to address any complaints or concerns that may come up. We are also restricting the truck delivery timings to 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. on weekdays and 8 to 5 on weekends. There's also no right signs at the exit to 53rd Street, so that all the customers who come in, they do not go onto the 53rd Street towards San Pablo, which is a lot more, which is a residential area. We are also requiring the applicant to install video camera systems at the traffic light in order to detect the vehicular and bicycle movements on that intersection. We are also requiring that IKEA grant city construction easement at the IKEA store during the construction of the South Bayfront Bridge, and as well as the IKEA give construction easement when the Bay Trail is under construction. In addition, we are requiring that IKEA provide a permanent bicycle pedestrian trail easement over the IKEA property, that's the store property, for the Bay Trail. This concludes my presentation. We are recommending approval of the use permit and design review subject to conditions of approval. Before I ask you if you have questions for me, I want to point out to us a few documents that are on your desk, and there are also copies over there. Regarding the easement, the condition regarding the easements, we have revised a little bit of the language in order to be more precise. You should find that on your dais. It kind of gives it more details, kind of specifies the time and the way it would work out. So that is on your dais, and this is our recommendation. This is our new revised condition regarding the easement. I would also like to mention that we have received a number of emails. There are 13 emails. We did not include it in your packet because all these emails were given, also directed to you in order to save paper, but there are about 13. 12 do not support this project, and there is 1 in support of the project. IKEA also prepared a noise report, which we emailed to you, and which is a hard copy is on your dais. Another letter came in from Andrew Getz, and that was also forwarded along with the noise report, and you have a hard copies on your dais.
Maru, can I have one of these? There's not one here for me. Yeah, that's an extra one?
Yeah.
Oh, there's an extra one right here. Before we ask questions, there's a lot of public improvements here. And so maybe we can hear from Maurice, because I see he's here just to talk about a few of the major conditions in regards to those improvements, those infrastructure improvements, especially the bulb outs and the cameras. Is anybody okay with that? To hear Maurice?
I'd also like to hear about the easements
Okay.
for the bike paths.
Okay. Maurice, would you mind?
Sure. Commissioner Flores, thanks for asking me to speak with you. So in particular, the video detection, sounds like you're interested in that. We actually have video detection in one of the legs at that intersection, and it works much better for the bikes, to detect the bikes when they're approaching. And so we've been slowly trying to change out our signal systems to have those. So that was one of the reasons why we've asked to include that as part of the conditions.
And what is that exactly? That
Essentially, they're video cameras that are on the mast arms of the signals, and they detect the vehicles so that when they're present, it'll activate the signal.
I see.
And so it works both for vehicles and for bikes, and it's been shown that it works much better for bikes than the standard inductive loops that we have typically at our
And there's
intersection.
one there now pointing in
There's one
a
there now
direction.
pointing towards the west, because we had all this fancy granite at the intersection, and the loops failed some years ago, and we had Chiron at the time replace it with a video system.
And we're asking for how much of an improvement on the camera system?
I don't have the exact dollar amount for it. but
Not
it would
the
be
dollar
it would be an additional 3 cameras.
3 cameras.
Correct.
So pointing in every direction.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. The bulb outs, we're trying to improve pedestrian safety in that area. And so although we're having a level of service A and we're not changing it for the vehicles, we still think it's warranted to make sure that it's obvious that it's going to be safe for pedestrians there. And there's a pedestrian zone. So the north-south leg on the east side, we want to be able to shorten that crossing distance. So we're looking at bulbing out both the north and south side of 53rd Street on that project frontage. If you understand what I'm saying.
Does that create turning lanes into IKEA and or just the start of a bike lane, I guess?
It
Or
would
just- I know it
wouldn't stick
slows
out
things
further than
down.
a parked car. I'm not thinking it would go much beyond that. I think we could allow about 6 feet is what we were looking at on each side. So you essentially reduce it about 12 feet or 1 driving lane crossing distance.
Okay. And can you talk about the easement that Gail mentioned? Do you have a specific question? about it, or you
Sure.
wanted to
There was
define?
3 different easements we're looking at, I believe it was. We
Charlie,
have-
can you pull the map up so you can point those out?
You have a map of the easements? I thought there was one.
Okay, this right here is a Caltrans drawing of in the area of the current IKEA and the ramp going up over the 40th Street Bridge. Oh, you hear me? Okay. So this right here represents, this shaded area represents Caltrans's concept at this point for the Bay Trail that's going to head to the Bay Bridge. There's going to be a spur trail that goes out to the Bay Bridge. And at this time, the way they're considering to build it, it would be a bike path along Shellmount Street, and then if you're heading south on Shellmount and you want to go to the Bay Bridge, you'd come around the bridge embankment, and this would get you to head towards the Bay Bridge. And on the way back, if you want to head towards up Shellmount, you could come in underneath the 40th Street Bridge and around along the side of the IKEA parking lot and out towards Shellmount Street.
So all that's at ground level?
All that's in ground level. The majority of it is on either Caltrans right-of-way or on city right-of-way underneath the 40th Street Bridge. But there's a little piece in here, right about here, and right now they're actually talking about extending it further all the way to the intersection. So there's a piece in there that needs to be along the IKEA frontage. And Caltrans is going to be working with IKEA in the near future to try to acquire that property, but it'd be a much, and they're getting very close to being able to proceed on this project, except for this not having the right-of-way here. So this would help that project along considerably if we could get that right-of-way. In order to build, and so that would be a permanent easement that we would be looking for. In order to build this project, we would need to have a temporary construction easement to take over this area for a certain number of time. I believe we're looking at like 10 weeks or so to build it as a temporary construction easement. So those are the two Caltrans easements that we're looking for. There's another easement that we're looking for our own city project, which is the South Bayfront Bicycle and Pedestrian Bridge. As you know, we're working to complete that project as we speak, and one of the outstanding things is all the easements that we need on both the east and the west side. We're working with Novartis, we're working with the railroad and Madison Marquette. And access for that project is very difficult. And so what we're hoping to be able to do is to be able to work with IKEA to gain access to the railroad property. And what we're asking for is permission to drive our trucks and equipment in through their site to get to the railroad property. We're kind of landlocked if we're not able to get into the site from the north because you can't get there through the Madison Marquette property. So essentially it would be driving through their parking lanes until you get to the backside it goes around the project, around the garage, and around the backside of IKEA until you get pretty close to where the South Bayfront, where the Bay Street site is. We'd open up the gate or the fence that's next to the railroad so that we can get trucks in and out. And we're looking for about an 18-month construction period on our bridge project, so we're hoping to be able to work out an arrangement with IKEA to do that for about 18 months.
Okay, this is an agenda item as a study session later if anybody'd like to stick around at midnight.
Actually, that's the other bridge.
Oh, sorry.
That's the one over
Second
the
bridge.
freeway.
We need easements for that one, too. Any commissioner questions for Maurice or for Maru?
Have there been agreements from IKEA to make these easements available for the construction?
We actually hadn't started talking with IKEA until this project came along. So this is the first that we've started.
But as it stands now, the approval of the warehouse would require them to be open on this? Is that
Correct.
Any other questions for staff?
Yeah. Is the landscape architect for present?
Yes, she is, and she can talk more about the landscaping.
Okay, great. And then just one more time, you said there was a change to the figures that were in the staff report from, is it from 190 customer pickups on the second page of the staff report?
Yes, the 190 figure is total trips. The customer pickups remains 71, so that's an error. It says that's 190 customer.
You speaking to the mic, Maru?
Customer pickup, but it's actually 71 during weekdays and 75 during weekends. So that is incorrect.
So the 71 would be for the whole period that it's open, the whole day. It's not hourly trips.
That is correct.
Okay.
I had a question for staff. John, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, I had a question for staff. The data that you're using, that was supplied by IKEA, what are the busiest times of the year?
The traffic report also talks about special events, the sales that they have, and there are 3 times during the year that they have these big sales. And so we have accounted for that as well. If you look at the traffic report on page page 6 of the traffic report, the paragraph above the table.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
But
So-
my
so-
concern is that the data has been generated in a period in June when I think it's the slowest time in the store's activity. I'm just trying to determine if that's a real accurate indication of the activity that's going to be here. I know prior to school starting, or probably in the December months, it's going to be really active. And I'd much rather use the worst case scenario than the least active scenario and basing the complexity of this problem that I see here. The fact that I think they're underestimated. I think the
Right.
numbers are totally underestimated if you're relying on June data. That's what I'm asking.
Right. We also, like I mentioned, we are looking at the worst case scenario as well. And sale events are their most heaviest traffic. And we've incorporated that. And that also does not change the data. Of course, it's a lot more during those 3 periods, 3 times a year. But it is not my understanding that June is the lowest. Perhaps IKEA, somebody from IKEA can clarify that.
But
Should
also,
we
I'd
wait?
just like to point out that on that same page of the traffic report that Miru mentioned, page 6,
Yeah.
that table, it uses these figures that came from IKEA, which are, actual recent figures, but it also calculates the level of service at the intersections with twice as much traffic as that, 3 times as much traffic as that, 4 times as much traffic as that, and 5 times as much traffic as that. That's on page 8. I'm sorry.
Right, I see that. Now, does this include internet sales as well? So could
Well-
somebody use a computer and order something and have to go here and pick it up?
We have a condition of approval that we're recommending that would prohibit that.
How do you control that? That's where things are going. That's why I'm asking, because I think the level of activity needs to take into consideration internet sales as well, and also returns. I don't know if this will be a hub for returns for large items, but has that been factored into the equation?
I would say those are questions for IKEA.
Okay,
Yeah,
I can
think
hold
the
those for them.
applicant could probably answer that better.
Okay.
I do have one question along the lines on the traffic report. The traffic counts that were done says it was done in May and June. Was that done while the school was in session?
Maybe we should hear from our traffic consultant. This is Rob Reese from Fair and Pierce.
Rob Reese with Fair and Pierce, and we prepared the traffic study based on the customer data that IKEA had given us. The traffic counts were conducted while schools were in session midweek, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, and the weather was fair on those days.
So maybe this question is still for you.
Wait,
I'm sorry.
yeah. I was going to ask you, do you have further questions for Rob?
Yeah. I do have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in planning, and I don't understand Table 3 that well. So maybe you can talk a little bit about project times 2 squared and so forth when we're talking about the intersections, 53rd and Hollis obviously being the most important for the viewing public too. Thank you.
So the process that we undertook for the analysis is that we first collected data on the street at Hollis and 53rd. We'll focus on that intersection, but it also applies to Hollis and 40th. Collected vehicle, pedestrian, and bicycle data during the PM peak periods and the Saturday afternoon peak period. We figured out what the highest hour was when the traffic levels were greatest. And then we analyzed that, and that's what you see up there, the results saying that 53rd and Hollis operates at a level of service A for the automobile and actually for the bicyclist who has to follow the rules of the California Vehicle Code. We then took the project as IKEA provided it to us. So they said they have 71, they expect 71 customers on a weekday, 75 customers on the weekend. We looked at how much of that traffic would occur during the peak hour that we had identified. And based on that, we assigned that number of trips to the site. And what we determined is that on a Saturday, we'll focus just on Saturday, we would have 9 customers in 1 hour coming from IKEA to pick up something at this site. And so that translates into 9 trips in, assuming that each person stays about 15 minutes. They would all leave within the same hour, so that would be 9 trips out. We added that to the existing traffic counts, and that's the second set of numbers that says existing plus project. And we analyzed it and came up with the levels of service that you see there. We then said, well, what happens if instead of 9 people coming, we have 18 people coming in 1 hour? We then followed the same methodology, assigned the traffic, analyzed it, came up with the result. We then said, well, what would happen if we had 3 times the number of people? So instead of 9, we had 27 people in 1 hour. Did the same analysis, and then we did it for 5 times and did that analysis. We then said, well, what if this use was a general office use, as typically found in Emeryville? And we presented that analysis as well. And that's the last column on the table.
And that was just based on square footage compared to an Emeryville,
Correct.
another Emeryville office.
Correct. Approximately 60,000 square feet of general office use.
And the figures for the 53rd Street at the driveway, that's for someone exiting the driveway to get out, and how long they'd have to wait before they could pull in. Did you look at stacking between there and the intersection?
Yeah, the stacking we found would be only 1 to 2 cars typically during a cycle length. The traffic signal cycles through about once every minute. So that means that if I just miss the light, let's say that I turn from IKEA onto 53rd and the light turns red, I would have to wait 1 minute approximately before I could go. And so that means that somebody can go, it cycles through every 60 seconds. And if you think about having 9 customers coming in an hour, that's a far greater number as far as it's a customer every few minutes.
Will the bulb outs change that queuing at all?
The bulb outs will change the queuing, because right now what you have at 53rd Street is the ability for somebody to be waiting to make a left turn while the light is red, and a car could go around and make the right turn on the red signal. And so you would have an increase in queuing. It still would not be more than around 2 cars or so. What the city's purpose, I think, is, like Maurice had said with the bulb outs, you don't have then a driver coming up to the intersection thinking, I'm going to try to get out on this red light and turning right into a pedestrian. And so that's the benefit of squeezing it down so that only 1 car can get through at a time. But the disbenefit is that then people that currently use the intersection might, instead of being 1 to 2 cars, it'll maybe be 2 or so cars.
So it's your opinion, and it's written in here, that an office use would it would create more traffic patterns, more trips in and out
On a
than
weekday.
5 times. A typical office use would create more than 5 times the projected project traffic.
On the weekday.
On the weekday.
That is true. On a weekend.
Not so much.
On the weekend, the office use would generate about the same amount of traffic as our existing plus project scenario.
Okay.
And that is about 9 cars in and 9 cars out in the
Okay.
peak hour.
The only fallacy with that analogy is that if you had a 60,000 square foot office tenant and the required parking is 4 per 1,000, you're talking about 240 parking stalls, which we clearly don't have on site. So you couldn't accommodate a 60,000 square foot office tenant and comply with zoning requirements for parking. I'm assuming 4 per 1,000, which is the norm. I
It's
don't know.
actually 3 per 1,000, and we
Which
take
is low.
80% of the area.
Right, you just
So it's
subtract 20.
2.4 per 1,000.
But you're still exceeding what they have capacity for on site. So you really can't make that analogy because you can't accommodate an office user of 60,000 square feet on this site without building a parking structure.
We're finding another way. Any more questions for the traffic engineer? Seeing none, Any more questions for staff? Seeing none, we are going to hear from the applicant now.
I saw it over here the other day. I don't know what it is. Nobody cleaned it. Might have a virus.
Good evening. My name is Doug Greenholtz, and I am real estate manager with IKEA. And we have our team of consultants here. So when we get through with the presentation, if there are questions, hopefully we should be able to answer them with everybody that we have here, including our landscape architect, our broker, architects, noise consultants, and also here are the representatives of Level 3 who own the building. I have a lot to go through, and I will do my best to keep it to 20 minutes. And of course, will be available for questions afterwards. In case I forget to address the questions that Commissioner Steinberg just had, I want to make sure and answer them now, and hopefully this won't count against my 20 minutes. In terms of returns, no, they will not occur at this facility. All of that will occur at the store. The only activity that will occur here for customers is pickup. In terms of internet sales for IKEA are minimal nationwide. And we're just not set up for it. Our product isn't set up for it, and it represents a very, very small component of our business. One of the conditions is that internet sales not be allowed to go through this facility. In talking with some of our internal folks about where things may be going, we would like to carve that out as a potential for the future. Again, with internet sales representing a very, very small portion of our business. So with that, I'd like to get going on, and I'll answer the questions with regard to traffic in a moment. This is an outline of what I'd like to go through, and some of this you've seen before, but I want to make sure that I put everything into context. So we'll talk about the project status, the need for the warehouse, possible solutions, where we are with design and the revisions that we've made, some of the potential impacts and mitigations. There are some issues still with conditions of approval, and finally there are some considerations I'd like to point out to you in your deliberations and decision. We've been at this for quite a while. This need was identified 9 to 10 months ago, and we took the time to develop the criteria, do a thorough search. We found a property, Level 3 building at 5000 Hollis. We've been in discussions with them for quite some time. We were before the Planning Commission for a study session in June. We had a neighborhood meeting in July. We submitted for redesign a few weeks ago, and here we are tonight. We've been working very hard on this. We've been working on the construction drawings, and we've actually submitted those for building permit to run those processes in parallel. We opened about 10 years ago, and the store has been a big success by any measure. But it's too small for what we need to do today. The limitation in size is limiting our sales, essentially. And we have a mandate to ensure that the products that we offer in the store are available for our customers that same day. And we have run into issues where we are out of stock. And so in order to accommodate that, as well as some other operational issues, we need to expand our warehouse capacity in order to support the sales that we have today, but also to allow our sales to grow. So there is a business need for additional warehouse capacity. Ideally, we would just expand the building. We can't, physically it's not possible. There is no room to do so. Our second choice would be to build a warehouse on site. There's no room to do that either. If we can't do this project and expand our warehouse capacity, the result would be that we would have to reduce what we offer in the store, which would have a negative impact on sales. So the remaining option is the one that is pending before you, which is an external warehouse that would also serve as a furniture pickup facility for large or bulky items. Primarily, this is a warehouse. We would store goods here and bring them to the store as needed in order to restock the store warehouse. It would also serve as customer pickup, again for large, bulky items or low-volume items that take up space in the store that just don't turn over that often. There will be no product sales out of this building. We won't sell anything out of this building. No food, no services. Come pick up your stuff, load it in your car, and you're on your way. And as traffic consultant suggested, 5 to 15 minutes is what would be required per customer in the parking lot in order to accomplish that. In order to meet our needs, the facility needs to be near the store. If you can imagine buying a sofa, for example, or a large item, you've been through the store, you've shopped, you've paid for it, you want to take it home, that's our concept, then you have to go drive to another facility to pick it up. It's our goal to minimize those numbers of trips as much as possible, to inconvenience our customers as little as possible. And so it needs to be close and easy to find for our customers. Also needs to be a certain size to accommodate the warehouse need, and ideally we would separate customer and truck traffic for safety reasons. We did do a thorough search. We looked at a number of properties within a radius, again to try to minimize the distance our customers would have to travel. And we looked at several properties within a 1.5 to 2 mile radius, but none of these other properties worked. Either the column spacing didn't work, the property worked for trucks but not for customers, or they worked for customers and not for trucks. They were too small, or there was no off-street parking. Some of the properties, the landlords or owners were not willing to subdivide, or they were not willing to lease the property. So this is the only property really that works for us for this solution in terms of capacity, in terms of operations, and in terms of proximity. What would happen in the store is we would take what we call our full serve handout. So this is warehouse area where we have goods that are bulky or low volume, and a customer today, they purchase that item, they wait for 10 minutes, it's brought out to them, and then they load it in their car. It's that function, in addition to the warehouse, that we would move over to this new facility. What that does is it vacates about 20,000 square feet within the store that could be reused or would be reused as what we call self-serve warehouse. And that's sales area where customers pull the goods off the warehouse shelves themselves. And what that does is it increases by 33% that area of the store. So then more goods are available to the customer to pull off the shelves themselves, and it would require fewer full-serve handouts, which is the function that would be moved over to the new facility. This is a 120,000 square foot warehouse building that's been occupied and is owned by Level 3 Communications. They're an international telecommunications company. They occupy just over 60,000 square feet, and they would have 12 parking spaces, which is more than enough for what they need. We would take the rest of that, just under 60,000 square feet, and would have ample parking for our coworkers, customers, whether they have regular sized vehicles or oversized vehicles, which would be, and they would be directed to the back of the facility. So what happens on site? Who comes here? There is one truck delivery per day. This is a 53-foot truck. There are loading dock spaces to accommodate that. There are some days where there won't be any truck deliveries, but we are looking at and would like approved one truck per day. There are also what I'll call shuttle trucks that move goods back and forth between this facility and the store. There's home delivery, which comes and pulls goods out of this facility, brings it over to the store, so those deliveries could be consolidated there and then in turn delivered to the customer. And there would also be pickup for recyclables and trash. We would have coworkers that would come here. They would park in the back of the facility on the south side. And then, of course, we have customer pickup. And this goes back to Commissioner Steinberg's question as to where these numbers came from. We did an analysis in 2 weeks in June. And June, by the way, and I did this calculation based on a question we got, the period that we looked at, June 1st to June 14th, represents 99% of our average sales during that similar period over the year. So it's very representative. That period is very representative of our average sales. As Maru mentioned, we also looked at a peak, and our peak period is really in August. When we deliver our catalogs, we call it K-drop, catalog drop, and we were able to measure what our customer trips would have been to this off-site facility if it had existed during that time frame, during our peak period on a Saturday, Sunday. And those trips we estimated at about 130. There was one day that was 122, I think, and the other that was about 134. So those numbers fall well within the analysis that the traffic consultant did, looking at 2, 3, 4, and 5 times these estimated numbers. Again, this is very convenient for our customers. They turn left out of the store onto Shell Mound, which becomes 40th, left on Hollis, and they can find their way to the facility quite easily. Through the study session with the commission, one-on-one discussions, through the meeting with the neighborhood and BPAC, there were several issues raised. The trade dress, or the amount of blue and yellow on the building, the amount of signage, traffic, noise, on-site circulation, and whether it really worked the way the parking lot had been configured for customers. Was there sufficient landscaping, and what happens with the plaza? There were questions about safety and security, and a question about whether this proposal really supports the guiding principles of the general plan. Overall, our impression from this body last time we were here was that the use, there were no objections to the use of this facility. Again, this is how it lays out, and I do want to highlight just for a moment the changes, because I want to be clear about how we have listened to and reacted to the comments that we got from the various entities I mentioned earlier. So we have reconfigured the north parking lot. We've brought those spaces against the building with a sidewalk there so that customers won't have to walk across the drive lane to get to their car and to load it. We have reactivated the plaza, and I'll show that in a little bit more detail in a few minutes. There is a significant amount of landscaping, including planter boxes on 53rd Street, supporting the general plan concept of this being a green street. We have been asked to add no right turn signs at the exit of the parking lot. There would actually be 2 signs, one at the exit on our property, one across the street in the right-of-way, and then a third one actually painted on the ground. So it's very clear that customers are not to turn right towards the neighborhood, but to turn left and go back out towards Hollis, and then a right-hand turn to Powell. We've also been asked to add bicycle boulevard signs indicating this is a bicycle boulevard. There would be a vertical sign in the sidewalk, and also a painted sign on the pavement. We've added a sound wall for the trucks, 8 feet high, 75 feet long, which would completely cover the trucks as they're in the pit in the truck dock area. We did relocate the oversized vehicle, let's call them U-Hauls for purposes of this discussion, to the south side of the building. That keeps those oversized vehicles out of the parking lot in front, which would be for normal-sized vehicles. We were also asked if it would be possible to move all vehicle operations, so including customer pickup, to the south side of the building. We've looked at it, and we looked at it previously, and it's just not possible. We can't, there isn't enough physical room, either on the outside of the building or inside the building, to move everything to the south side of the building. So we're left with having to have customer pickup on the north side. We also moved the recycle bins inside the building, and there were some concerns about noise from rooftop units, HVAC. We are going to be adding only one HVAC unit, which will condition the customer space, which is about 2,000 square feet. All of the other units will be inside the building under the roof. This is a comparison of the original design up top, and down below the revisions. I think they speak for themselves in terms of the response that we have to the concerns. Mostly gray, and there is just a blue and yellow at the entryway to indicate to customers where to go. This is the rendering from before and after. There's been elimination of the flags, as well as all of the parking lot signage that was a point of discussion earlier. But we did add a monument sign which will serve as wayfinding for customers as they come north on Hollis. Once they see the sign that says IKEA warehouse pickup, they'll know where to turn right on 53rd Street, and then into the parking lot. This is the landscaping, and I'll touch on this briefly. Again, if there are questions about landscaping, our landscape architect would answer them. But we reactivated the plaza. There are bike racks, benches, picnic tables, by the way, done with recycled materials. There's a rock garden, shade trees, pervious pavers, and we've also added ADA access. Another thing I'd like to point out is that we're meeting all the C3 requirements to treat on-site stormwater. So that has all been done both on the north and south side of the property. The plantings are done with low water plantings, and we've intensified the screening on the east side of the both parking lots and the building in order to add screening along Spur Alley. The other thing you'll notice, I don't know if this, there we go. Can you see that pointer? The sound wall runs along here along the truck docks, the 75-foot sound wall. We've also added a 10-foot landscape buffer that's fairly intense with landscape in order to hide that wall. So that wall is a concrete wall, but over time the landscaping will completely obscure that. Traffic, you heard from the traffic consultant, but a few things I'd like to point out is that, as he mentioned, the intersections and the infrastructure, even with 5 times the traffic that we project, still continue to operate at the levels that they operate today. Same with parking. Even at 5 times our estimates, the parking is sufficient to accommodate our customers and our truck movements. And the other thing is that this use represents significantly less volumes than would be present with other by right uses. 50 to 70% less traffic with our use as opposed to office use. We commissioned an acoustical study in response to the questions about noise, and again, our acoustical consultant can answer questions because while I have an undergrad and graduate degree, it is not in acoustics or engineering. What we did is we had placed a sound monitoring device in the truck dock area of our existing store. And somehow it was designed to pick up truck noises and filtered out other ambient noises. So the idea here was to isolate the noise that's generated by trucks. 2 other monitoring devices were placed, one along 53rd Street and the other on the south end of the building. So the south end of the building is to the left, 53rd Street to the right. Then, through the magic of Pixar, or Disney, the acoustical engineer was able to take the ambient readings that were taken here and overlay the readings that were taken at the store with the truck movements, and then projected what the noise level would be at the point of the blue dot, approximately. So this is the edge of the neighborhood. What's the ambient noise? What's the truck noise that would be added to it? And what's the result? So the maximum sound levels of truck activity is similar to the ambient noise that already exists at that point and in the area. And again, this was analyzed as if you were standing at that point where the blue dot is. But there are mitigations with regard to sound. And some of these mitigations came from our own initiative, some from the recommendations by the acoustical engineer, and some as conditions of approval. So there are truck delivery limitations. Initially, we talked about limiting those to only after 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock, weekdays and weekends respectively. There's a requirement that we also limit truck deliveries in the evening, no later than 6 o'clock on weekdays or 5 o'clock on weekends. As I mentioned, there would only be one additional rooftop unit. All the others would be inside the space. The sound wall at the truck dock, we moved oversized vehicles, and I think there was a concern about those having beepers. So those were moved furthest away from the residential community. We increased the landscaping. We would either ourselves, if it's a truck that we own, or instruct our third-party vendors to disable the annunciators as long as life safety isn't jeopardized. So most of the big trucks, the 53-foot delivery trucks, don't have annunciators on them. Some of the smaller trucks, the 20-foot trucks, do. The one that we would operate, we would disable as long as there's not life safety jeopardized, and we would ask our vendors, who basically the home delivery folks, also to disable those annunciators as long as life safety wasn't an issue. We would also use inflatable dock shelters. What this does is it creates a seal between the building and the truck, and it goes around the truck on the 3 sides, not the bottom, obviously, because you have movement in and out. But that would also limit the noise that would come from the truck. We would instruct forklift drivers to use slow speed to minimize noise as well, instruct our truck drivers to not idle while they're sitting there. We don't have trash compactors on site, and again, we move the recycle bins inside the building. There's some question about safety and security. Level 3 has their own procedures and operations with regard to safety and security. In addition to that, we would have staff on site before the facility opens, after it closes. We would also have 24-hour monitoring, and we have a whole loss prevention team, which is our security group at the store, that would be available 24/7 to respond if there was an issue. So we looked at the guiding principles of the general plan and identified principles that we think we relate to. And without going through these in detail, if you look at the signage of the bicycle boulevard, our cooperation with the city with regard to the bike bridges and bike paths, the enhanced landscaping on 53rd Street in support of a green street, and reactivation of a plaza that's really a place where pedestrians and our customers can gather. If we look at diversity of transportation, we were and continue to be very involved in Emeryville Round. We participate in those meetings, and of course we support through our taxes. We've also been asked to provide public transportation information through either a kiosk or a display unit, which we will do. We have home delivery available, and there are other initiatives also that support alternative transportation. In terms of sustainability, we're a very active company when it comes to this issue, and we have pages and pages of examples. This operation would be no different. And in terms of looking at the past, this is a reuse of an existing facility that was originally built as a warehouse, and that's how we propose to use it. In terms of conditions of approval, there are some issues. There were 23 pages of conditions of approval, and we are okay with all of them except for a few. And there are some issues that we have not yet been able to resolve, and I'd like to just go through those so that that can be part of the discussion as well. First one is critical to us, and what this is asking us to do is to allow for an administrative review down the road where additional conditions could be required of the project. And we have looked very carefully at the numbers, and we think that now is the time to discuss conditions. Again, 23 pages worth. We are agreeing to all the conditions except for these few. Essentially what we would be asked to do is to make a sizable investment in improving this property, but without knowing where the end is. We don't know what additional conditions could be assessed. down the road. And we need to be able to quantify what the costs are today. We've been very candid and open book with staff and the community about what this operation is, and we feel that the conditions can be assessed today. We've been very cooperative with the city. We have a very good relationship. We've worked well with the city in the past. When there are problems or issues, we are I think, an upstanding member of the community, and we don't see that changing in the future. And so if there are issues that come up, of course we would work with the city. But we don't see that an open-ended ability to apply additional conditions is appropriate. The second item is with regard to the bulb outs. By putting in the bulb outs, essentially a westbound lane would be eliminated. We don't feel that this is beneficial to traffic flow. We're concerned about the backup that would be caused from that, that it could cause gridlock at the entrance and exit of our parking lot. So as those cars back up because of one less lane, as they back up, there's not an ability to make the left-hand turn out of our parking lot. Of course, they're not allowed to turn right because we've restricted that movement, so that's not an alternative. They can only turn left, and if that intersection backs up, customers wouldn't be able to exit the parking lot. We also feel that it's going to make that right-hand turn northbound Hollis onto eastbound 53rd more difficult. As you have the bulb out sticking out, it makes that turn movement more difficult. On the more practical side, we don't know that it's even physically possible to create this bulb out, make these improvements with the amount of utilities that are underground there. So even if we were willing to do it, thought it was a good idea and supported it, we're not sure that it could physically be accomplished. Also, this is a leased facility. This is not a ground up. We're making improvements, basically tenant improvements to an existing facility. This kind of public improvement in a right-of-way is, we feel, beyond what should be required for this kind of improvement. The third issue is the rain garden. We have not had a lot of clarity from the city on what this is supposed to be, other than treating the stormwater in the street. And we are treating the stormwater per the C3 requirements that I mentioned earlier on site. So we're handling all of that. In addition, we're adding a significant amount of landscaping to 53rd Street, and we don't feel that the rain garden, as loosely as it's defined, should be a requirement of this project. And again, there is the issue there of we don't think it can physically be accomplished because of the amount of utilities and where they're located in the street. The fourth issue is bicycle monitoring cameras. We are doing a lot in terms of supporting bicycles in the city. And this is an undetermined amount, an undetermined expenditure. We're unclear as to how they might affect the traffic flow in the intersection. And again, we feel that this is above and beyond what should be required for this scope of project. And finally, we've been able to work through almost all of the easement issues. So the city has come to us and asked us for easements that Maurice described earlier, 2 related to the Bay Trail and 1 related to the South Bayfront crossing over the railroad tracks. We are absolutely willing to work with the city on all those issues. The one issue that we have is that the way the document is worded today is that the establishment of the easement through our property for access to get to the Bayfront bridge behind the Madison Marquette property would be a condition to us receiving the building permit. And it's a timing issue. So we don't want to be in a position where the building permit is ready to go, but because of issues beyond our means, beyond our control, whether it's somebody is out of town, the city attorney can't review it, or whatever, we don't want the building permit held up because of that. So that detail is something that we would like to have removed. So in your deliberations and decision-making, I'd like to point out a couple things and ask you to consider. One is the level of responsiveness that we've had towards the community and towards this body for the redesign of our project. This project is reusing an existing facility that's been vacant for a number of years. The building was originally built as a warehouse. We're proposing to reuse it as a warehouse. And the impacts in terms of traffic are less than what would be by right if the space were used for office. This allows our sales to grow. That has a direct correlation to revenues to the city in terms of sales taxes. And finally, there would be greater certainty for the city in terms of obtaining the needed easements from IKEA. We've always worked with the city. We have always acted in good faith with the city. And I'd just like to mention that we are already working with Caltrans on the Caltrans easement. We're working on an easement document now that would allow them to do test borings for environmental conditions along the right-of-way area and along our property. We're already expending our own resources to make that happen. We've done so without complaint or issue with the city. So that's just one indication that we are already working in good faith on those issues. That concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to answer questions or have anybody from our team answer questions.
Commissioners, questions for the applicant? Start down here, is that all right? Okay.
Have you built any of these before?
They exist in some countries in Europe. They have not yet been implemented here in the U.S. And there were some of our team members that traveled to the Netherlands a few months ago to observe how they worked. Okay. And they work quite well. And in terms of the 15 minutes that was used by the traffic engineer to estimate the amount of time that a customer would be at the facility to load their vehicle, by observation, not statistically, but by observation, we found that time to be less than 15 minutes.
And your occupancy of the remainder of this building would prohibit L3 from ever expanding. Are they fixed and stable as far as what their needs are into the future?
Most of that question I would leave to level 3, but I can speak to the objective part, which is there still is space within the 60,000 square feet that they don't occupy for their main function that would be available to them for expansion. In terms of what their plans are, I would have to leave that to them to respond.
Okay, thank you, Doug.
I have a question on your objections to the condition. It's a two-way street. If we agreed not to have settle the easement thing, how do we know we'll ever get it?
We've always worked in good faith with the city. We've already been working with Caltrans. In fact, we were working with Caltrans in discussions as long ago as a year and a half. So I think our track record stands for itself. We're already working now. What I'd like to say, though, is that the way that the document or this condition is written is it says that we will, both parties, well, actually it's just a condition on us, that we would work in good faith in achieving, in granting these easements. But again, we've already been working with Caltrans, and we have for quite some time.
I'm talking about the one on the railroad track, the access to the bridge.
We would work in good faith with the city on that as well. And again, the issue that I have...
Your issue is that you don't want the building permit held up by the completion of these easements.
Exactly.
But that you're saying that that IKEA is going to, in good faith, continue speaking with the city and Caltrans and working in good faith. They just don't want it held up by the building permit. But you're saying...
Well, how are we
how do we assured for that?
Does the staff have a suggestion?
Is there wording? I suppose Maurice can comment on that.
So we are very worried about the timing on getting those easements because we're trying to bid the project, and we need to incorporate the easement language into our bid documents. So we're willing to work with IKEA to break up the permit. I mean, we want an incentive for them to move forward immediately, to agree on the terms of the easement. And if it does become a problem in, they're ready to construct and for some reason it hasn't been resolved, we can break apart the permit into pieces so that we can move it forward.
I mean, give them a part of the permit.
Yeah, sure. We wouldn't want to hold up the construction, but we can give a demo permit.
How about
Would that be
certificate of
agreeable?
occupancy?
Well, certificate of occupancy, if that's not for another year and we still haven't agreed to something, that would hold up the bidding of our
Is that
project.
agreeable to IKEA? A partial release of a permit?
We do it all the time where we give a foundation permit, demo permit.
Happened with Pixar, I know.
Yeah, we can work with that. We're just concerned about the timing issue. And just so you know, before we even realized that this was going to be a condition of approval, I had already been making inquiries of planning staff and Maurice to begin to work on this issue, and we've already started expending resources, again, before we realized this was going to be a condition to accommodate this request.
The other question I had, I'm sorry, I might have, what exactly is a rain garden?
Peter
I'd
Allen
like to leave that
Schultz,
to staff.
Someone tell me what that is.
C3 requirements.
So a rain garden is a term we use for an area that we treat rainwater in a landscape area. We're putting them in the triangle as part of our triangle traffic calming project. We have them at the Doyle Hollis Park for a couple of the areas where the rain comes off the curb and into an area where it kind of settles out. And so what we're trying to do here, because we're getting pushed by the regional board to try creative ways to treat the stormwater, is what we're trying to incorporate some of those treatments into this landscape
He
area.
said, the gentleman from IKEA said that they will handle the water on their site.
Right, but this rain garden would be handling the street stormwater.
Why is that their responsibility?
When they're modifying their the landscaping in front of the site on public right-of-way, we're trying to incorporate this feature.
So would this be incorporated in the bulb out, or how would that work?
Well, it's going to be tricky because we need to determine all the utilities there. There is a real maze of utilities under the sidewalk. So until we get in there and figure out what's out there, we won't know what that design will be.
So it might not be feasible at all?
It's potentially, it'll be a little bit smaller than we would like, yes.
And so you can't even project what the cost is.
Well, the biggest, the most it would cost, we can look at the area we want to get, and it'll be less, if anything, because we're not going to ask them to relocate utilities, So we're trying to get as much of that treatment as we can.
Could you go back to the other conditions that you object to?
Well, let me just ask Maurice, the bulb out, I assume this comes from Public Works and
Correct.
somehow through traffic. The comment that this might back up and queue cars, especially turning left, and then wanting to take a right onto Hollis.
So the
What's
reason why
your
you really
comment
would
there?
need a left turn lane there, it's really not needed right now. We only have about 20 cars coming in the eastbound direction, and that's not going to increase with this project. So 20 cars at peak hour. So there's not a lot of opposing traffic for that left turn move. So I don't see the reduction in that one lane to be critical on this project.
Well, I see it as a reduction of 2 lanes because when you do turn, I did it today, you come out of the lot, you take a left, you have a left turn lane, but you have enough space to take a right on Hollis. So somebody going straight can stay in the middle, somebody can go left, somebody can go right. Right now, with the 2 bulb outs, that eliminates that. As soon as you go left, you're at the light. If you're going left, you've got your signal on, it's 5 o'clock and everyone's going home from Novartis or where have you, you're stuck there. And if IKEA has 3 or 4 customers, then it queues back.
Right. Well, what I'm saying is when people leave from Novartis peak hour, there's only about 20 cars. That's about the most we get.
Yeah.
We're going to have 1 lane in each direction if we build the bulb outs. And that'll be enough for cars to turn left or right or go straight.
You don't think it would restrict a right turn? Right now, a car could turn left or right at the same time.
It's very wide.
And stay
So
straight.
But
we
they
had
couldn't do that with the bulb out.
With the bulb out, you'll have one lane, one car that can move at a time.
To do all those things.
Right.
And you would have
Which
room
is
for-
not dissimilar from many other intersections in Emeryville.
Oh, no. Not suggesting that at all.
Yeah,
And
it's
it
very
would-
wide.
Changes that intersection dramatically, though.
But it would be designed to allow for the flow of bicycles.
Correct.
All right, we're still on questions. Art, do you have any more questions for,
Could you go back to the,
step up to the mic here?
could you go back to the screen? Yeah. Do you know the cost of the bicycle monitoring devices?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? The cost of
He's
what?
objecting to the bicycle monitoring cameras.
Do you know
Oh, you mean
approximate cost of the one we have there and how much 3 more and integrating it into the network
It
would
depends.
be?
If we can expand the system there, they're going to probably cost in the order of $10,000 to $12,000 a
Each.
camera,
A
right?
camera.
Is there a lot of bicycle traffic in that area?
Well, it's 53rd Street's supposed to be a bike boulevard, so
It is.
that's what we're
Yep,
trying to.
I see.
Yep.
Could you just limit the bicycle monitoring cameras to a certain dollar amount rather than making the general requirement?
I will caution the commission or
Yeah.
remind the commission that
discuss cost.
the cost of any particular condition of approval should not factor into your consideration.
We're just trying to get a handle of this because it seems 4 or 5 of these are cost things. Maybe the first one is the only one that isn't. But anyway, we appreciate that, Maurice. Is there any more questions for Maurice? Thank you, Maurice. Any questions for the applicant? Going more, Art, you want?
I was wondering if the staff had a suggestion about the 6 to 12 months. I could see his point of view. In 6 months, he might be out of business. I think we have to assure him that that's not going to happen. I mean, we can't just have a blanket cancellation of a person's permit in 6 months. It doesn't seem reasonable.
That's not what the condition is.
Would you explain it to me, please?
The condition is that IKEA will provide us with, I think it's monthly counts of their customer activity and their truck activity at this location. And after 6 months, I will determine, based on the information we've gotten and any feedback we've gotten from the neighbors and our own observations or whatever, if there appears to be a problem. If this appears that it's not operating the way it was characterized to the commission, and it's creating problems for the neighborhood. And if that is the case, then I will refer it back to the commission for a review, for a hearing. It's not a revocation. A revocation is a really big deal that requires evidentiary hearings and an ultimate decision by the city council. This would not take away the permit. It would allow the commission to modify some of the conditions of approval if you felt that was appropriate in order to fine-tune the project to make it, more accurately meet the way it was characterized to you. And then that again would occur after a year. So 6 months and 12 months after they begin after they begin operations. If I find after 6 months that there's no problem, but I find after 12 months there is, then I could refer it back to you then. If I find there's a problem at 6 months and I refer it back to you and you modify the
Goes back to
conditions,
the commission.
refer it back to the commission, and then you modify it, and then after 12 months there's no more problems, I wouldn't refer it back to you a second time.
And that's a conditional
That's-
use permit, and that's what I'm used to. And
That's
that's
what
something I
we-
wouldn't give up.
That's what we are recommending.
Frank? can I-
We've had these before, yes.
With the operational review, if, for instance, it was considered a problem and there were, say, 6 times as much traffic as expected, have you thought about any ways to reduce the traffic? I'm not quite certain also how the customer data works into the traffic. What items, how did you figure that all out? I know it's probably quite complex, and at the same time, it does seem to be important.
It is complex. It's complex because we don't have the goods in the warehouse, in the off-site warehouse today, to be able to monitor what would actually happen. And so these are projections. And we've used our best estimates to come up with those projections. So there are a lot of factors. The number of goods that we that would be carried or handed out or picked up by customers in this facility is significantly less than the number of customers today that use our full-serve warehouse. In other words, that wait for goods to be brought out to them. And that's because when this is moved off-site, on-site we're able to expand the number of goods that customers can pick themselves. So what is that mix of products exactly? Which ones are going to stay? Which ones are going to go? We did our best estimate to figure out what that was. We then looked at what the number of what we call, well, customers that used the full serve during that 14-day period. We removed the ones that would not use that in the future because those goods are immediately available on site. We then used a factor for home delivery because we deliver goods home. And so that's basically how we came up with those estimates. What we did is we looked at a 14-day period. We looked at weekdays. There was a high and a low. We threw those out. We took the average, and that was it. Now, this is not a calculation that we can just print off the computer. The person that did that calculation spent, I don't know how many hours, she hasn't told me, but a lot, to go back and manually count and adjust all of these full-serve handout transactions.
So I guess that still, my question is, your issue with having a review at 6 to 12 months seems a little bit difficult considering you're giving the best guess and we really don't know what's going to happen. So
we don't, but the traffic consultant has taken that into account by looking at if we're off by a factor of 5 times. That's a 500% error margin that the traffic consultant has taken into account. We've also looked at what is our highest, what's our peak period? What are our peak days? And arguably, we took the 2 highest volume days and did that same calculation for those days. And we ended up with, instead of 75, about 130 trips. So by the traffic consultant's calculations, if you take the 75 times 5, I don't know if I can do that math, but it's, 375 trips, a factor of 5. So I think that has already been taken into account.
I think the question nobody's asking is, well, what are you worried about?
We don't know what the conditions would be. It's an open checkbook, essentially, for the city. Not that this body is going to act unreasonably, but we can't quantify, either in terms of dollars or operationally, what those requirements may be. We don't know what they are. We know what we need in order to operate this facility. We have worked very hard to listen to and respond to concerns. We've reduced the hours, and I can go back and review what all those are, but we've worked very hard to on the city and the community in listening to their responses to react to these issues.
Okay.
We also have a pretty good track record, I think, with the city before this issue altogether in the last 10 years that we've operated in working cooperatively to resolve problems.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Let's go down here. Buzz? No comments? Gail?
Have any questions?
No questions?
Will you have a separate presentation for the landscape architecture?
Well, what we were going to do is if there were questions of landscape architect, ask her to come up and respond to them. Or
Okay, I would like that. I would like the landscape architect to kind of walk through the design.
Comment, a question. Oh, I'm sorry.
Most interested in the plaza or the overall?
Really,
Overall.
what frontage is the frontage of 53rd Street, which is our Green Street, and maybe
Right.
if you can talk about how you're addressing the Green Street aspect of it.
Could you introduce yourself too?
Pardon me?
Introduce yourself, please.
Oh, yes. I'm Andrea Swanson, landscape architect with Thomas Bach and Associates. Along the Green Street, you can see, oh, there it is. The top, those there, we have new street trees in here. And we used grasses in there because these are also functioning as what was called a rain garden or bioinfiltration basin. And so we're limited to the kinds of plant materials that can be installed in them. And those planters are to take the water off the sidewalk. And these lower planters here, we initially had trees there, but because of the quantity of utilities, you can see all those boxes there. That's all great big transformer boxes, and it's not prudent to put trees in that area. Along right in here, that's also bioinfiltration basins or rain gardens that serve the parking lot. So again, we're restricted to the kinds of plant material that we can put in there. We used Rhamnus californica, which is a native California plant that's very drought tolerant, as a hedge. And then we have redbud as a small tree. We can't put great big trees in there because it gums up the filtration system and it doesn't work. At the top end, we have some big evergreen trees where we could put them to try and provide additional screening. Also, we used very large shrubs. In this area here, we'll give a complete screen from the parking lot.
Could you quantify big and?
Big, 8-9 feet.
Okay.
For the shrubs. So between the tree canopy, bottom of the tree canopy, and the ground, it would fill up with the shrubs.
Okay. And right in that area where you've got the cursor
Here?
right now, could you talk about, what the pedestrian's going to experience? And my concern is like the buffer between the surface parking and the sidewalk, and what's the pedestrian going to experience?
When the
along there?
pedestrian who's walking down the street, not coming into the project, walking down the street, as they come down the street, they'll walk underneath the 3 crepe myrtles that are in the parkway. Where's mine? There it is. Right in there, and then they'll go across here, and then in here there's grasses that'll be about 2 feet tall. On this side there'll be blooming, early spring blooming purple flowers. There's also a grade change in here, so the parking lot is actually a little higher than the ground, than the sidewalk. So there's a railing that currently exists, which is not moving, and on the inboard side of that would be a hedge about 4 feet tall, which would block the front of the cars. On the inside of that, along the fronts of the parked cars, there's also grasses, which are part of the infiltration basin system. When you get down to the corner, there's where is it? Oh, there's an entryway into the plaza from this pedestrian, this crosswalk. Also, there's 2 existing staircases here. This is the ADA accessible route to the plaza. So as you get down here, your grade is dropping a little bit more as you get to this corner. So there's a little retaining wall with existing railing. When you come around the corner, we're backing the railing up off. Right now, it's right at the back of the sidewalk. We're backing it up about 6 feet and carrying the landscape character from the plaza out to the sidewalk. There's still going to be, there's a little change of grade.
So on Hollis, the rail gets moved back?
Yes. Yeah.
But not on 53rd?
Right. There isn't anywhere to put it because we'd be in the parking lot. And I have to have that swale on the inboard side of the parking lot.
One of my concerns right now is when I walk past that rail, it feels like a wall, and it doesn't. I don't feel like I'm connecting with nature and the gardens and things. I feel like I'm up against a wall. How will you deal with that?
Well, because I think part of your concern is, the railing is transparent. I mean, it's a railing, right? So certainly I can't address the fact that the sidewalk is a certain width and the wall has to be there at the property edge. But I can address, if you're walking by, you'll see a hedgerow there where now there's nothing. And you'll have trees above you, small trees to be granted, but there will be small trees along as you walk there.
I guess I'm concerned about creating more of a wall.
I'm sorry.
So
my main concern was that as you walk by, you didn't want to see the front of parked cars.
Right.
So that's what I was really trying to address, as well as what I actually could plant in the planter.
So
I want it to be visible from the inside.
Right. So what's the distance between the rail and the parked cars?
About 5 feet, I believe, and it's a dished out planter surface, or it's recessed.
Okay. And then what?
So I needed something that would grow up above the level of the recessed planter, which has overflow capacity in it.
And so if you could just again walk me through what's up against the rail, or
can you give me that? I need to change the slide. No, I want to go to that extra slide with the plaza on it. Sorry, a second. I don't know how to work the thing. At the very end, keep going, there. Now, could you make it bigger? No? Okay. Okay, here's the plaza corner right here, and you can see what we have planted. And this is just right before you get to the plaza along the street. So we have the cercis in here, and then the hedgerow there, and then I can move it back, I can move the hedgerow back and forth so that the grasses are on this side part of the time and the hedgerow's on that side. But I didn't want the cars to hit the hedge.
Right.
So, you know, I mean, I'm totally open to, you know, adjusting the plant material to suit your walking experience.
John, are you looking for screening of the parking?
I'm looking for screening of the
And
parking, but at the
experience of a
same time,
walk.
not something that feels like a wall and imposing. Right now, it feels rather imposing to me when I walk next to that. And because we're adding the planting strip, it's along the street side, you know, we're moving the pedestrians more towards that wall, even though that is a very
Oh, I
generous
see what you mean.
sidewalk.
Yeah, okay.
It's a 12-foot wide sidewalk.
Yeah, it's pretty wide, yeah.
And what's the width of the grass planting?
Right
next
in
to it?
there. I think it's about 4 feet
Okay.
also, right in there. You can just see the little corner of it there.
So that still leaves a very generous walking path then.
Very, yes.
I think that's my
Yeah, the
Okay.
renderings kind of
Right.
make it look nice, but they're, of course,
Yeah, well, that's why I
computer-generated
wanted-
renderings.
Well, I wanted to show this one because
Yeah.
it's unadulterated with no color, so that's really what you see is what you're going to get there.
I
Thank
have
you.
That
a
picture.
Going back over here, Vanessa?
question, or maybe question/comment. The existing trees, the Brisbane box, need to be removed because of the rain garden, is that correct?
Yes, yeah, they
So
won't
if
take it.
that was removed as a requirement, they could remain?
We can't remove it as a requirement, it's a state law.
It's a
You
state
have to-
law.
You have to treat your
Is there any
parking
way
lot.
to work around them?
I'd have to talk to the civil engineer. I wanted to save them. They're right abutted against that wall. So anything that we do, like you have to, in order to do the rain garden, you got to pull all the soil out. You have to put in a drain, then you put in a special kind of soil mix, then you plant the plants. So the trees existing wouldn't stand for that. That's true, and they wouldn't make it. And then also, their existence will inhibit the function of the planter because they're so big. There's only certain kinds of trees you can plant in those bioinfiltration basins, and they're pretty small.
It is
generally.
it's kind of a sad thing because the trees
catch-22,
that you're
isn't
going
it?
to plant
Yeah.
will be lucky if they get 15 feet tall.
They'll be much smaller, yes.
And that sort of defeats a lot of the purpose. It's quite sad to lose the ones we have.
Right, right. Yeah, it's always a catch-22 between, you know, what we're required to do for the C3. It happens over and over again to me. So,
Yeah, we'll probably hear something about the trees in public comment. Is there any other questions from? Okay, seeing none.
I had one.
Oh, wait, we have one more.
This is getting back to the bulb outs. It may cost you more in the long run, but is it possible to put in temporary bulb outs like we did in the triangle to see if it works? And if it doesn't work, based on our director's decision, then you'd put them in permanently.
I think it's a pretty heavy cost for an experiment.
A lot less than putting in the bulb outs.
I'm sorry, I may be confused. Are you asking about installation of the bulb outs?
He's
What com-
suggesting, go ahead, Charlie.
What Commissioner Hoff is referring to is over in the east neighborhood of town, we tried a bunch of different configurations of medians and bulb outs and things until we finally found something that worked. And we did it with asphalt curbs. And an asphalt curb just laid down on top of the existing pavement. So it didn't involve digging out the existing pavement, pouring any concrete curb or gutter or anything like that. It was just an asphalt curb that went in, I think was painted so you wouldn't run into it. People couldn't drive over it. It acted like a regular curb, but it was a very inexpensive, temporary kind of thing. And then when they decided to take them out, they just brought a bulldozer in and, you know, just kind of scraped them off.
Yeah, some
that's
worked,
what he's
some
talking-
didn't. Some people hated him so much that they came here
And now, after how
insisted
many
that they
years
go.
is it? We're finally putting in the permanent
And now we've made
measures with the actual bulb outs and traffic circles and things.
I suppose we'll get to that when we start talking about 6 and 12-month review. You know, maybe a concession can be temporary. But anyway, that's getting into comments instead of questions. So, question.
Question for the, about the bulb outs. If we find that the bulb outs are inhibiting traffic from flowing, getting out, getting out of the parking lot, et cetera, and we have to remove them, would that change the level of service on 53rd?
Would you like the traffic engineer to
I
respond to that?
guess I would. Sorry.
Rob?
The level of service is A, whether you have the bulb outs or not. But with the bulb outs, you have one lane for the cars to turn from 53rd onto Hollis. Without the bulb out, you have 2 lanes. So it would be easier without the bulb outs for cars.
Okay.
But it doesn't change the level of service, though.
Yeah, it does not change the level
Okay,
of service.
thank you.
Okay.
Could I
Stephen,
ask a question of the staff?
question for staff.
Charlie, I had a quick question as far as, I would assume level 3 is a primary use, and that, I mean, are we talking?
Oh, level 3, yeah.
And that IKEA would be an accessory use?
Secondary.
Secondary, not accessory?
No.
Okay, there's a big distinction.
Yes.
Okay.
Do we have a definition of secondary use?
Not really.
I didn't find one.
It's not
I
in,
didn't find one.
it's not
I
in
looked.
the, I'm sure this will come up later, but since you brought it up, I'll take a stab at beginning that. The interim zoning regulations, reflective of what is in the general plan, says that retail and light, light wholesaling and distribution, which is basically what this is allowed in the OT district as a secondary use. It does not say accessory. If the interim zoning regulations had intended to refer to it as accessory, it would have said that, because we do have a definition in the zoning ordinance of accessory uses. In fact, there's a whole section of the zoning ordinance that describes accessory uses and has regulations for them and talks about what they are. So if this was intended to refer to an accessory use, it would have said that, and it would have referred to that section of the zoning ordinance. It doesn't. The term secondary refers more to something that's less than primary, I guess you could say. We looked at the dictionary, and the dictionary says it's something that comes later than the primary thing, or something that is, somewhat less than the primary thing, or whatever. But in this case, I think the most important point to make here is that whether or not a use in the OT district is secondary is a finding. It's a finding to grant a conditional use permit. As a finding, that means that each commissioner must decide for him or herself whether or not you consider this use secondary. If you do, then you can make that finding. If you don't, then you cannot make that finding. It's up to each of you to decide.
So we're not under the same burden of finding a link between the primary use and the accessory use, or the relatedness
No, it has
between the
nothing
two
to do
uses.
with
That's
accessory.
totally not applicable in this case.
No, it has nothing to do with accessory uses.
Okay.
Okay, any more questions?
Chair Flores,
Yes.
I have a comment.
Yes.
If and when you get to, if it appears that you're going to approve this and you're going to impose conditions of approval, I would suggest that some of the things that were in the applicant's presentation are things that staff had not seen before. They're not in the conditions of approval right now, nor are they in the staff report or the project description. By virtue of having presented them to you in this PowerPoint presentation, we would argue that the applicant has introduced them into the record and therefore made them part of the project. And I'm referring to things like disabling the backup beepers, and some of these noise mitigation measures that they talked about. We hadn't seen those before.
Okay.
And there may be some other things in their presentation that they're saying is part of the project that we hadn't seen before, not in the conditions, not in the staff report. We would suggest that if you are going to improve this, that you incorporate by reference any conditions that the applicant has included in the project from this
Uh,
presentation.
The positive ones.
Well, anything you think is appropriate, but yeah, I mean.
And the objections, then we just have to go through those one at a time, or we'll
Right.
hear a motion
Right.
that will suggest they're in or out. Thank you. Okay, well, that's the end of the question and song and dance, as they say, and we will open the public hearing. Charlie, you're going to call off speaker cards. Please step to
Yeah.
the microphone, introduce yourself. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. And then please sign in to the right by Ann over there.
There's no need to sign in.
Oh, I'm sorry. No need to sign in
You
here.
filled
You've
out a
signed in.
card. You don't need
Okay.
to sign in.
No need to sign in. Just introduce yourself. Thank you.
So I have about 16 speaker cards here. As Chair Flores said, you're limited to 3 minutes each. I'm going to read the 3 names. So I'd ask that the first person come to the microphone, make your comments, and the other 2 people line up and get ready to speak. And then when that person's done, I'll read the next 3 names and so forth, so that we can move this along. And I'm sorry if I butcher your name. I'll do the best I can to read your handwriting. Some of these I'm not sure I can read so well. So the first 3 speakers, Fouad Sutterfield, Marcia Dubois, or DeBose, and Joan Bossart.
Good evening. Good evening. Chairman Flores, Commissioners. I've been asked to present the Commission with these documents. One for a mission statement for quality of life, and the second is a petition to Emeryville Planning Commission from the 53rd Street neighborhood residents and others affected by the IKEA proposal. Should I give these to? There's a copy for each. I would like to read the mission statement for quality of life. The city's commitment to develop a city dedicated to the cultivation of the community and the quiet enjoyment of residential property is an important reason why many of us chose to live here and work in Emeryville. This includes the award-winning general plan land use for Greenway, east-west pedestrian bicycle bridge connector, the merry-go-round and zoning regulations that seek to harmoniously bring together residential and mixed use and office technology uses. We therefore oppose IKEA's plan to convert a portion of the Level 3 building at 5000 Hollis Street on 53rd into a warehouse customer pickup facility as contrary to the city's commitment. 1, this project will be incompatible with Emeryville's visionary long-term plan for the future of 53rd Street as a greenway and pedestrian bicycle bridge connector. 2, unlike an office technology facility whose employees keep regular hours, this use will result in continuous increase of traffic. 3, high volume warehouse and customer pickup activity from early morning until mid-evening, 7 days a week, will negatively affect the quality of life, property values, and of adjacent residents. As a resident and employee of nearby businesses, we feel strongly that the presence of a warehouse customer pickup facility, especially for a large-scale regional retail operator, will be detrimental to the surrounding neighborhood and community. We maintain that this project relies in part on inadequate data by Fierce and Pierce regarding traffic and upon failure by the city to determine an acceptable level of noise. We support an office technology facility at 5000 Hollis Street as a use more compatible with the quiet enjoyment of property and the well-being of the Emeryville community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the applause, but let's try to keep the applause down because this is a public.
Okay, we have Marcia Dubois, Joan Bossart, and then Steve Centane.
I live in Emeryville Village as well, and I'd like to talk a little bit about the 53rd Street area. Right now, there are about approximately 142 homes located there, 2 preschools, a high school, and a children's gym and a park, which would be expanded later. And then the projected greenway on 53rd Street leading to the overpass of the railroad tracks it sounds like a great idea. It's part of the general plan. We thank you for working so hard on the general plan and creating that document. And we won an award for a walkable, sustainable, livable urban community. This is our community. We are so close to this. I personally and all of Emery Bay Village are so close to this. Go over there and look how close this is. There's no way it's not going to drastically reduce our quality of life. And there's Spur Alley there, there's bicycles. I see this every day. There's a lot of traffic and a lot of activity there. And I just don't see this as compatible with a vision for Emeryville. I'd also like to mention that IKEA didn't plan well enough to begin with to be able to accommodate everything going on at their main store. That's why they have to do this in the first place. So you can understand our reluctance to fully embrace their numbers at this point, because we don't have any idea what it's really going to be like. Just like they didn't have any idea their store would be that popular. And so hence this expansion. And they say they want to leave open the option of internet sales. So that dumps yet another bunch down. And now they're saying no reviews at 6 months and 12 months. So that means it's a conditional use permit without the possibility of review, without real ability to go back and see if this is really working. It's just, I'm so upset about it, I almost don't know what to say. I mean, I have been losing sleep over this, and I'm very, very concerned about my property values, my quiet enjoyment of my home, the noise, the backup sounds. I hope you don't approve this. I really do. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Joan Bossart, and I am going to be addressing a little bit the mission statement, item 2A. Item 2, for those in the audience, is unlike an office technology facility whose employees commute at predictable times, IKEA's proposed use will result in a continual increase in traffic in the area around 53rd, Hollis, and San Pablo. Many residents of Emery Bay Village and along 53rd Street have chosen to live there because the surroundings offer a great quality of life. Zoning regulations have kept large-scale regional retail-related facilities west of the tracks and south of 40th Street. The area is zoned for office technology, ensuring a quiet and safe environment with slower traffic on evenings and weekends, important for the mental and physical health of residents, including the very young, the elderly, and the disabled. The fact that what is proposed is a high-volume retail warehouse customer pickup facility and not a retail store does not materially alter the impact of increased noise and traffic between Hollis and San Pablo on 53rd. And here I'm going to throw in a few little comments of my own. Putting a do not turn right sign, I'm not sure how many people will really pay attention to that. Maybe some will, but a lot won't. I would also I'd like to make a personal observation. Vehicles arriving, finding a parking space, and departing after their merchandise pickup create their own particular sounds. But in addition, as I have observed myself at IKEA's main store, when already stressed customers load purchases onto vehicles, their voices often become raised and angry. Heated arguments are not unknown. As we all know from experience, the sounds of anger and distress, whether from a hungry baby or a frustrated adult, carry a long way. I cannot imagine what I have experienced at the main store would be any different at the proposed site and would disrupt further the peace of our community. And finally, echoing what Marcia just said, as far as the conditional use permit is concerned, I think you absolutely must have operational review at 6 and 12 months. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Steve Santani. I also live at Emery Bay Village, and I'm expounding on point 2 in the document that you have which reads, unlike an office technology facility whose employees keep regular hours, this use will result in a continual increase in traffic on 53rd between Hollis and San Pablo. Speaking to access, which is under B, 53rd Street provides access to residents, the Emeryville Child Development Center, head over heels. In their August 19, 2010 report to Miro Desai of City of Emeryville, traffic consultants Fair and Pierce did not address traffic flow between Hollis and San Pablo on 53rd. Their traffic counts are based only on measurements at the intersection of 40th and Hollis and at 53rd and Hollis. That's a problem. The report also refers to the weekday daily volume on Hollis Street, south of 53rd, and the daily volume on 53rd between Hollis Street and the project driveway. Again, it did not measure the traffic between Hollis and San Pablo on 53rd. We're concerned about the increase of traffic coinciding with child care pickup at the Emeryville Child Development Center, head over heels, and Emeryville Secondary School, which could create an unsafe environment for parents and children. Another comment I like to make my own. Large items on the pickup on the south end is great, but this supposedly is for all large items. They're supposedly secondary items, but most of this pickup will be for large items. So everything will probably be on the south end anyway. But for them to have the north end open doesn't make any sense. If this project goes through, I don't see why it should even be bothered to open the north end. I thank you for my time and hope you change your minds, or at least make your minds not to do this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next three speakers are Meg Coughlin, Lynn Turner, and Ryan McManus.
My name is Meg Coughlin. I live at Emeryville Village, and I am a resident homeowner, and I've lived here since 2002. I'm referring to point 3 in your document. Can everyone hear me? Okay. High volume warehouse and customer pickup activity from early morning until mid-evening, 7 days a week, will negatively affect the quality of life and property value of the adjacent residents. IKEA customer pickup traffic will introduce a pattern of activity that includes operations 7 days a week from 10 a.m. until 9 p.m. This use will result in an increase in noise and traffic on the surrounding 53rd Hollis San Pablo neighborhood, especially during anticipated peak periods. Increased noise and traffic can affect residents' health and will lead to a decrease in residential property values. Resolution CPC number UP10-03-DR10 from the City of Emeryville Planning Commission Staff Report, August 19, 2010, asserts that large truck loading and unloading at 5000 Hollis from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. on weekdays and 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on weekends will not result in any significant effects relating to noise. The report states that a large industrial building east of 5000 Hollis, the north end is occupied by head over heels with an outdoor children's playground approximately 144 feet from the loading docks, and a proposed 8-foot sound wall adjacent to the truck loading docks will block any truck noise. However, the city did not conduct a noise study to support this assertion. A new activity from a heavy truck with a 53-foot trailer and 20-foot trucks will likely result in increased noise levels. And in closing, I'd just like to say that this project is not harmonious with the neighborhood and with quality of life that we've been used to enjoying. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Lynn Turner, and I live in Emeryville Village. This week, we received our Emeryville news. On page 8 is an article about the Emeryville General Plan receiving an award of merit from the American Planners Association. According to the article, the plan envisions Emeryville as a livable, walkable, sustainable urban community of mixed-use neighborhoods. Our 53rd and Hollis Street neighborhood is this kind of urban community. In addition to the residences and children's schools on the east side, 5000 Hollis is surrounded by facilities for Novartis, Bayer, and Pixar, office technology uses whose employees contribute to the neighborhood feel. They bike to work, eat lunch and practice Tai Chi in Hollis Green Park, and walk between job sites. Locating a facility for a high-volume, big-box regional retail store in our midst would irretrievably change the character of our neighborhood and set a bad precedent for our Emeryville community as a whole. I urge the Planning Commission to support the goals stated in the general plan and deny IKEA's application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Ryan McManus. I'm Corporate Counsel for Level 3 Communications. Level 3 is the owner of the property located at 5000 Hollis. For strategic reasons, Level 3 has decided to lease the excess space at the property. For a number of reasons, we believe that IKEA is a more compatible and less impactful user to the neighborhood than other potential users, including call centers and large office tenants, which would be permitted by right and not likely subject to this conditional approval process. Level 3 supports IKEA's project and requests that the Planning Commission approve IKEA's application. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next three speakers are Kimberly Satterfield, Rachel Legree, and Derek Liechty.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Satterfield. I'm a resident of the 53rd Street neighborhood, and I just want to put my voice in for opposition to this project. I absolutely do not believe that IKEA's project is for secondary use. I think that that is just wrong. And I guess my main concern is in talking about the Bay Trail project that I really hope that the commissioners are not going to be swayed by the decision to want IKEA to help with that project to sort of put the 53rd Street neighborhood, make that a secondary issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rachel Legree, and I did send you all an email regarding secondary use, and that is my primary concern. I don't believe that this facility is secondary use. In listening to the explanation, auxiliary and secondary are somehow different, but we're not really given a standard concrete judgment, and that's what we're looking to you for. And you have to make that tonight so that, you know, we can either go forward and protest this or be done with it. But an auxiliary use means that the facility would be reasonably associated with the primary use, meaning it'd be a warehouse space for level 3. That's not the case, nor are they selling to level 3 patrons. So we've heard before this was a prior warehouse space and we want to return it to a warehouse space. Well, it's not anymore. This is office technology. This is the most key issue that you have to decide first. Is this the proper use of the space? There are 23 pages of conditions. There are 55 people who signed a petition. This is not secondary use. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Commission, my name is Derek Liechty. I'm the owner of the residential real property located at 103 Temescal Circle in Emeryville Village. And I've been the owner of this property since the residential development was built in 1981. I think the question before us here tonight is, what's the direction that Emeryville is going to take or is taking? Open up your web browser, go to the City of Emeryville webpage, and the first thing you see is what a wonderful, livable community this is. I don't see anything on that front page about industrialization, big box stores, and so on. So I think we have to take into consideration the fact that you have got a prize-winning general plan here, and now somebody's trying to pick it apart a little bit through a somewhat vague loophole about the usage of this property. So I ask the Commission to think about the quality of life in Emeryville. I came around this area over 70 years ago, and Emeryville was an industrial city. There was a huge steel plant located where IKEA is now located. It was a rail hub. There were assorted factories. But ladies and gentlemen, Times have changed. Emeryville is now a totally different place. It is a place where we want to integrate commercial and livable conditions for everybody. But take into mind what has happened here and what will happen with this establishment of this warehouse next to this residential area. I implore you and respectfully ask the members of the Planning Commission to take this into consideration, to stick to the principles of the Emeryville General Plan, and to use common sense, and to reject this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next three speakers are Christian Deshays, Gillian Belcher, and Ron Silberman.
So good evening, Planning Commission members. You received many of my emails, and you're kind of aware of what we're kind of against this
Can you
project.
speak right into the mic?
In the microphone, okay. So one thing that I would notice is in the presentation of the IKEA project, the project was never located in context with the surrounding, what's around this project. I mean, there's the residences, and there's also a park across the street, and there's a campus across the street, and they're both like of a better quality of architecture. They were designed by famous and world-renowned architects, and so what I'm saying is what is proposed is not really related to what's across the street. My other concern is why shipping the city master plan again. We just heard that I just heard in the previous item that was here before. What was it? You approved something like removing a park and replacing it with a multi-use. So this is like why shipping the master plan. The master plan has been approved and everybody would like to stay with it, and this is not what is planned for our community. Thirdly, the third items I would like to discuss is the landscaping. The landscaping, they're proposing a sound wall that is 8 feet tall, and everybody knows that an 8 feet tall sound wall will not diminish or reduce any sound. Often the sound at the 8 feet tall sound wall the sound will be propulsed, further away, and people will hear the sound even more. The landscaping also, the landscaping that is already there at this building at level 3 is kind of striking. It relates to the surrounding. We have those columnary trees that are part of the overhead structure. All of this will be demolished and replaced with a blue IKEA sign in gold, which is also not appropriate for this area, for this neighborhood. So, and also the planting that is proposed is very low scale. Everything that the landscape architect is proposing is not to scale with this giant mastodon building and architecture. So those are my comments, and I do not support this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Gillian Belcher. I live in Emeryville Village, and I've lived there since 1991. And I just want to say that I respect the Planning Commission and the city staff for trying to strike a balance in a mixed-use town with 8,500 people in it. I've watched it grow. I've watched it go from a city that had no amenities to a city that has a lot of resources and a lot of appeal. I have to state very clearly that I'm against this project and I'm in favor of the general plan. I've raised a daughter here. She went to the Emeryville Child Development Center from 18 months all the way to 5 years old. I just want to make a few more comments and not repeat things that have already been said, but in terms of the traffic study, one thing I'd like to point out is that it was done during the longest daylight time of the year, and when the days are shortened and it's raining, it'll become very congested and confusing. What the traffic study did not reflect is what it's like to live on 53rd Street and what it's like to access the neighborhood, what it's like to walk to classes, what it's like to bicycle down the street. Right now, when you come out the most west exit of Emeryville Village, there's spur alley, there are bicycles that are going back and forth, there are pedestrians that are going back and forth, and I've seen near accidents just the way the traffic is right now, because facing 53rd Street, next to the IKEA proposed site, on the left there's a rise of a hill, and cars come down there really fast, and the cars that come out of Spur Alley, they turn right and they turn left. And when I'm sitting there looking back and forth, sometimes I don't catch them both happening at the same time. And that left-hand turn lane on 53rd and Hollis Street is really needed. Right now, Novartis has bobtail trucks and semi-trucks that access that Novartis warehouse now. So that wasn't even mentioned in the traffic study at all. Recently, there was a semi that was parked down the center part from Hollis all the way through Novartis, and it was there for quite a period of time because they had to do some kind of business there. So I don't feel, I work in a profession that uses a lot of statistics, and I have to say that it doesn't, it's very easy to use statistics and projections, but it doesn't reflect the human experience. And one of the things that IKEA presented at the Emery Bay Homeowners Association meeting was that when they first built IKEA, they totally projected incorrectly that their studies and all of the work that all their consultants and all the work that they put into that did not accurately reflect what happened to IKEA. And almost immediately they had to build that parking garage, and they said that they would have used that for the warehouse, but they were required to build the parking garage instead because of their poor planning. So I don't understand what Emery Bay Village gets out of a multinational corporation coming to our exact perimeter. It makes no sense to me.
Thank you.
My name is Ron Silverman, and I manage and I'm a part owner of the property where Head Over Heels is located. And I was going to make some objective statements about this project because I'm not as biased as the people that live at Emery Bay Village, but I have been around there for over 20 years, observing the neighborhood and seeing what is going on. And as you probably might remember, originally that project was the Pacific Stereo Warehouse. Then prior to the Level 3 purchasing it, it was going to be converted into a housing project that had a lot of support. The market tanked. Pixar was going to be a housing project, so then it became a co-location facility. It's basically an empty warehouse. No one here really knows what that project would be like if it was used to its full capacity. The reality is it will be a functioning warehouse now. When the applicant mentioned about exploring other properties, what is the status of the empty buildings and the pads at the Bay Bridge Shopping Center? The former Home Depot facility looks to be under construction. There's signs down there about pads for sale, or Toys R Us is probably out of business, or there's lots of other options. And I was going to make some comments about sound walls, about landscape maintenance, but I have to say, if I lived at Emery Bay Village, I would be appalled to have a building board with a bright blue sign driving down Hollis Street, which is just an extension of a drive-by building sign, as if you are driving by the freeway attracted to another facility. So I'm not even going to get into the objective aspects. I would also say that the traffic study probably did not include the bikes or the cars or the pedestrians coming out of Spur Alley, and I think that's an important consideration also. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. 3 more speakers?
Actually, 6 more.
6, well, the next 3, please.
Daniel, oh, I'm sorry, yeah, there's a total of 6 more. The next 3 are Daniel McWilliam, Dusty Bernard, and Charles Schumann.
Hi, I'm Daniel McWilliams. I live in Emery Bay Village. One thing I would like the commission to bear in mind as they consider this plan is that there's more involved in this than just the IKEA plan, because we're also coming together with the Emeryville Center for Community Life, and its proposed 97 parking spaces and increased traffic on 47th. So now you've got problems on 47th proposed, plus these problems on 53rd. And we're getting mashed in the middle, okay? So it's not just this, it's 47th and 53rd. So I hope you bear that in mind and reject this project and plan.
Thank you. There's a portable mic right there. You go.
My name is
is Dusty Bernard. I've lived in Emery Bay Village for 21 years. As has been quite adequately pointed out tonight, the site that's proposed is good
Could you
for IKEA.
hold the mic closer to your mouth?
It's good for IKEA, but it offers...
It may not be on. I'm sorry. We really want to hear what you're saying.
Now, is it good?
Up closer.
It says it's on.
Charlie, you want to help her out?
Hello?
Ah, yes.
Okay. The site that's proposed is good for IKEA, but it offers absolutely nothing to the surrounding neighborhood. The best IKEA can do is suggest imperfect mitigation measures as they plan to change for the worse the entire atmosphere of the neighborhood I have lived in for 21 years. I know many neighbors of mine have voiced tonight most of the reasons I'm opposed to the plan, so I'll just describe one particular way I would be negatively affected. People who use wheelchairs and children have generally something in common. They're both short. That decreases their visibility. I often go from Emery Bay Village down 53rd Street to the Emery Go-Round to the park, aiming towards 40th Street and so on. Emery Bay Village is separated from the proposed site by a driveway. And that driveway has cars that come shooting out of it. The visibility, because of the shrubbery, is very bad. And I have nearly been hit more than once over the course of years. The increased plantings that IKEA is proposing, it sounds as though they will further obscure the driveway into IKEA and make it even more dangerous for short people, dogs, children, and wheelchair users to safely pass. Traffic is no friend to us. For all the reasons you're hearing tonight, I ask you to stop IKEA from going forward with its plans. It's a community-destroying proposition.
Thank you. Well, I will never be able to control the applause, but this, again, is a public meeting, not a movie.
Hello.
Thank
Is this
you.
on? I'm Charlie Schumann. I'm the treasurer of Emery Bay Village. I represent 112 people who have different opinions. So I'm not going to state an opinion tonight, but I want to tell you some of the concerns I have. Part of what I do is I'm a steward of the quality of life at Emery Bay Village. When we first had our meeting with IKEA, a couple of things came out in a blaring way. First, let me read the mission statement of IKEA that I've gotten from the internet. Create a better everyday life for the many. That speaks directly to quality of life. At the meeting, Emery Bay Village was not mentioned. There was a great presentation. This man gives a wonderful presentation about the growth for IKEA, all the benefits for IKEA. Every time a question was asked, it came back to the benefits of IKEA. I decided to ask questions about growth and basically took him through 3 questions to determine what they would do to support our community. The last question is, would you do anything? And he said no. That was a pretty blatant statement, I thought. You've heard a lot of the quality issues we're talking about here tonight. The contradiction I feel here is their mission statement, which is to better everyday life for people. And yet, what will happen here, it will reduce ours. And so our community will suffer from this. I feel that the cosmetic improvements that are out there, granted there's an attempt at that, but the long-term effect with IKEA's growth, their growth in dollars will only increase the traffic and the burden in our community. So I look at this and I'm asking the question, are we the few in IKEA's definition? And are they willing to sacrifice our quality of life for their bottom line? Thank you.
Thank you. And our last 3 speakers are?
Jack Asher, Judy Inouye, and Sile Convery. and Brian Donahue.
Hi, my name is Jack Asher. I live over in the Triangle neighborhood, but Monday through Friday, you find me at ECDC, right? Because both of my kids are there. I'm the president of the parents group, and I want you to know that while the building is across the street, our kids are out in the community. They go on walks, and during the rainy season, they walk over to head over heels so that they can, you know, burn a little daylight over there and some energy. And so I'm worried about any increased traffic in this area. We have, you know, infants in strollers being pushed by teachers. We have kids who are young, right? They know how to hold hands, but you know, you worry about them around cars. And the traffic study, when it was conducted, I don't think it overlapped with the Ravens football team that started using the secondary school's field, which on the one hand is wonderful because it brings more families to our community, but oh my God, it was a traffic nightmare, okay? It was SUVs and kids everywhere. And that's the spot for our multi-use facility, right? That's the heartbeat of Emeryville. We're supposed to be building the ECCL there. That's where everyone's supposed to be biking, walking, driving in order to meet, to gather, and to go to school. And so when we think about the peak hours of usage of that facility, it's not really during school hours. I think we're a small school district. We're going to have a lot of use you know, in the evenings, in the early morning, and on the weekend. So I just want you to think about the fact that this is a place that has a lot of children and is really a hub and a community for families in Emeryville. And I think we need to preserve those spots that provide a resource for families. And I'm also a little bit concerned about IKEA's discussion about the conditions. I understand that, you know, they're worried about uncertainty. This introduces a lot of uncertainty into the lives of the people who live in Emery Bay Village, uncertainty as far as their property values go. So the people who live and work in that area, who have kids going to daycare, we're dealing with uncertainty too. Thanks.
I'm Judy Inoue, and I also live in Emery Bay Village.
Could you speak into the mic?
Judy Inoue. I
Even
also
closer.
live in Emery Bay Village. I've been there since 1986, raised 3 kids. And I'd just like to piggyback on what everybody else is saying, that, especially with the kids. The kids walk. My back is, my patio is to the back street, to 47. The kids walk at least 3 times a week. They have outings at the swimming pool. And, you know, like they said, it is not safe if you're going to put a big building on the corner, as Joan said, from the wheelchairs, from the kids, from the bikes, from the pedestrians. And I've also seen accidents happen in Spear, whatever the little alley is. Okay, the IKEA money will go up. Our property value will go down. So we won't benefit from IKEA at all. It's just gonna box our little community in. Like they said, the Life Center would be on the front of 47th and San Pablo. And if this is on the back, our quality of life will be going down. We won't be able to walk, and our property value will be going down, and we'll be boxed in. So, Planning Committee, please consider, I am opposing IKEA coming in. Please be considerate of our little community so we can still stay, you know, a nice community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Sheila Convery, and I too, amazingly enough, there are lots of us who have lived
in Emeryville for years. Mine is 23 years, and I too have raised children here. When I came, there were 3,000 of us living in this city, and so it was actually kind of easy to know everybody. And I'm looking at all of you, and I've met one of you, and I recognize some of you, but I don't know any of you. This would not have happened 20 years ago. We would all have known each other. So one thing I would ask of all of you, I don't know where you live, but I want you to think about how you would feel if this building were going to be literally as close to a unit as you are if you went through those doors. I used to live at 4 Emery Bay Drive, which is near the west entrance of Emery Bay Village, and I don't have a good throwing arm, but I could throw a ball if I had, and it would land in that little parking lot. So I would ask you, I don't live there anymore, I live further into the complex. So I'd like you to imagine if you were there, 7 a.m. in the morning, drinking your coffee, and you hear the beeping, you start hearing the noise. Fast forward to the evening time, and you are sitting trying to have dinner with friends. Again, you hear the beeping, and you hear the noise. I ask you to think about walking your dog, walking your children, walking your grandchildren, walking yourself. And you're trying to navigate traffic coming out of Emery Bay Village, traffic going in and out of IKEA, traffic going into Spur Alley, traffic going out of Spur Alley, traffic coming around the corner up 53rd Street. That takes a feat, which is becoming increasingly difficult for me as I grow a little older, to navigate all of those barriers and potential obstacles that are there. This will only grow worse with IKEA. When I moved here, there was a huge push to make Emeryville conducive for families, and Emery Bay Village was lauded as the one place that one could actually raise a family. I think that has changed for the better, thanks to good planning on your part and the city. I do think that allowing IKEA to go into probably the first real residential area in the city would be a huge mistake. My last thing has to do with aesthetics. Everything that everybody says when they walk into Emery Bay Village is, wow, this place looks gorgeous. It is literally this tree-filled, the realtors like to use the word oasis, but it is kind of true. But I would like you to imagine having this. I'm sorry, I do like many of the products, lots of people have said that, but the outside of those buildings are hideous. And when that building came to you originally, you did your utmost, the commissioners who were sitting here, to try and get IKEA to change the outside of that building, and you were semi-successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
We have 2 more speakers, Brian Donahue and Jill Martin. And it looks like we have another one. Brian Donahue, Jill Martin, and Forrest G. And if there anyone else who wants to speak on this item, please turn in a speaker card now. Thank you.
Okay, I don't live in Emery Bay Village, but I have some problems with this. For one thing, you should know that the Bicycle Pedestrian Committee, about a year ago, voted unanimously, I believe it was 7-0, to adopt Berkeley's metrics for what should constitute a bicycle boulevard in Emeryville, and that is no more than 25 miles an hour for automobile traffic, and no more than 3,000 ADT, average daily trips. As it turns out, Horton Street has already passed the 3,000 ADT point, and we're in the process right now of rewriting our bicycle pedestrian plan, and hopefully this 3,000 number will be adopted when the plan is done. But that was the unanimous vote of the BPAC. So this project will certainly will exacerbate the traffic on Horton Street, absolutely, that's demonstrable, even though they say that they're only going to use Hollis Street. I'm sure plenty will use Horton Street as a shortcut as Hollis Street gets filled up, and other people will also use Horton Street as Hollis Street gets filled up by this project. And also we have no idea what the traffic ADT on 53rd Street is, which is also going to be a bicycle boulevard. So if our bike plan says no more than 3,000 ADT, this project could destroy our bike boulevards. So we don't know, so the question is, I don't think we should move forward with this giant looming question mark. We're supposed to be a city that's honoring bicycling as a form of transportation. So since we don't know if this is going to exacerbate the 3,000 ADT that's most likely going to be required for bicycle boulevards, I think it's sort of reckless for you to just move ahead and let this happen. I think we need to find that out. The next point I wanted to say quickly, I think we need to consider the newness of our general plan. It's 5 years in the making. These things come every 25 years, general plans. And I believe that the closer you are to the inception of the plan, the more sacrosanct the spirit of the plan should be. So since this plan is barely a year old, even though this warehouse managed to get a secondary use designation by scaling it back to slightly less than 50% of the use of the warehouse, I say that's sort of a cynical ploy. And I think that we should honor the general plan spirit, especially since we just did this plan a year ago. Now, as general plans age, I think that we can be more willing to amend and to go against the spirit of the plans as they move on down towards 25 years. But they're supposed to be 25-year documents, and I think we should be honoring the spirit of the general plan. And then the last point I wanted to say was, two more points. One's real quick. This IKEA didn't talk about relocating this warehouse at Bay Street Site B, a big piece of fallow land that's right to the north of IKEA, and I think that would be much more compatible space. And then I wanted to talk about the plaza that they're talking about being a gathering space for residents. I just can't see residents gathering at a shopping warehouse. I just can't see that.
Thank you. Next speaker. Hi.
I'm Jill Martin, and I also live in Emeryville. Do that. I've been there about 7 years.
If you can speak directly into the mic.
Okay, so I've lived there about 7 years. One of the reasons that I moved there and why many of my neighbors have moved there is because of the quiet peacefulness that we experience in our community. It is the one amenity that we have as a condo association and development, and it is what gives our property value. If you take that away from us, you take away our property value, and you take away our quality of life. The other point I wanted to make is when IKEA came and talked to us, there was a point that was made that wasn't made here tonight, and that is that the signage and the IKEA presence there on the corner will bring people in who think that it's an IKEA extension, who think that it's, a discount center. They won't know what it is, but it's going to contribute more traffic to the situation that ended up in the traffic report, because people are going to think that it's something other than it isn't, just passerbyers, just traffic that comes along the street. It will definitely be a magnet for more than just the people who are coming to pick up their purchases from IKEA. That's the only other thing that I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you.
Forrest G. And we have one more card, Miranda Olson.
I feel like Emeryville, Forrest J. I'm a new resident to Emeryville Village. I feel like the city of Emeryville has tried to make our part of Emeryville the center, and it's the child center for Emeryville. And so I find that this use of the big box retailer really incompatible with that. I feel that it's not even interfering with my quality of life, but the children of Emeryville, and they are our future. I find it hard to believe that IKEA was not able to find a compatible use for their warehouse in West Oakland, which has high truck traffic, which has high pickup. A good example is the Granite Expo. Granite Expo has a retail outlet right across from Home Depot, and they have their big pickup not very far in West Oakland. A very, very compatible use. So I really do oppose their placement of their big box retailers location in the center of our children's heart. Thank you.
Thank you. And one more speaker.
Hi.
Hi.
My name's Miranda Olson. I'm actually carless, but I use Zipcar and I bicycle and I'm a pedestrian on a regular basis. And I live in 904608 area code on 55th Street in Oakland, though. And my friend lives in the Emery Bay community. Bicycling, which I did from 53rd tonight to here, It wasn't the easiest situation. I don't think the additional burnout or whatever you call it, bulb out, would actually help. But bike monitoring cameras would. Things with the traffic studies and long-term planning for the city, many people haven't considered things like Target and Pixar's new increase, which will add traffic to Hollis Street, which is really great to bike on right now. But with that increased traffic, especially with large trucks turning, with lots of kids around, I don't think it's a really great idea. Also, Zipcar is a fantastic vehicle, and it's right there on 53rd Street in Hollis. It's wonderful to pick up. People use it all the time. And no offense, but Zipcar drivers do not tend to be the best drivers. So imagine them going, oh my God, I don't drive all the time, and now there's all these big trucks around me, and there's traffic, and I'm stressing out. And anyway, I don't think it would be that great of a location for the warehouse. Also, with sound walls and city planning, as you know, sound walls attract graffiti. They're not going to do graffiti with the high school next door inside the IKEA location, but for these poor Emery Bay people who will have more teenagers lurking around the facilities. So please consider not doing this. With our recession and everything right now, I'm sure IKEA, with its money and everything and investments, can find other buildings and actually build a new facility. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is that all the speakers we have? Going to bring it back to the commission. A couple of quick comments, and then we'll go out.
Excuse me, Chair Flores.
Yes.
Did you close the public hearing?
That closes the public hearing.
Thank you.
First of all, I just want to thank everyone for coming out. As you probably know, all 7 of the commission members up here live in Emeryville. It's 1.2 square miles, so it's not far-fetched for us to all know each other. We go through growth problems and change in our communities as well. So just keep in mind that the 7 of us also are Emeryvillians, and we really appreciate the turnout tonight, and that everyone can step up to that microphone and make comments. It doesn't happen all the time, and for people listening out there, please come. That's my only comment I had on that, and that my time's up anyway. So would anybody like to go first? John Sherman.
Okay, I'll go for it.
I'm going to step away from the mic for a second.
So one of the things that I brought up at the study session is my first reaction to this was, wow, this is really a bad idea, until I looked at it. And what really struck me is how this is being used, the level of the impact on the community and the traffic and the noise, that it would be less than what could be built there. And I sincerely feel that what is being proposed here is actually going to have less of a neighborhood impact on the neighborhood than what could be built there. And I think we really have to look at the amount of traffic that level 3 has, which is like nothing. And I think that really needs to be taken into consideration. And we need to, I think sometimes we have a hard time wrapping our heads around some of the numbers, but when I see numbers like the 71 weekday trips spread over a large amount of time, that is a very light amount of traffic. So I just don't see the traffic impact. The other thing that kind of surprised me is the noise level. I made several trips, at least 5 trips to the neighborhood at different times. And I tried to go different times of the day, after work, when I would foresee the rush hour times. I went by bike, I went on foot, I drove my car, and just tried to hang around and just kind of observe things. And one of the things that struck me is, as serene looking as your neighborhood is, and it's absolutely beautiful, and it is an oasis, but the ambient noise level there is relatively high. And I was very surprised at that, and I really don't see the impacts of what's being proposed here as being an increase to the noise level that is really going to make a perceptible difference. And I think they've done some good things with the sound wall to mitigate the noise of the semis. But I don't see those impacts. Now, when I look at, and I see this as a project that can be a win-win, and what I looked for the project is what is going to support our general plan goals. And I was intimately involved in the general plan for the last 5 years, and it's really, really important to me that we bring about our goals. And what I see is that this is a project that is helping us reach those goals. Because one of the things that I see it doing is definitely improving the street frontage on 53rd to bring forth more of a green street. We are eliminating surface parking, we're improving the streetscape, we're also improving the bicycle conditions with the video cameras, the bulb outs, the easements for the Bay Trail. I think these are all important things. So one of the issues that I do, or concerns that I do have, is I think that all of the conditions of approval are very important, every one of them. And you raised concerns about kind of open-ended in the 6 to 12-month review period. I think you have to look at the good faith of the city also. It's like that kind of goes both ways. And I think that's incredibly important, that we be able to reevaluate this in 6 months if there are issues. And hopefully there won't be issues. But I think all of those conditions are very important. So those are my comments.
Thank you, John. Well, go ahead, Art.
Thank you. I too served on the General Plan Commission for almost 3 years. And in my time on the commission with John and others, I feel that this project really does represent what the General Plan asked for. The General Plan says we want diversity of uses within the city. We're not building suburbia. We're building a central mixed-use city. And I think this project complies with the goals of the General Plan. As far as personal effects, I guess it's in the eyes of the beholder, but I live across the street from Trader Vic's, and we don't have 100 cars. We have 200 cars a day and 10 trucks going by my apartment. You know what? You don't even notice it after a while. I don't feel offended by it at all. In fact, it's quite nice because I get to use their parking lot. So I think all in all, I believe this project will be an asset to the city, and I would support it.
Yeah.
Well, when the project initially came to the Planning Commission, I was thinking, well, they first said probably 40 trips a day. I thought, that's not a big deal. 1 truck a day, 1 big truck, 40 trucks a day. But as I have been listening to the residents of Emery Bay Village and looking at the traffic studies and looking at the other information and thinking about the operational characteristics of this place, I have actually gone in the other direction, because I appreciate that the applicant has gone a long way to try to make accommodations, but I still think that this use, for one thing, I don't believe that it is a secondary use. It's about 250 square feet smaller than the primary use inside the building, but all of the activity is going to be going on outside the building. All of the cars, the amount of parking, the amount of truck loading, everything else that's happening says to me that that is going to be perceived as the primary use of the building. So I would be really hard pressed to make that finding. The people who come to an office technology job are people who come regularly, who know where they're going, who know where they're parking, who know where the kids' schools are. The people who come from out of town to pick something up are just, they have their little wayfinding map, but that's not necessarily meaning that they're going to be aware of their surroundings and that they're going to be sensitive of their surroundings. We've designated 53rd Street as a bicycle boulevard, as a green street, as a special pedestrian bicycle area. And with the building of the bridge across the tracks, it's going to be even more so. So I have come to the position where I really feel that it's not a compatible use with the residential neighborhood. I think Emery Bay Village is a special place. In the general plan, we mentioned the Triangle, we mentioned Doyle Hollis neighborhood, we mentioned Watergate, and I think it was sort of an omission that we didn't mention Emery Bay Village as a place with special character within our town. And I find it troubling that there are projections made as to the level of use. The applicant is not comfortable with saying, well, you know, we'll check back 6 months later because they're not comfortable with the uncertainty. But in the same vein, he has mentioned that internet sales might be a possibility in the future. There could be shifts in the way the business is done. We don't have any certainty as to the level of use that's going to happen there either. So that's my comments for the moment.
Thank you, Gail. Mr. Stephen? Oh, Buzz? We're jumping all over the place.
Well, I agree with John, basically, that I think the traffic is minimal. It would be less than what traffic could be for something that's approved right now that would not even come before the Planning Commission. And I think with that special condition that IKEA wasn't too happy about, 6-month review, that if there are problems, they could be dealt with at that time.
Vanessa?
I appreciate the success of IKEA and the contribution to the tax base of this town. And at the same time, I do believe that with our new general plan, this is not a compatible use. We've spent a lot of time making this general plan, and it does not include any regional retail within its center core. There's a reason for that. Actually, Gail mentioned quite a few of them. Folks are not familiar with the area. They tend to be not as aware of their surroundings. They don't know where they're going. This is a green street, a bicycle boulevard. There's our new community center of life is going to be there, and this is the spur alley. All these things make me feel nervous about having regional retail in this area, as well as setting a precedent for more regional retail filtering in this office technology space. So I also am not only questioning, but pretty darn sure it would not be a secondary use in terms of the level of use. Level 3, they're barely there. And in terms of impact on the city, IKEA would actually be the primary user. Debating on whether the semantics is the case is another thing. So I would not be able to support IKEA being in this location.
Thank you. I too have some problems with this, and the basic problems I have been enunciated by the community. I want to commend the community for coming out in support of their beliefs, and I think they've been unified, and it's been very exemplary in how they've presented their case, very, very professionally. I see conflicts on 53rd Street between preschool, after school, and the bike path and the pedestrian feel of 53rd. I see that this would be an unsafe situation. The compatibility issues in transforming a peaceful area, especially on the weekends, to me are very disturbing. And I basically distrust the projections. I don't believe them. And I think the wave of the future is internet, and I think people will be coming here more than they'll be coming to the store eventually. So I really feel that the projections are not valid in this case. And this is the first of any of IKEA's distribution centers, and I think that will be the testing lab, and I think we're going to all regret this eventually. The intensity of the use, Monday through Sunday, every day, is just not compatible in this area, which is surrounded by residential, pedestrian, children, people in wheelchairs, people of all ages and shapes and sizes. I don't see this being a very safe use in this area. And the thing that disturbs me is that large items, which is what they will have here, to me dictates large vehicles, large trucks, noisy, gas-emitting, fuming trucks that I don't think are going to fit in the 9x18 spaces that are on the site plan. I think this place is going to be congested because I'm sure I can't pull my Prius up there and pick up a large item and fit it comfortably in my little eco-sensitive car. So I think this is going to be a parking lot that's going to be fraught with problems. It's not going to be vehicles. It's going to be large trucks, SUVs. People that have large items, they need large vehicles. And the diluted spirit of the general plan is disturbing. Everyone's pointed that out. I see that it only helps IKEA, not the neighborhood. And I think there are better locations off Mandela or near the railroad tracks in North Emeryville, which I think would be more harmonious for this type of use.
Thank you, Stephen. Well, I've been in Emeryville for about 8 years. I'm in the Triangle neighborhood, and like everyone else here, have seen changes even in those 8 years. At 53rd and Adeline, I'm close to Oakland, but I'm next to a school. I'm across the street from a demo contractor. I'm next to big empty warehouses, and empty warehouses that have been converted and gotten very tall. Neighborhood dynamics have changed, and people have come together, not unlike what's happening in Emery Bay Village. It's great. It's part of it's wonderful to be a part of a small community that's in the heart of the Bay Area. We're in the heart of such a vibrant urban environment that, but yet we have control. We can all sit here and be a part of every aspect of it. So I go back to lauding everybody coming here and all the comments that have been made. When this first came to me, and I spoke with the applicant, and then with staff, and then the applicant again, and then the study session, I was wavering. I wasn't sure if it worked there. I've obviously walked through Emery Bay many times as I campaigned last year, and it is an oasis in every sense of the word. Beautiful place to live. Heard lots of stories about how it was made and where it came about, and those are exciting stories, but it's a wonderful place to be. And we appreciate that it's there, and I think that goes without saying. I'm for urban infill. I'm for anti-sprawl. I'm for putting things in the infrastructure where we have it. There were many comments that said put it somewhere else. That's exactly what I don't like to hear in this city that I plan to live the rest of my life in. I want to use what we have, and I don't want a new building built somewhere else. Maybe IKEA could find a place somewhere else. Maybe they couldn't. Maybe they really wanted to be in Emeryville. Maybe that's the reason they came the first when they chose the Emeryville building. I worry that the hall is full because it's IKEA. You know, if it was a local furniture manufacturer, what would it look like in here right now if the big four-letter word wasn't up? I don't see any other use for this warehouse than warehouse use. It's office technology, and I have to agree with a couple of other commissioners here and the reports that say that there would be a lot more traffic. I believe that there would be a lot more traffic, a lot more right turn up to San Pablo if this were another use, if this were office technology. There'd be a lot more people working there, a lot more people coming in the morning, leaving at rush hour, and not taking a designed route on a map, but going up 53rd to San Pablo and taking that because they know the 80's full. That's what I believe. I appreciate everyone's comments. I don't want to waver on any of the staff recommendations except the bulb outs. I think making them temporary is a good move for us now because I don't believe that the bulb outs will work at all, in my opinion. So that's how I feel. I support this project. I do believe it supports the general plan. I think that the improvements are going to be a big improvement on that section of the road. That's my feeling. I'll call the question.
Can you identify the conditions that you feel the applicant has added? You said he added verbally some conditions. Do we have to identify them?
I'm not sure. I'd have to see the PowerPoint again. But there were some things in the noise mitigation slide in particular that were new things that we hadn't seen.
You want to pull that slide up, Charlie? Do you want to get this over with, or?
Let's see, well, the truck delivery is, already in the conditions. The sound wall's in the conditions. Moving the oversized vehicle pickup to the south is in the project already. I guess disabling the annunciators, that means backup beepers, I think, is not in our conditions. I'm not sure what inflatable dock shelters.
Is that an OSHA issue?
Did you do that legally?
Yeah,
Well,
isn't it
we've
OSHA
required it in the past for noise waivers, and we've investigated it, and what we've found in the OSHA regulations, I believe, is that you have to have either backup beepers or a spotter. You've got to have a person behind the truck to warn people that the truck is backing up.
So we could put in the conditions that as long as they meet OSHA standards,
Yeah.
they can keep the enunciators off with backup people.
Yeah. Instructing drivers not to idle trucks, I don't believe we have that. Inflatable dock shelters, I don't know what that is. Limiting speed of forklifts in and out, we don't have that. Eliminating trash compactors, I don't think we have
Are
that.
there
in
trash
our
compactors
conditions.
on site now, and you're going to eliminate them? Just a nod of the head is good. Yes.
And moving the recycle bins to the inside of the building, I'm not sure. Is that in the plans? No. So it's basically those, I don't know, half dozen things on there. Excuse me.
This is
The commission is deliberating now. Public hearing is over.
Thank you.
So those are the things that we would recommend adding.
I would.
Can we also now, if you don't mind, Hart, bring up the conditions that were highlighted? I think either was the highlighted conditions that you had issues with.
You objected, yeah.
Because everything else we'll assume you don't have an objection to. Okay. I think it's pretty clear all 7 of us did not want to budge on any of these, so we're not.
What about the bulb outs being
Well,
temporary?
I would like to suggest that. I don't know if anybody's going to call the question, make a motion here, but that's...
I'd like to make the motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make the motion that we accept, that we do not accept their conditions of approval, the applicants, with the one exception that if they want, the bulb outs can be temporary and made permanent if they prove it. And then we'll include all the exceptions that the director announced under the noise.
Okay, just to clarify, so you're saying that the things that they take issue with you would leave in, with the exception of making the bulb outs temporary, and the things that we just looked at the noise mitigation slide.
I'm rejecting all those conditions.
Well, they're objecting to these conditions.
Yeah. Oh, I see, I'm sorry.
And so you're saying you would reject their objection.
That's right.
Right? And we would keep those conditions in.
Except the bulb out modification.
Except the bulb outs, which we would make temporary, which could be reviewed after this 6-month period.
And did we also agree with Maurice's assessment that we'd break down the permit in order to not allow the easements to keep them from getting a permit? Is that agreed?
Yes.
Yes.
So Art made the motion, I would second that.
Okay.
John, that's so Arthoff.
Do we need any more specifics
Do you
on
want?
those
Do you want to?
noise
Well,
things?
we'll have Charlie read it back to us in synopsis.
Okay. So, you wanna- Okay. So, to reiterate, it would be with the conditions of approval recommended by staff, plus the additional things that IKEA has set forth in that noise mitigation slide, which we have a copy of their slideshow so we can get down what those are, that the bulb outs would be made temporary at first, and we need to be a little more specific here about when they become permanent. I would suggest after the first 6-month compliance review,
All right.
if we find that they are working and no one's objecting strenuously, that we then require IKEA to put them in permanently?
Agree.
I would suggest that we look into being able to do that, because there is suggestion that that they're not possible with underground utilities and so forth. But I guess, Maurice, would they do that research and come back to us, or would that happen during building permit?
Or they could remove
This
them
is
if
part
they
of the
find-
building permit anyway, right?
No,
I'm
it's
pretty
not.
certain that we can construct the bulb outs with the utilities in place. There's a way to do it.
Okay. So we'll look at it after the 6 months. That's fine.
You still have an issue.
Or at that point, the commission may decide that they don't want the bulb outs.
Oh, yeah,
and
that's
that
why
they
we
can
want them
certainly be
temporary. We're going
removed
to
at
send
that
John
point.
down there 100 times. on
So
his
I
bike.
would suggest that we make it a condition of approval. I don't know how it's worded right now, but I would suggest that the bulb outs, temporary bulb outs with asphalt curbs, be installed prior to certificate of occupancy. And then when they actually begin occupancy, after the 6-month review, we'll determine whether or not the bulb outs are causing a problem. And if we find that they're great, there's no problems, then IKEA would be required to make permanent bulb outs with concrete, curb, gutter, the whole thing. And if they are a problem, then they can be removed.
Correct. Accept.
Heard accepts
Okay,
that.
and then
It
making
was-
the building permit be a phased thing with foundation or whatever. Now, I would,
There is no foundation, but
that's true, there is no foundation in this case. It's an existing, but it's a TI, so.
basically it's a TI, yeah.
Is there? Okay, Miro says there's a demolition permit.
Oh.
So they could get going on that. Yeah, okay.
Okay. So, motion by Art Hoff, seconded by John Sherman. Are there any last comments? You call the
Work it
vote.
out. Is that- Okay. Are you ready for a roll call?
There we are.
All right, with, this motion is to approve the project with the conditions as modified. Commissioner Donaldson?
No.
Commissioner Coomerly?
No.
Commissioner Hoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberg?
Nay.
Vice Chair Cardoza?
Aye.
And Chair Flores?
Yes.
4 ayes, 3 noes. The application is approved. This decision is appealable to the City Council within 15 days. That is until 4 p.m. on Friday, September 10th. That is the deadline to file an appeal with the City Council. 4 p.m. Friday, September 10th, 15 days from today. And the appeal fee is $200. It can be filed at the Planning and Buildings front counter across the way in the Administration Building.
Thank you all for coming. We're going to take a 8-minute break. Maru Desai will be making the presentation.
Okay, this is a use permit and design review to establish medical offices in an existing 15,000 square foot building located at the corner of Stanford and Hollis. This is the picture of the brick building that we are talking about. This is the project site. The red kind of shows the property lines, and the hashed area is the building, the site, the footprint of the building. The parking for this building is located across Stanford Avenue, and this is a private parcel which belongs with this building, and this is the parking that is going to go with the building. They're also showing some parking here, and I'll talk a little bit more about it in a little bit. So essentially, there are not too many site improvements to the building. They're proposing a new canopy at the main entry, a new fence, and a patio area in the rear, which is right here, and the patio would be here. This deck is existing. And most of it would be tenant improvements, so it'll be all interior modifications. In terms of operational characteristics, the medical group is called the Pain and Rehabilitation Consultants, or the PRC group. and it's going to house the administrative and medical practice at the site. It will be the primary office for group's 2 founding doctors. The clinic hours are 9 to 5, your standard office hours, and there would be a total of 40 employees. These 40 employees will not be at the same time at all times. They're kind of part-time, some of them are full-time, so at no given time would you have 40 employees on site, but it would be less than that. Also, there will be no surgical treatment or procedures performed at this facility. In terms of conformity with regulations, the site falls in the MUN, mixed use with non-residential district, where medical offices are permitted with a use permit. We believe that the proposed use is compatible with the surrounding uses, which is a mix of office, biotech firms, and warehouse uses, and residential a little bit down, half a block down the site. In terms of height and floor area ratio, the proposal does not involve any change in height or FAR, and the existing building conforms with the height and FAR districts. In terms of parking, the parking is 3 per 1,000 requirement, which translates to 37 spaces. They're proposing 39 spaces. Now, I want to talk a little bit about parking here. They are showing 41 spaces, so there's 41 here. In addition to that, they're showing some handicapped spaces about 3 or 4 here. Now, if you look at the property line, these spaces extend in the public right-of-way. We consider these spaces illegal, and we would not be counting the spaces. So what we did was we looked at that they do have 41 spaces, and even when you account for a loss of a couple of spaces to accommodate handicap, they still have sufficient parking spaces for the building and the use. So one of our conditions of approval is that these illegal parking spaces be removed, and the sidewalk along Stanford Avenue, which kind of disappears at this point, be extended from the building till the Hollis Street. That concludes my presentation. We are recommending approval, and if there are any questions, I would be happy to answer.
I really wonder if that parking is adequate. If you look at the floor plan, there are an awful lot of small spaces used for treating patients, and presumably there's I don't know how long they're there for, what the turnover rate is, but obviously there'd have to be a fair number of employees to treat the patients in all those rooms.
Right. We have to
Has
go.
that been studied at all?
Well, we go by what the parking requirement for this uses in our zoning ordinance, and that's what we've used. And when we use that, it does comply.
Is that it's parking on Spur Alley? Is that public parking, city
This
public
one?
parking? Yeah.
No, this is private property.
That's private parking.
Yeah, and there is no parking permitted. Well, at least not here.
Okay.
The package came with a Scheme 1.
Yes.
What is that?
Okay.
What's the relevance to this project?
The relevance is this. The commission last year approved the paper mill project, which is, let me just, okay.
Thankfully, the architect tonight is also the architect for the adjacent property, so he'll be able to answer.
So the paper mill project, oh, sorry. The paper mill project is right here. And as a part of that project,
And this project.
is right.
Right.
Could you hit the microphone, Maru?
So as part of that project, there was a requirement for building a public park. And in order to do that, this was one of the possible schemes that was kind of blessed by the commission. And what that involved is translating the parking, all the parking, that 41 spaces that you see lined up, they would be then provided here. So this would involve a swap, a property swap between the park and the parking areas. So we are using, at that time, we did talk with the owners of the property in question, and we had some tentative agreements. So this, we feel, is an opportunity to memorialize that agreement, and so what this ensures is that because of the condition of approval, whenever this park gets built, there is no doubt or question or renegotiation about this land swap.
Let
I
me
see.
just elaborate a little bit more for those who don't have the history here. Stanford Avenue used to be an interurban rail line that went from, the main line along the bay up to downtown Berkeley. There were a number of railroad tracks and streetcar tracks that went along here. And when that got abandoned, the city acquired some of the property there for a street and also for a parking lot. Well, the people who own this building in question, what's the address, 1355 Stanford? 1335 Stanford. The people who owned that building at that time had managed to buy some property from the railroad before the city did, and they ended up with a little bit of land over there that they used for parking. When the city came in and bought the rest of the land and laid out a city parking lot, it kind of subsumed this already private parking lot that was there. So the city cut a deal with those owners that we would kind of incorporate their private parking into the city parking lot. And those parking spaces that Miru showed on that previous drawing, those are actually a separate piece of property. You have two funny little parcels that are privately owned in the middle of a city-owned parking lot. And the condition of approval on the paper mill was that city parking lot should be eliminated and turned into a park. And part of the rationale for that was that most of the people who parked there were people who were employed in that building that's going to be demolished. And so it's not going to cause any parking problems to get rid of the parking lot because the building's going away anyway and everybody would rather have a park there. But we've got 44 private parking spaces in the middle of it that we have to try to continue to accommodate somehow because it's the only off-street parking for the building across the street. So we went through a number of different possible layouts with the owners across the street. They really had no obligation to agree to anything, but they agreed that this scheme would work for them. And so we want the new owners to also agree to that and to, agree to implement it.
So that's going to go with the in perpetuity. It's not going to be a change in parking that will impact the medical use.
Right. I mean, this will become the off-street parking for that building across the street, whatever it is in the future. I mean, this all depends upon the paper mill project moving ahead.
This depends on that project
If,
even
if and when the paper mill project moves ahead, then this will become the new configuration. Until that time, they're still going to have the parking they have now.
Right. So they'll always have 41 spaces.
Well, actually, it's 30 what?
It's probably going to be 39 once you include the handicapped.
Okay.
Yeah, it's whatever the zoning requirement is.
In your experience, I know you worked at Oakland, in the planning department in Oakland. Office use, 4 per thousand?
No, not necessarily.
3 per thousand?
It varies. It depends on the situation. Downtown Oakland along Broadway, 0 per thousand.
Okay, how about in a
There's not that
less
much
intensive location?
Frankly, I don't remember what the requirement was in Oakland. It was expressed a different way. It wasn't expressed as per 1,000 square feet, so I don't really recall. But in our experience in Emeryville, the 3 per thousand that we have, which translates to 2.4 per thousand when you multiply it by 80%, is
Right.
adequate. And the trend per our new general plan is to reduce parking and try to increase dependence on other travel modes. So in my personal opinion, 4 per thousand would be excessive.
Well,
Not for medical
count the
use.
number of cubicles and examination rooms and offices, it comes to much more than 42. And, I wonder if the business works if it doesn't have enough parking for
Yeah.
all the
Well,
staff.
I
that
would
be
say
here.
that's a business decision
Yeah, I
on the
guess
part
the-
of the applicant.
The applicants can
Yeah.
maybe talk about what they do there and what their staff constraints are. Any more questions for staff?
Yeah, one quick question, and that's, can you tell us a little bit more about the right-of-way for Tisparelli, the easement for bikes, pedestrians?
Let me see. Okay.
Yeah, I had a hard time figuring it out too. I rode my bike over there this afternoon. Like, circuitous to get around. There it is.
All right, to put this in context of what we've been looking at tonight, here's Hollis Street. Here's the 53rd Street Bicycle Boulevard. Here's the IKEA warehouse site right here. Here's Emeryville Village right here. This doctor's office site is right here. What I've zoomed into here is the bicycle map from the general plan. And the dotted blue lines are bicycle boulevards, and the kind of dashed orange lines are other bike routes. There's always been a problem here in Emeryville of getting from here over to here, because there's a big block here and it's kind of hard to get through. The general plan has a little dashed line here through these, this is through some private property, through a little path between a couple of buildings, and then through a parking lot. That was kind of a tentative thing, and it was put in after some debate, but we're finding that it's problematic to implement. And what the city is exploring now is another possibility that has been discussed many times in the past. We've kind of gone back and forth, but the thinking now is that it would be better to do it right there. And it's a shorter connection, and what happens is there's a driveway here that I believe is owned by Mr. Silberman, if he's still here. And that's the building that the Doyle Street Cafe is in. And you'd go down that driveway, and then when you get to the very back of it, there's a short retaining wall, and then Spur Alley is right on the other side of that retaining wall. There's a drop of about 2.5 feet. So somehow you've got to break through the fence there, and then you have to build a ramp that would go from that driveway down to Spur Alley.
Was Spur Alley a public street?
No, Spur Alley is a privately owned property, but as you can see, it's designated on the general plan as a bike route, and it has been designated as a bike route for many years. It was in the old general plan as a bike route. It was in the bicycle pedestrian plan as a bike route. I believe the city has some sort of an option for an easement over that property. I don't know the exact legal arrangement, but it is definitely in the general plan as a bike route. Now, these pictures may be a little hard to see. This is Spur Alley. This is the back of the 1335 Stanford building. And this over here is where that driveway would come out from Doyle Street. Here you see the little 2.5 foot tall retaining wall. So this is where you have to drop 2.5 feet or so from here down to Spur Alley. And given the slopes that would be required for ADA, I don't know, but I think we're looking at about a 30 to 50 foot long ramp probably. And here you can see it it's back here. The driveway comes in back here, and the little retaining wall is here. So this is the building. This is what they're showing as the deck behind the building, which is currently already there. It's like a loading dock or something. And then this is the area that they've shown for an outdoor patio space that currently has these storage sheds on it. What we're saying is we would like an easement across here to lay out this ramp, however it may go, to connect down here from Spur Alley to Doyle Street. And if you look at the site plan, okay, this is the survey, the ALTA survey. This is where the Pacific Rim School is, and this is where the I don't know what the name of the building is, but the building that has Doyle Street Cafe in it. There's a driveway that actually runs on both sides of this property line, 2 driveways. Pacific Rim has one here, and Fordham has one on this side, and there's a fence between the two. So it would come down this driveway, and then there's a little parking area back here, and then somehow it would come down here and probably go over like this and over and back, or something like that. And this, I'm not sure which one is their property line. It's one of these here, and it would be, in the vicinity where these sheds are. So does that make it more clear?
Much more clear.
Yeah, thanks. It was really unclear before.
There was some mention of the back porch there and it being not legal or not conforming after the TI. Is that not true?
The back
the deck that they have back there.
I don't know. What was that called, Miro? It may have.
And the sheds are on that property.
Well, it might have had to do with ADA access. I mean, you've got a you've got a deck back here, which is the existing loading dock,
Yeah.
and the patio is down at ground level, and the deck is higher up, and you've got steps going down to it.
Yeah.
So for ADA compliance, you'd probably have to have a ramp.
I see.
Was that what the comment was?
I
I'm not sure
don't know
what Chair is
where it came
referring
from.
to.
And the sheds are on the property,
The sheds are where that
but they're part of this
patio would
property.
be.
Right.
Char- Charlie, I had a quick question. The 20% reduction in floor area for parking calcs, what is the purpose of that reduction?
Well, it's really to account for net to gross ratio. You know, I mean, because the floor area is defined in the code is based on gross. It's based on outside wall to outside wall and everything that's inside the building, and the 20% reduction is for internal circulation space and restrooms and walls and core area stuff. So it's really talking about the net to gross ratio.
Any more questions for staff before the applicant?
I don't know whether it's for staff or applicant, but concerning the parking spaces in that little sliver that are out over the right-of-way, is there room in there to put one handicapped space? Because having all of the handicapped space across the street for a rehab and pain center is problematic, I think. I've been dealing...
Or loading, or like one of those handicap loading zones with a space.
Something closer to the building would really be desirable.
Otherwise, you're going to lose some parking spaces over here because you have to have space to unload the side of the van, and that usually takes at least half a parking place.
But even if you turned it somehow, is there room for that, or is that a question for the applicant? That's a question for the... Oh, okay.
But let me take a shot here. This is a space we're talking about.
Yes.
And I don't know what the dimensions are that are required for a handicap space, but it's about what's here. It's not clear that there's really enough room that you might be able to fit it in here, but then you still have to have the loading area, and you have to have a path of travel. And I mean, you could fit 2 cars in here, but then they'd back out into the public right-of-way. They're not supposed to do that. And you can't have the path of travel go behind another handicap space other than your own handicap space. So if you have 2 spaces, you can't have the path of travel go behind one of them. So that the path of travel would have to come in front and wrap around. So it's questionable whether you could squeeze all that in here. I suppose you could put, the handicap requirement, by the way, comes from the building code. It doesn't come from the zoning ordinance. It's a state building code requirement.
Right.
So
I'm just dealing with people that have really difficult mobility issues now, and the idea of them going to a doctor's appointment and having to cross streets is...
Oh, I absolutely
Yeah,
understand. I'm just
daunting.
not sure about what the building code says about whether or not you can split up your handicap spaces like that, or if they have to be together. I do know they're supposed to be the closest spaces.
Right, and that that's not actually the closest, but there's a psychological thing about crossing.
Well,
the
it
street.
would be if you're over here, if your space is over here.
No, but your space would have to be near the front door.
Well, no, because the path of travel is either across this crosswalk here or the other one up at Doyle. You can't jaywalk. So you
That's
have to
even
come
worse.
down here, go across the crosswalk, and come back. And
That's
that means that the closest space to the front door are these over here,
Ooh, yikes.
or these down here.
Anyway.
So, yeah, that's an issue.
I believe Kava had an answer for this.
Yeah. You ever been to Kaiser? Anyway, let's hear from the applicant unless there's any other questions for staff. Applicant like to make a presentation? You gonna draw straws?
Hello, my name is Brendan Morley. I'm one of the
If you could talk directly into the mic, please.
one of the 2 proposed buyers of the property, and we have this application before you. I'm here with my partner, Bob Jamasby. We've been looking for a building to bring all our practice in one location for a long time. We're very excited to find this building, and we've been looking at it for a long time. And as you're probably aware for our application, part of our practice right now exists in Emeryville. We have a part of the rehabilitation part of our practice, which is located in another site in Emeryville. And we've been in practice together since about 1995 or so, me and my partner, and we have our primary practice now in a couple of different locations scattered through the one I mentioned in Emeryville and a couple other in Berkeley and Oakland, and we'd all like to be in one place. And we appreciate all the work that staff's done also to get this on the agenda tonight, and we have our architect with us. We certainly have some comments in regards to the staff recommendations, and are excited, though it looks like that we can make this project work, and we think it's going to be great for Emeryville, and very excited to be in the area. I just want to tell you a little bit about our practice. We treat basically patients with chronic pain, and Mr. Cardoza, I heard your comments about it seeming like there's so many exam rooms in this practice, and we have a style of practice where we want to be able to have our patients come in and have our patients' rooms. We often have patients who have significant mobility issues. We now, just so you have some context, practice in an office that just has 5 exam rooms, and we're not trying to make our practice bigger. We're just trying to make it easier, really, to treat the same number of patients. And given historic use of our practice, we think that we can fit into this space and we can be kind to our neighbors, and it won't be something that's burdensome to the local area. I don't know if you want to say anything, Dr. Mosby, at all. But we'd like to have our architect, Kava Masai, speak to you for a few minutes, if he could, and kind of go over some of the response to the staff recommendations.
Before you do that, question,
Sure.
What kind of therapy are you doing in the exercise therapy room?
There's, if you think about how we're using that space, there's kind of 3 separate things we have. About a third of the building or so is administrative things. We have a large number of people who do billing and authorizations for our practice and so forth. And a third, kind of a traditional doctor's office where we see patients and so forth. The other third is a rehabilitation program that treats a very small number of patients, maybe 6 to 12 patients at a time, over about a 6-week period. These are people who've had severe injuries, have recovered from surgery, many people who haven't worked for several years. It's almost like a day treatment program. They would come into the facility in the morning, spend maybe 4 or 6 hours at the site. They'd a couple hours of physical therapy. They'd have a couple hours of psychological treatment in a group format, and then a couple hours of education type treatment. In terms of any surgical procedures or anything of that sort, nothing like that would be done in the practice. The medical treatment provided would be office visits, prescription of medications, and so forth.
And where do the patients come from? What's your market base for this?
It's primarily the East Bay. We've both been in practice together, as I said, since 1995 or so, and so we have a large referral base. We get a fair number of patients who come from San Francisco and out in Contra Costa County, but most of our patient base is in the immediate East Bay area, Alameda County, essentially.
Do they all drive?
Some, yeah. I mean, we, to be frank, I think both for our employees and our patients have never had a practice location like this that was really as amenable to getting there with public transportation. That's not been very accessible through our practice locations in Berkeley or Oakland.
Thank you.
Here, a couple more questions, maybe. You say you're bringing a lot of your offices together. This is the idea is this is going to be one site and you're closing the other ones down, or is this an expansion?
The practice is not getting any larger. We have essentially, as I said, kind of 3 components to our practice, and one of them is already in Emeryville, so we'd be moving the rehabilitation practice over from Emeryville, and then the billing office we have in Berkeley and our main treatment facility in Oakland would both then be moving to Emeryville.
Okay. And how many staff members do you think you'll have?
I think what we had in the staff report was about accurate. We probably have about 40 employees there. Not all of them are full-time. We have, for instance, myself and Dr. Mosby are probably only at that facility about 2.5 days a week.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
No, I don't believe so. Kyle.
God, he's tall. Good evening. Carver Massey of Carver Massey Architects. We actually had 3 things we wanted to talk to you about, and 2 of them came up. One of them had to do with the easement that's being asked, and then the other has to do with the parking that's next to the building. The building's fairly hemmed in, a couple of small little slivers of land on both sides, and it seemed like everyone got excited about that little pieces of land and wanted it all. And so we'd like to ask you to please reconsider that. the easement actually requires a couple of other property owners to actually give this easement before it arrives to our site. And we don't even know how wide of an area it would be. We tried to figure out what a bike lane might take. It just didn't seem that clear. It's like, just give it all to us and we'll figure out later what it is we're going to do. It's a little ambiguous. I hope this works. I had some photographs to show you. I'm not even sure if it's really necessary because Charlie basically just went through the photographs of both sides of the building. The parking lot size, I was actually able to get 2 handicap spots plus 3 other spots off of the sidewalk onto that area. That dimension of the building right up against that sliver is about 30 feet deep. These spots are way, way, way deeper than they need to be. And if you see the cars parked there, they don't even come onto the sidewalk. They just kind of drew those lines as they went until they hit the curb. They don't really need to be that deep. So let me see if I can get this baby to work. It was supposed to be a PowerPoint, and it seems like it's a bunch of JPEGs. Maybe this will work. Oh, there it is. How do I make this bigger?
Hit the expansion button top right between the X and the top.
Expansion up there. You think it'll make it?
That'll make it a little bigger.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. So I mean, Charlie's correct in that they need to back out into Stamford, but they've been doing that for the last 30 years, and no one's died yet. And also, Stamford is fairly, sparsely traveled. It's not a very heavy-duty traveled street. And we get our sidewalk built, and that rolled curb will get a little smaller, by about 20 feet or so from the sidewalk. But I think it'll be priceless to have those spots next to the building. It'll help the patients, and it'll help the building tremendously. So we would appreciate if we could be allowed to at least have some of these. So that was on one side, and the other side was the easement. And then one other item in the staff report, and we were asked to actually get rid of or introduce new planting next to the building on the sidewalk on the Stamford site. And I don't know if you noticed, but there's pretty well-groomed sort of a hedge up against the building that's very mature and looks really nice. I'd hate to tear that out and put some new things that'll take 20 years to get to where the new ones are. I don't know whether it was just a standard thing that got added, or whether you really didn't like the hedges, or
Are you
what.
talking about the hedges or the vines?
The hedges that are up against the building, that are trimmed below the window sill, they actually look fairly decent.
Were you going to replace the trees, or?
No. The trees will stay. It's just a shrub. It's that the landscape strip that we were asked to redo.
This request came from Public Works, and they had a desire to see a continuous planting strip along the sidewalk.
Against the building or between the trees?
Between the trees.
Between the trees.
There's a huge planter there already. It's not absolutely continuous, but the same hedge is actually right on the edge of the curb, and it runs, pretty good distance of the entire length of the building.
Would the garbage enclosure that's in that little triangle remain or be reconfigured, or?
I think we have to slightly change it just so that it fits properly.
But it's going to stay there?
Yeah.
And in terms of loading for equipment, supplies, where's that?
I think they're probably going to use one of the parking spots. If we can get to park here, it would be next to the building. If not, they would have to put it on dollies and bring it across the street.
Vanessa, that trash can now, is that on the apex of this triangle?
It's actually...
No, it's right by the building.
I can show it to you. It's
On the
right
spur alley.
there.
Yeah.
So how does that work?
It's pretty well disguised. You know, it has a nice little trellis on it. We'll make it just as nice, if not nicer.
The reconfiguration of these parking that you say fit there now, does that take out any of that landscaping that's in the back? Are you pushing anything back? You're just saying it fits.
It'll probably push a couple of things here and there, but you see that there's plenty of room between the property line and the end of the parking spots. So
the spaces look long, but
yeah, and a lot of the stuff is pretty overgrown. The hedges are, it's kind of wild and woolly. So it'd probably take a little trimming.
Are there trees there?
Pardon?
Are there trees there?
Yes, there's actually a really big one. We drew it. It was so big on this drawing. It's right at this corner here. It's pretty large.
But along where the front of the car, along Spur Alley, are there, or is that just?
Yeah, there are a few of them in here. Yeah, the
if you look at the picture on
this
A,
will all
You can
miss
see
it.
them.
yeah, on
These spots
AO2,
won't miss.
Vanessa. AO2 shows them quite plainly there, but you don't think those come out?
No, absolutely not.
But the curbs might get pushed back.
Right.
Shrubs might get
A
pushed back.
point or AO.2?
I'm confused.
The pictures?
Second page. Yeah.
It didn't, I thought Charlie said that it's illegal to have cars backing out onto the street. So those are not usable spaces?
Legally.
I mean, I think if one were inclined, one would say that you could grandfather something like this in because it's sitting there, and it's been sitting there for 30 years. It's more of a discretionary thing, I think. And, you know, if backing out into a street was an illegal thing, no house on this planet would be legal because everybody backs out of their driveway into the street
Well, do you
to get
meet the
out.
parking requirements without those spaces?
Yes.
So those spaces are just for convenience for your patients? Or
I
they're-
think that they're really important for convenience for the patients, for handicapped patients. I
Right.
mean, when your mobility is limited and you have to walk around a half a block to get to the front
Well,
door, that's a bad
Can we
situation.
legally permit them to use those spaces? That's my question.
Well, the other issue is bringing back the walkability of the sidewalk, connecting the sidewalk. If you look at Stanford Ave facing east picture on the same AO.2, you can see the sidewalk where it terminates at the building, and then where it starts right there at the bottom of the picture. There's no sidewalk there. So
Right, but he's-
the other issue is, well, we need a sidewalk there with an apron, and then, you know, if the spaces work and we allow them to back out, then that's fine. Would you
Well,
agree that the... Yes, Charlie?
I can give you the code section. It's in the parking section 9.
That's what he's here for.
9455.7, D1A, no, B. All access to a parking area from a public street, alley, or highway shall be designed so that motor vehicles leaving the driveway or parking area will enter the highway traveling in a forward direction. This shall not apply to single-family subdivisions or multiple-family residential properties serving 4 units or less. You may recall that when the Ambassador Housing Project was approved, actually the most recent one didn't include this, but the previous iteration, for those of you who were on the commission at the time, had cars backing out onto 36th Street, and the commission granted a variance for that because of the, circumstances you determined there was no other possibility. However, I take Kava's point that those parking spaces are already there. So I think moving them off the public right-of-way entirely onto private property, building a sidewalk across where there's no sidewalk now, so that the handicap spaces can be adjacent to the building, and allowing them to continue to back out onto the street as a continuation of an existing non-conforming status, I think is reasonable.
Are those
I
all
do.
handicap spaces?
No, just 2 of them.
Can you go back to that drawing, Kava? I'd like to just
Yes, if I can
talk about it for a
figure
second.
it out again. Yes.
You didn't bring your tech guy?
He's on vacation. I'm the unfortunate tech guy. God
PDF
bless,
parking?
I hate this.
It's the folder, the big folder.
It was over here somewhere. No?
No, it's the big yellow
There you go.
folder.
Come on, you be my tech guy. You
Third
be my
yellow
Vanna
folder.
tonight.
Third
Which
yellow
yellow
folder.
folder? This
That
one?
one.
Oh, that's right. I did click on it.
See the bullet two.
Don't send it.
No, that does
I
away
was
with the
hoping you
finish
could.
enclosure, though.
What'd you want to do?
No, I think they're saying
Now,
it still
don't get
goes
too fancy
there.
on me here.
And then it comes out through the loading zone.
He's showing off how technically it's out.
Yeah, no, I don't know how to.
Can't you right-click full screen?
I tried that.
Oh.
I didn't see that option. I can rotate it clockwise if you like. Okay, anyway, what I was going to suggest, now I don't know how this relates to this trash area here, and it's not clear to me that these trees back here are not going to be impacted by these spaces. They look like they're pretty close there. But since none of this parking is required by the zoning ordinance, I would suggest you get rid of all of the spaces except the handicap spots. Move the handicap spots down a little bit so that then the path of travel, rather than coming out here and this way, because you're not supposed to go behind another vehicle. If you're in this handicap space, you can go behind your own, but if you're in this space, you're not supposed to go behind that one. So move all the spaces over and then have the path of travel come up here and over and down to the sidewalk like that. And if you move everything down, I think you'd have room to do that.
You eliminate 2.
You eliminate, well, or these 3. These 3 are regular spaces, or you could probably keep one of them.
Plus, you
That
don't
makes
conflict
sense.
with the trash.
Well, right, and that's what I'm saying, you'd have to figure out how to accommodate the trash enclosure then somehow.
The other idea is to make a nice trash enclosure where those 3 spaces are gone or down there. And put it there. It doesn't seem feasible to have it there when the ramp's going to come around there anyway. The accessibility.
You mean to have it
down
be
there.
where it is
No,
now?
in the apex.
Right. Oh, out here.
In a nice.
Right.
Yeah, in a shelter, and you can't
Right.
see it, and something's growing on it. But I think there seems to be a little bit of inclination to allow some parking here, especially loading and handicap. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're underparked, so
Yeah.
clearly.
Especially for dropping off and maybe, so. And then, are there any more questions for Kava? He likes these really short presentations where he doesn't get into the.
I had a little
Nitty-gritty.
question about the spur alley side and the fence. Just as a general public improvement to that alley, which could use a little help in that neck of the woods, it would be nice if the fence that you're making included maybe some greenery, some vines that were visible from the alley as just a nice tip of the hat to the
That sounds great.
public improvement.
So there's a planned wood fence there?
Yes, at the moment.
A 6-foot
we
wood fence.
put a little detail in the drawings that shows it, but it'll easily accommodate a plant and a vine. And we'll pick one that will work, because it faces south, it'll get plenty of light.
Bougainvillea.
If it doesn't get is that what you like? We'll put bougainvillea. But if it doesn't get taken
Done.
over by the bike lane,
Well, what would it take for you to figure that out? The bike lane, or is that Maurice's job?
no, I'm not sure if it's easy to figure out. It's like it includes 2 other property owners. There's a huge change in elevation between the 2 sides. And at the end of the day, if I were on a bike, I'd rather just go around instead of through a little hole and down a heavy-duty slope and then be on this cobble. Have you ever driven or ridden your bike on one of these stony things? It makes your whole inside mixed up.
That's true.
It's not that pleasant.
Isn't Spur Alley private property now?
It is private
So it's
property.
not a bike lane now.
Correct.
That's because
And
No, it's a bunch of lines on these drawings, basically.
John, do you have any comments about the bikes and the circulation in there?
Well, I think it is. I think that connection is really important, and I think it's really important that we have that easement for that. whenever it might happen. You know,
Where would the
it may not
connection
happen for
be?
5 years, but I
Where
think
would
it's
the
important.
connection be on
Just
this?
point to that spot for Art.
It actually, I think the fence that Charlie was talking about is here. So it'll come and hit this green thing, which looks like a tree, and then our property is right here.
But there's a building right here. How does it get from the
Those are
building?
two sheds.
Well, that's a shed.
Oh, those two are the sheds that are supposed to go away.
Yeah, but what's right below there?
This thing? Yeah, that's actually part of this property.
But there's a funny little triangle of land here that doesn't.
This one?
That belongs to them.
Right, it doesn't look like it belongs to anyone.
Yeah, this one is like, yeah, this one I think is like, nobody claims
Paved
it.
spur. That's a road.
He may or may not be here.
So they don't get into the parking lot.
Okay.
You claim it.
Well,
Well-
to get to us, you have to get to Ron first.
We, kind of had an easement issue on the last item, and we sort of left it open-ended by allowing the applicant, asking them to be open-minded to speak with staff. I guess we'll hear it maybe in a motion in a minute, but
Need to
we're
have
gonna, yeah, we're just talking. We're still asking questions. Any more questions for the applicant?
I guess I have a question about Spur Alley. Is there any easement for a bike path there for the city of Emeryville?
My understanding, well, as I said, it's shown in the general plan as a bike route. Oh, here's the owner.
The owner's here.
Oh, hey.
Would you like to say it?
I'm gonna swing it in a second.
No, we haven't had the public hearing yet, but I mean, it sounds like you have a question
I have a
for Mr.
question.
Getz. So this is a question-answer thing.
For that section of former railroad spur, there is an irrevocable offer to dedicate an easement for pedestrian and bicycle traffic, recorded and in place, but it has very tough conditions that the city can't meet.
For the people who don't know you, which is not many, will you please introduce yourself?
That was Andy Getz.
My name is Andy Getz, and I'm the general partner of the family partnership that owns that piece of spur.
Thank you, Andy.
I guess that
Any more
sort of
questions for
answers
me?
my question.
Okay, we're gonna open the public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak on this issue? Please state your name and sign in.
Ron Silverman. And those two little parcels in the back, one's part of the 5515 Doyle Street property, and the other part, the other component where the sheds are, is part of the applicant's property. The elevation difference, I believe, is probably greater than 30 inches. I've never had any formal discussion with the city regarding this easement. I've heard of it, and I know the original general plan went through.
Speak into the microphone.
And the original general plan showed Doyle Street going through to 53rd Street through another private piece of property. It's very complicated to get the proper grade. And the biggest thing is the security issues, because the gates are locked on the Doyle Street side of both those driveways. There's two different driveways, and there are security issues of having to keep them closed at night. So the city, if for some reason were to do a eminent domain or a taking or a negotiation, there would be some very tight restrictions on people breaking in, police surveillance. And there is a history of people having broken in the building, so there are some issues. The other thing, one other thing I was going to mention, the turn from Hollis heading east onto Stanford is a very tight, sharp turn. And what happens is there's a realignment in the pavement. You can't see from these drawings where you make the turn, and the radius that sort of straightens you back out is pretty severe. I drive it a lot. And if in the future those parking spots were eliminated, it would be great to slightly realign and have a longer radius, if you follow what I'm saying, so a car doesn't have to turn quite as abruptly.
I see.
I would also say the landscaping is in pretty nice condition on that property, and it would be kind of a waste of resources for them to have to tear it out and redo that again. I think those are my only comments.
Thank you, Ron. Don't forget to sign. Well, you already signed in earlier, didn't you? Yeah. Anybody else here to speak on this item? Seeing none, close the hearing, bring it back to the commission. Any comments?
Well, there's an awful lot unfinished in terms of the plan. You know, the new parking scheme that we're talking about for the handicapped, where the trash container goes. Supposed to design that
Well, I
here
think,
and now?
yeah, in the past, we've given discretion to the planning director, put more work on his desk. But we could probably agree on some sort of scheme, you know, if it's just the 2 handicap spots and making sure that they accommodate their trash in a contained
I'd
area.
like to add, wherever possible, keep the existing trees in that little area. So if we have to angle the handicap spaces a little bit more or move the trash
I would say
container,
they should
then-
keep all the trees, all the big deciduous trees there, yeah.
I'm a little concerned if we have to move the handicap spaces towards Hollis, we may end up losing, I don't know. We'll see.
Okay.
I would be comfortable putting a condition that they work with staff to resolve that and to try to end up with 2 handicap spaces to that side of the building.
With the loading and the ramp and everything, and keeping the trash in that area.
What was the loading? I missed that.
I don't know about the loading.
Well, there's the striped area. I mean, you have the van. You
Oh,
have to
the
have
loading
that-
spaces for
you
the
have to have the loading
handicap.
cap for the-
Oh,
for
right,
handicap,
you're not
yeah.
talking about
No, I'm
the
not
yellow
talking
loading
about
zone.
a moving loading.
Right,
I'm
okay,
talking about
that's
the...
right.
And...
And the path of travel in front of the spaces.
Right, and adding greenery to the... So, nobody's made a motion yet. We're kind of throwing these things out there.
As far as that easement on the back goes for the future bicycle path, it doesn't look like it would take much of this property. If you look at sheet A1.
Well, doesn't it go right through their proposed patio?
Well, as Charlie said, it comes down the adjacent alley, not...
Well, it comes down half on one, half
And then,
on the other,
but then
or
it
something.
jogs onto their property.
Well, it's hard to say. I mean, we haven't designed it.
If it's not even
but
designed.
you have to have
It
enough
isn't
room
their property.
for a ramp. I think Mr. Getz has some input, perhaps, if you want to hear him.
Come on up. Does it look like we need 4 easements for this
I
to work
hired
out?
MVH Architects a couple of years ago to design a combination ramp and stairs for that area, and they came up with 3 schemes, all of which would encroach in the patio area of the subject development.
Oh, okay. Well, that's helpful, I guess. So we know it would definitely need
Ron,
some
you
or all
can
of
come
this
up
area.
and talk again.
I have one other question.
Sure.
Is it, by state law, is a planning commission allowed to extract a easement or somewhat of an unrelated use from an applicant for asking for a use permit? Is it permitted? Is it legally permitted? I didn't bring it up at the IKEA event because that was minor. But are you allowed to basically extract a condition out of an applicant that is unrelated to their application? You're asking them to give you an easement, to give the city an easement in exchange for granting them a use permit. It's one of your conditions. Are you legally allowed to do that? I mean, it's an important question.
We understand the question.
Is the applicant the owner of the property or the he's buying the
He's
property?
Purchaser.
Yeah, purchasing the property.
Purchasing the property.
Counsel, you don't have to answer that until after the meeting if you don't want. I mean, you can have a personal conversation about it. We do it all the time. Would be my answer. We've done it here before, so maybe talk to Mike and Mike afterwards.
What is the staff recommendation? Are they recommending that we have an easement there?
Yes, staff has
Have
put
you
it in the...
determined the
condition.
size of the easement?
No, it would basically.
It's an offer for an easement.
Will you
It's
read
an-
the
it's a
language on
non-defined
the
offer
actual
for an
easement,
easement.
Charlie? Charlie's going to read it.
Yeah, okay. Do you have it there? There it is. Somebody's going to hand it to me. It says, prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy, so that means we have all the time that the construction is going on to figure this out. The applicant shall enter into and grant the city an irrevocable offer to dedicate an easement. That doesn't mean they have to give us the easement, they just have to grant an offer, enter into and grant the city an irrevocable offer to dedicate an easement to construct, use, and maintain public pedestrian and bicycle ingress and egress in, over, and across the southeastern corner of the project site adjacent to Spur Alley.
But you have no idea what the dimension of that might be at this
Not
point.
at this time.
You said it would be negotiated
Well,
before.
this gentleman has done 3 studies, so he perhaps could give you the dimension.
Well, right, I don't know. It was something that would be worked out while it was under construction and to be finalized prior to certificate of occupancy.
Charlie, do we have an existing easement for the rest of the bicycle path to Doyle Street?
No.
No.
We don't have that either.
Through, over Mr. Silberman's property?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, he just said they've had conversations about it in the past, but nothing concrete. Right, nothing official.
Your properties face on Doyle Street, is it? They face on Doyle Street.
Charlie, what condition is that? What page is that?
Page 5. Page 5 of 22, it's condition number 5 on page 5. It's actually 6. I'm sorry, 6 on page 5.
6.
It's Roman numeral 2, D6.
Dedicate an easement to construct, use, and maintain public pedestrian. Does that say that the owner of the property who
The
dedicates
applicant.
the easement will also construct, use, and maintain it?
No,
Or
it
that
doesn't say
the city
that.
will?
No.
Doesn't say either.
Doesn't
It
say
just-
either.
It just says you
It
shall
could happen.
offer us an easement. It's just it's like a
Yeah, it's-
placeholder. It's
yeah.
just to make sure that we have, a placeholder there for if and when we are in a position to build that ramp.
Sure. Okay.
Would you object, would the staff object if he was able to show you that it's possible to put 3 cars on that little plot of ground without causing problems, rather than just 2?
You mean in exchange for the easement?
No, I'm
No,
talking
I-
about,
I kinda like-
I'm
Oh, you
talking
are on a
about the
different topic
parking
now.
in front.
I'd like to just have the language say that the applicant will work with the city staff to figure out a configuration that will accommodate 2 handicap parking spaces, preferably without removal of any trees, and leave it at that.
Well, how about 2
And
or more?
reconstruct this
That's
sidewalk.
fine.
How about 2 or more if they can figure it out?
Well, here's, I think, part of staff's concern is that there's no sidewalk there now. This would create a sidewalk there, but it would have a wide curb cut across it because of all the parking spaces that have to back out over it. We would like for that curb cut to be as minimal as possible
Okay.
so that pedestrians don't have to cross too much of a driveway.
And there could be landscaping there.
So
Make
why
it
don't you
pretty.
make a motion to that effect?
I move that.
It's 2 handicap places.
No, I move
Are you
approval
include-
with that condition.
And the easement.
The easement's already in, the
Okay.
conditions.
So you move approval, everything you want, the staff to work with the applicant for the 2 spaces, extending the sidewalk, and to treat landscape.
And the storage space,
Well, yeah, and it seemed like we all were talking about it, and I seem to agree that the mature landscaping that's along Stanford is ample enough if you look at the
And they're gonna-
picture.
they're gonna-
Adding any more would be.
They're gonna put in an
So-
enclosed trash enclosure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's already drawn in
there. They're
there.
gonna relocate it,
Just gonna relocate
All
it.
right,
Just
great.
do it nice.
So am I hearing that you want to remove the condition about the
Well,
landscaping?
Gail's making the motion,
About
so
what
I don't want
which
to put language in there.
landscaping?
It was I'm not sure what
There's
you're
a
talking.
condition in here that asks for additional landscaping between the trees along Stanford, along the whole facade. And they're saying they've got the hedges against the building and the mature trees, and if you look at it, there seems
All
to
right,
be ample.
without that.
Okay. Gail's made the motion without that, omitting that.
Without removing that landscaping condition.
Omitting the landscaping condition.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yes, omitting the landscaping
Okay.
condition.
Okay. I'm trying
But,
to
you know,
find where
working
that
with-
is. Do you know where it is? Yes. The condition that,
a planting strip on the sidewalk along the building frontage. That can
The long one.
go.
Oh, my goodness.
I would want the applicant to rectify some of the problems with the bricks, with the planting pits that the existing trees are in that are choking the trees, but that's minor. That doesn't need to be in the conditions.
Okay, so we're adding a condition that in the triangular area to the west of the building, there can be there should be 2 handicap parking spaces out of the public right-of-way.
Yes.
And then with curb gutter sidewalk and
Yes.
a curb cut for those 2 spaces. Keeping as many of the trees in that area as possible and including a trash enclosure in that area and adding greenery to that area.
Now, we also grant them the variance to back into the public right-of-way?
No, you can't grant a variance if it hasn't been advertised.
I see.
But what we're saying is it's a continuation of a
Grandfathered in.
non-conforming condition, and it's actually improving the
Okay.
non-conforming condition.
Fine, thank you.
And then striking the second sentence of condition 2A on page 16 about a planting strip on the sidewalk. So those are the 2 modifications to the conditions that I have. And what's this?
That's my
And,
motion.
Lines on the fence. Was that part of the condition? Part of the
Vine on the
motion?
fence. Vanessa would like
Yeah,
to-
also adding the
Yeah, adding the vine on the
greenery
fence.
along the spur alley side of the fence.
Yes.
So in landscaping, you put
So little.
Take out the planting strip, put in the vines.
Greenery on the vines on the spur alley side of the, are we talking about the fence? We're talking about
New
Spur alley in the
fence.
We're
parking
still
lot.
talking about the little triangular area to the west of the building? Or are we talking about the whole fence behind the
The
building?
whole fence on the south side of the building.
It's just the
from
new
east to
wooden
west.
fence, yeah, that they're putting in.
New wooden fence. Is that on their property?
Well, it can grow over their fence and it'll be
Okay.
fine.
Okay, so we've got the condition about the triangle, we got the condition about the vines, we're striking the condition about the planting strip, that's it?
That's it. I second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Call the vote.
On the motion, Commissioner Donaldson?
Aye.
Commissioner Kummerly?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoff? Commissioner Sherman?
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberg?
Aye.
Vice Chair Cardoza?
Aye.
Chair Flores?
Yes.
7 ayes, the application is approved. This decision may be appealed to the City Council within 15 days.
Welcome to Emeryville. Oh, wait, you're already here.
Thank you.
What?
No, she's
No, they're in
still
the other
back
room. Somebody go wake TMG up. Does anybody want a break right now?
No.
Okay,
Let's
well,
keep
moving
going.
on.
We only got 35 minutes.
Okay.
I'm gonna, at some point, adjourn the movie and then,
Whatever we want.
this movie,
Feels like a
this
movie.
meeting, and then re-adjourn, because at 11:30 we're supposed to do that,
Kidding.
yeah. Yeah, 'cause you know
When do
what?
we break for breakfast and go to the camp?
All right, now I'm gonna.
Okay, we're not on break.
You have to recuse yourself and stay here. Okay,
Next
the
item.
Here she comes.
Well, we lost the commissioner anyway.
That's all right. On the next item, I have to recuse myself because the company I worked for has worked for the applicant.
Ooh, okay.
And I do need to
On
recuse
two.
myself because of proximity.
Okay. Well, we'll try to make up for all the lack of bike and landscaping we just lost. Next item is a study session for a residential building at 64th and Christie, second such study session.
Okay, yes, this is the second study session. The first one occurred in June, and it is for a final development plan for the 64th and Christie building. Just to go back into a little background, this is the first building in Phase 1 of the Marketplace PUD, which was approved a couple of years ago. So this is the master plan and the Phase 1, and this building encircled in red is what we are talking about today. And that building, again, in full build-out. The PUD that was approved this is the only form of building that was shown on the Marketplace PUD. Just in terms of where we are today, like I mentioned, the proposal was reviewed at the June study session. A number of design comments were made at that time. In response to that, staff hired Origins to assist with design comments that we received from you. This is something not unusual. We've done that before in the past, during the paper mill project specifically. The applicant, so what the applicant and staff of the city, as well as Origin staff, have met several times. And so what we're going to do now is that we are going to request the applicant to give the presentation. There have been a number of changes in response to the comments that were made, and this will be followed by a presentation by Origins, who would kind of give more design critique to the proposal proposal that's going to get presented today. Just so that you know, the project is scheduled for consideration by the Commission on September 23rd, and then by the Council on October 19th. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to the applicant.
Thank you, Maru.
What we had talked about. Laptop.
Yeah, there should be a DJ
Bottle of water? Yes.
You may have to hit the function key.
Cool bike.
With any luck, I won't be too tired to ride. Okay, success. Awesome. That's great.
Technology comes together. So I know you guys are really tired, and I'm tired too. So I'll do my best to be concise and be instructive too. So I'm Rob Zirkle. I'm a principal of Steinberg Architects, working with Denise and the good folks at TMG. As Maru said, we were here about a month ago, showed you this project, and we have received several comments at that meeting and from the consultant and city staff, and we've been working late into the night just like this for the last month. So I'm sort of happy to be at this milestone moving forward. Just as a reminder, this is just a quick shot of one of the renderings and what it looked like last time. We wanted to convey that we heard a lot of comments about this project from this commission, from staff, and we wanted to, we listened really closely and wanted to implement as many changes as we could. I mean, I think Denise was very clear last time about the financial constraints and the density constraints, particularly as it relates to the grant that she's applying for to help be a catalyst for this project. So we have a number of tight variables, but we really wanted to be responsive. And in thinking about what we heard that night, thinking about the comments we got from staff specifically, they kind of fall into kind of 5 main categories, which are listed here. Lots of discussion about what the quality of the public realm is like, the sidewalk widths, these sorts of things. How the building interfaces with the public realm, the points of connection and ingress and egress out of the building was a major point of concern. Talked a lot about the podium garden, the quality of the outdoor space that's proposed in there, and that was something that we worked really hard on moving forward. There was a lot of discussion too about some of the units, particularly the 1-bedroom lofts. And so, we dove in there and worked with staff and the consultant to try to change the game there and make the mix of units much richer and nicer. And then there were a number of comments too about the aesthetics. And so all of these things sort of highlight 5 main categories. I'm just going to try to bracket a little more kind of this descriptive discussion around each of those 5 as we kind of move forward here tonight. So first up, because I think this is something we talked a lot about, was the public realm. The image that's shown on the screen, we talked about the park a lot last time, even though we didn't have any visual evidence of where it would be or what it would be. This is not something that we're proposing, as you all know, for this project, but it is an illustrative graphic to show you how the building is positioned with what, at least in its current iterations, conceived as where the public park would be located. Okay. Well, it's, let's see. How about if I turn it on? Maybe that makes a difference.
The laser?
Well, maybe not. So the park is to the right of the screen and the building is to the left. So, there's a strong consideration about how the building meets that edge.
You can point with your cursor on this. You can point with your cursor on the screen. Or maybe you can't.
Well, I can't. It's okay. We'll go through it. So the interface with that park is important, and then the edges of the project specifically. So we heard loud and clear, we want bigger and wider sidewalks. So as you know, we've got an issue with the infiltration planners that we need to meet our C3 requirements. We have a certain amount of square footage that we have to maintain. We've got building setbacks that we need to be respectful of. So we have sort of a tight envelope to make changes within, but we did. So on 63rd, we increased it by 18 inches from 4.5 feet to 6 feet. We can actually go bigger on 63rd if this commission gives a directive to Public Works to let us narrow the driveway that is 63rd from 22 feet to something less. We can give that back to the sidewalk, and they're happy to do so if we can negotiate that with Public Works. Christie was widened from 6 feet to 7 foot 6 inches, and 64th was widened from 8.2 to 9.4. So on all sides of the building, we tried to be responsive and work with staff and a consultant team to make the public realm a little bit wider. So at the ground level, and this is a ground level plan, there were a number of comments about not just the wider sidewalk, but what's the quality of the public realm like? How does the building meet the street? What are some of the things that we can do to the building to make it a little bit nicer? Chief among them, on 63rd, you would recall that we had a driveway into the garage on 63rd. We had a driveway on 64th and 63rd. We removed that driveway along 63rd and replaced it with a unit. So now the entire length of 63rd is stoops and our stair access and exit from the podium garden. In the lower left of the screen, you'll remember that there was a slightly challenged 3-bedroom unit, more or less at ground level in that portion of the building before. And pursuant to Commissioner Flores' comments about what that corner could be like, particularly opposite the retail use in the subway on Avenue 64, we wanted to try to create a more kind of public face on that corner. And so we moved the fitness area, which was up in the upper levels of the building, and swapped it with that 3-bedroom, essentially giving the 3-bedroom a nicer kind of catbird seat up above grade and putting that commercial use on the corner. At the same time, we looked at the length of Christie and re-examined the idea about that continuous porch that we had. There were a number of comments about whether that was an effective idea along that street or not. We got the impression that not many people besides us thought that it was a good idea, so we thought about it a little more deeply. So what's showing there is stoops, which now there are 5 to serve the 10 units that are there. They're shared. Before we had 3 stair access points up to that level. So now there's more stairs. There's privatized areas in front of the shared stoops that serve the townhouse units. And specifically, we added those townhome units at the advice of staff and design consultant, which we think is actually quite a good idea to give the length of Christie a kind of very prominent feel by articulating that sort of 2-story datum. We raised also the finished floor elevation. Mind you, we're working in a very constrained height limit at 60 feet as defined by the building code. and wanting to achieve those one-bedroom lofts in a portion of the project really makes the section exercise challenging. We've got a lot of stuff to fit in to stay within that 60 feet. So in working through the section, we were able to raise it up another 6 inches to an even 2 feet. And between the townhomes themselves along Christie, we're going to provide planters at that level as well, so we get a little more height and privacy and buffering from the sidewalk. The other points around the building that I think are relevant, there was a lot of discussion about how trash is going to be handled. So on the upper left of the plan, you'll see that there's a trash staging area that's within the building, but outside the security line of the gate into the garage. And it's tucked around the corner so that on trash days, you can have easy access in and out of the trash, but it's not in an unsightly location out on the sidewalk, which we think, you know, given the way we had it designed last time, I think is a marked improvement for how that would work. Also, there's a loading zone right next to that. My mouse here. That is striped. It's a little tough to see on the screen. It's washed out, but it's right near the elevator core off 64th. So when you have move-ins and move-out, there's a pretty conveniently located place for that to happen, and things can be moved easily and expeditiously in and out of there. Trying to find my cursor there. There we go. So the next issue is, how does the building relate to the access points? Now, specifically, there was a lot of commentary and discussion, both at the hearing and subsequent with staff and the consultant, about what the stair up to the podium is like. What are the points of entry into that? How can they be improved? And keeping in mind that we are bound by the grant application to stay at 190 units. We proposed 193 a month ago. We had a very tight sort of set of constraints to work around. So we knew we needed to lose a few units to be able to try to achieve some of these things, but we really wanted to be specific about where we did that and try to get the highest and best effect. I think the biggest change from last time that you'll notice is the purple color where the rec room area is. We eliminated a unit along 63rd. We reoriented that space so that it flows from front to back, so that not only is there visual access from the podium garden, but there's also visual access and a terrace that wraps around that space, which slightly cantilevers over the edge of the building onto the 63rd Street side, so that there's a much more kind of visible, permeable connection in that location. So that costs us a unit, but we feel like at the end of the day, it ramps up the public presence of that portion of the project on 63rd, which we think is important. As I said, there's a terrace that wraps around that space that works alongside the stair, which we'll see in images as we move forward. That's large enough to put some tables and chairs out there. It's large enough to have a number of different kinds of small gatherings out off the back of that space to be able to address the park and project interest to the sidewalk when events are happening. This is a resident-focused amenity space, this podium garden, but knowing that the exit that we're required to have from that podium space has the chance to become something that adds to the bottom line of 63rd, we've kept the security line of that up onto the podium. So the stair itself, as it reaches the sidewalk, is open. Anyone can sit on it. Anyone can walk on it. It's favorably oriented to the park. It's favorably oriented from a solar access standpoint. So if you get your lunch at the Subway, it's just as nice to walk over and eat on those steps in the sun than it is in the shade on that side of Christie. So we feel like we're making lemonade out of lemons by trying to pair that stair up with the rec room and placing it out on 63rd. It's also, it's a double height space. When you're standing there looking up, it's more than 20 feet tall. It's significantly taller than this. It's not a tiny aperture into the space. I mean, you can stand there and look and see it, and we'll get to some images later that show this a little more three-dimensionally. And one of the things that I think is important to also think about is that there was an idea that we could take out a unit and then enclose the corridor in glass and get a more transparent feeling. I mean, that's true and not true. It would increase the volume off 63rd, but this is a shot of a corner glass in daylight under a canopy that would be sort of similar to the situation that we have. Glass in the daytime when rendered in sunlight is dark. I mean, it's reflective. It's not fully transparent until it's backlit in the evening, which, it's hard to see the courtyard anyway because it's the evening. So it would create more space, but we feel like the loss of the unit and the power of that unit and keeping our density goals and stuff and its location along the park, it didn't seem to us that it was going to achieve the desired effect to lose that unit. So we decided it was a better idea to keep it. So then being up on the podium itself and then talking about the quality of that outdoor space, there was a lot of questions and concerns about that space that we're designing feeling smallish or feeling cramped. There was a lot of propensity for it to be dark and full of shadow. So those were comments we heard at the commission level. Those were comments we heard from the consultants. So we were curious about whether or not our instincts were right. So we did a solar study. We compared it to two projects which are comparable in terms of its use and scale and location. The top images are images of our project. The middle image is Age Song. The bottom image is Uptown. Uptown is a hugely important comp for us because it's sort of setting the bar in terms of a successful leased up building with certain kinds of units at a certain kind of density. As we were methodic about this. We compared it to both equinoxes, the spring and the fall, summer and winter, at 9, 3, and noon. And I think as we zip through these things, just focus your eyes on the amount of green that's there and the scale. Our courtyard is quite big by comparison. It's quite light by comparison to some of the other comps. And we feel like we were doing okay there. That being said, we heard pretty clearly that there were ways that we should think about making it better, which we really tried to do. So there's a couple of moves that we made at the roof line that we think add to the bottom line. And this is where I really wish I had a laser pointer, but you can see on the left-hand image, let me get my cursor here. Okay, so there is on the, I don't see the cursor. Do you see the cursor? There we go. Oh, hallelujah. So we lost a unit on the top of this floor by eliminating the one-bedroom units and creating some shallow, wide studios that set back from the parapet line. The important thing about that, and I think there's an interesting thing that you can see here, the edge of this studio that comes out to the edge of the building, and remember in the previous scheme, that parapet came all the way out to that edge. That's the limit of where the shadow line is. So you can see if that was continuous across, a lot more shadow. This is summer at 3 o'clock. By pulling this back to create this roof terrace, actually what we found is that, our instinct was, well, geez, maybe we should look at losing that whole row of units along there. Well, actually, you don't really need to. There is a depth in that terrace that's calibrated so that we can keep 4 units, even though we had 5 there, and still get the maximum amount of light in there based on the solar conditions at any of these times of year. So, again, trying to do something little that means a lot. Over here, at this point, we had a 2-bedroom. We had 2 bedrooms that stacked up in that corner location. We changed this one to a 1-bedroom and created an accessible terrace here as well. And actually, when you study this, this is where our seating and barbecue areas are. That point actually came out here and created quite a shadow. So by taking that portion away, it made a big difference in terms of the solar access in that courtyard. And so, an important point for us. There we go. This is just a quick section real fast just so you can see on the bottom section, and I'm looking for my cursor here. Maybe I can find it. So the bottom section, you'll see how that flat steps back. And it doesn't have to step back very far to mean a lot.
You said that was an accessible terrace?
So that linear terrace is directly accessible to the units that are there. Oh, the terrace that's at the point is accessed off the corridor, so that's a common area terrace. So it's both. It's private and public.
Are the linear terraces continuous, or are they for each unit separated?
Well, they're for each unit. How we separate them, we still have to detail. We would want to do it in a way that wasn't so wall-like. We would rather use landscape or kind of more software means to kind of create the divisions there. But the intent would be something that would allow some private zone off those units, but not be something that was large that created more shadow or was something heavily constructed, something softer. And so this is an image of sort of what the look and feel of this space is like. You know, we talked a lot about this at the hearing. We talked a lot about this with staff. I mean, I think that there was a general sense that the podium space as it was previously designed didn't flow and it wasn't open enough. It was a little more kind of walled off with lots of sort of taller planters that captured space in a little bit more of a private way. And so we decided to take a step back and look at it as a little bit more of an open space. We had changed around the planning design quite a bit to create more passages through the planters, using softer forms of landscape to create some defensible space in front of the podium access points and the units that address the podium, as opposed to privatized gardens. Jeff Miller, our landscape architect, will go into sort of greater detail a little bit later about exactly how this works. But you know, those are some of the highlights. Additionally, there's a row of palms that are aligned to the aperture from the street, so that when you're standing on the sidewalk looking up, or you're on the podium looking out, there's, you know, kind of visual cues in that aperture about something happening up on that podium. That's nice to see.
That's looking that's looking south.
So this is, if you have the plan in your memory, this is sort of standing at the end of the pétanque court, sort of with the arbors just behind you, looking back towards the rec room.
And yeah, so there's the rec room there behind the pillar that you can see through, looking due south.
Yeah, and then you'll see up above the metal expression there, where we've taken off that sort of corner of that unit. So, and that's actually was sort of a nice device for us, because it allowed us a place to make a material change that we felt like was pretty nice, to be able to add some variety and texture to the architectural feeling within that as well. So working with the landscape to make it a little more kind of lively and more open space.
And the young happy couple in the background, they just came up the stairs, right?
Which they can't do legally or something?
Or they came out the corridor from their unit. But there was a lot of talk about balconies too, and specifically as it relates to having more of them, having more points of access to the out of doors. And so we went around the building. You saw it on the previous image in the courtyard. There's additional balconies and Julia balconies that we didn't show in the previous iteration. And mind you, it was probably a little hard for you to understand what that space was like, because we didn't do images like that of that space at that time. So having the benefit of going back and developing the design, we get a chance to show you these things. But sort of working our way around the building, we've increased the number of balconies by 30%. So that's not counting, you know, ground floor, podium level access units that already have access to the out of door. So we've put in more balconies. We've done them around all sides of the building. So in this image, you can see, if I can find my cursor, which I don't appear to be able to, that we've got units with balconies, there we go, that are recessed from the street. So they're roof terrace balconies as opposed to projecting balconies. So they're kind of contained within these zones in these units on the upper floor. We have, a little tough to see in this view, there's views that we'll see later that show this a little more clearly, this nice balcony at the stair entrance. Working our way around to 64th, we have similar balconies over on 64th that are similar to what's on Christie. We have the projecting balconies in those corner units along 64th. Just a quick note about that quarter on 64th. You know, there was a desire to use a kind of bolder form, a bolder color that worked with these balconies and storefront glazing in the units to create sort of a more sort of stronger, appealing view, both from the sidewalk, but also, you know, viewed heavily from the freeway. There's thousands of people a day that will be looking at this, so something bold and noticeable from a distance and up close, and utilizing the balconies and the storefront glazing, which is expensive in a wood frame building. By the way, it was useful for us. And on the east elevation, you'll see that there's been a number of improvements to that facade that we've pushed and pulled the floor plan and the units to create some relief on there, but we've also put a lot of balconies in there as well. So each of those 4 silos that respond to sort of pulling out the studios and the lofts above all have balconies off their units. We've pulled the center portion back in the middle of the building to create a nice generous balcony zone there. So really all the way around the building, we've tried to ramp that up a little bit. So unit design, I'm just going to run quickly through. We made a lot of changes to how the units sort of work and how they stack through the building. We've seen this before. We've got flats along 63rd and 64th, townhomes along Christie. The nice thing about the townhomes, they give a stronger presence. They give us a nice mix in the unit variety. They are unique in a rental product. We wanted to put some in and put them in the highest and best use location along Christie. But for unit mix and density reasons, it made sense to stay with flats along 63rd and 64th, but we've articulated those in a way that we see in the massing that it's more in keeping with the scale and character of those townhomes. So working up to the podium level, the nice thing about the townhomes, which were born out of conversations with staff and the consultant, was a module of that townhome that didn't occur to us. Those are about 16 feet wide. But in a way, it's actually quite nice because that's reflective of what the module would be for in a flat anyway, in a kitchen, dining, living room arrangement. It's about how wide that would be anyway. And then upstairs, it's a pretty generous bedroom. That also correlates great with studios that are stacked above it as it moves through the building as well. So you get very clean systems that stack through. You get very clean structural systems that stack through, in addition to creating some variety units, which is nice. At the top of the building here, you can see where we've integrated this plan shift to decrease the length of this corridor, give some articulation along the long face of this courtyard, and then pull these studios, make these studios a little bit larger than the typical studios in the project, but also, as you saw in the previous image, help mix up how the massing on that elevation works as well.
Pardon me for 1 second. I'm going to follow a little protocol here and adjourn this meeting, and then ask for a vote of the commission to continue this meeting. Is everyone in agreement to continue the meeting? Okay. Unopposed, meeting continues. Thank you. It's just 11:30 protocol.
Okay.
And wrap it up. No, just kidding.
So I'll just get to, this is something we want to touch on real fast. These are kind of our typical units in the project. You'll notice that some of the key considerations are the way that the plumbing systems in the units need to track in a multifamily building like this, need to track vertically, and they need to be in locations within the building where you can be efficient in your use of plumbing. It means that in a double-loaded building, you have a front door that's by those spaces. There were some questions and comments about some of those qualities of those units. What I want to do is just show you what our competition is. What are people in the marketplace leasing? These are units in Uptown. They're not identical carbon copies to ours. They're pretty similar. They're facing the same kind of infrastructural and systems issues that we are. So there's an entry that's near a kitchen which proceeds to a dining and living room. It's flanked in this case by bedrooms and bathrooms in similar situations to ours. Bay Street Apartments, another successful project, same sort of thing in terms of how these 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms lay out. Again, some similarities. The courtyards on 65th, again, very, these are very similar kinds of units. And so when we're competing in the marketplace for them, we want to give people, what they want and what it's going to lease. These are our special units, the 1 bedroom lofts on the right of the screen. We talked at length with the building department about maximizing as much as possible the area of that sleeping loft. The largest closet that we can, by code, in a mezzanine situation, be allowed to put in has been put in since last time. The townhome units on the left, you know, show a very nicely designed, narrow, slightly deep, but heavily glazed townhome unit that addresses Christie, which is nice. And these are sections just to sort of show a little bit how we made some changes in the roof form to be able to give a little more volume in the sleeping lofts on the lofts in this area of the building, which helps with the massing articulation, but also gives us a different kind of where we had a single loft design last time. Now we have three that are all driven by different kinds of ceilings and different amounts of natural light. And so just quickly, if I could, I think it might be useful to show you this little model here. Sweet. So this is a, you know, call it a 94% accurate model. This is a tool that we use to go through and study the drawings that you see in the planning submission set are accurate. These are very, very close. But they're instructive to sort of walk you around the building to show you sort of how this thing works. So here along 63rd, you know, standing in front of the stair, you know, this is the terrace that overlooks off of the rec room. This is the size of the stair. You can see when you're standing across the street, and certainly when you get in close under the sidewalk, you get a view of what's going on out there in the courtyard. You'll see those palm trees. We don't have landscape in this model because it would grind on like a snail, but you see the transparency of the rec room. You'll see in the articulation on this elevation the continuance of the datum that is set by the townhomes on Christie. So these are flats and they're stacked in a way to sort of give you a certain aesthetic, but it follows suit with what's happening in other areas of the building.
Quick question, the gate, locked gate at the top of the,
right over here.
Is that going to be glass?
It's going to be picketed. We think that there's probably reason to be concerned about glass from a maintenance standpoint.
Okay.
You know, picketed bars, say half-inch section, they're 4 inches apart or so. It's not a guardrail, but something that's going to be as transparent as possible and something that's going to be nice to look at as well. This sort of marching around the building, you'll continue to see that we've stayed with a strong articulation here at this corner at 63rd. Addressing the leasing office, the entry canopy, which we didn't have in the previous scheme, you know, punctuates this two-story volume here of the entry. You'll see in looking at the rhythm and spacing of the units here along Christie that there's a lot of in and out with these units. Higher parapets to articulate the roof line, the setbacks for the balconies. The face of these townhomes, which are set back, and you know, again, the planters aren't shown here between the units, but you get the gist that the infiltration planters precede the stairs, and there'll be spaces that are landscaped between the townhomes themselves. These are punctuated by canopies. This version is showing a little bit more glazing here than probably we can afford, but what we had chosen to do in the submittal is actually use a super nice ceramic tile in this zone to really work with that canopy to sort of pull out the entry as opposed to the glass, because there's already tons of glass in those units. Here again is looking at 64th, showing how the kind of storefront quality of that fitness room gives a commercial feel, trying to create a strong form, as I said here before. You know, deep orange color when rendered in setting sun can be very impressive at that corner. This is all storefront glass here, which requires a little bit of structural gymnastics because there's no wall here supporting the floor now, so it takes a little bit of structure here at the corner to be able to sort of make that possible. Again, a similar kind of articulation along 64th that is reminiscent of what's happening on Christie. You'll see also that this elevator core is now all storefront glass. At nighttime, this is going to look sweet. It's going to be lit up. It's a space that will constantly have some light in it. It will give a very clean break between these sides of the building. And also, it's pretty didactic when you've got the loading zone right here that you can shuttle back and forth into the elevator. Again, the one remaining garage opening on 64th as opposed to 63rd. you'll see that we've changed up the unit typology of what was a loft here before and turned it into a flat to be able to give some clear story lighting into the loft that's here, mix up the roof line a little bit, create a little more interest in variety as you see this, in perspective space along 63rd. In the east elevation, I think I think you would agree is a profound difference from what you saw last time. It was a very kind of long, flat, not super articulated plane. We've changed the roof line a lot to be able to vary the units. We've pulled some units out to create some of these accentuated portions along here. What you're not seeing at the base is that, and Jeff will go through this a little bit, this is heavily landscaped. There's lots of planting and green screens to be able to sort of soften this edge of this building. But again, the mixes of materials in cement plaster, painted corrugated metal, lots of glass, balconies. We feel like that this is a net add to the quality of the three-dimensional forms there. So with that, I think it's probably a good idea to let Jeff just say a few quick words about landscape.
Thank you. Yeah.
So let's get you down here, Jeff. I'm just going to put you in pure presenter mode. So just so you can use these arrows to move back and forth, so forward and backwards.
Okay. Hi there. I'm Jeff Miller. Nice to see you all again. I think where Rob started is kind of where I want to start. What we heard the last time, we did hear that we wanted wider sidewalks, and we heard very clearly that we wanted a more open podium experience. So those are the things that I'm going to kind of focus on. The building systems are very much the same that they were the last time. We have flow-through planters all the way around the building at the edges of what is the building footprint. The flow-through planters are at grade. Our plant list includes both mid-scale and low-scale plant material that we think will be interesting and varied all the way around the building. I did have a conversation with Commissioner Cummerly a bit about the plant material, and I think you should understand that the project has been changing since we saw you last, and as the landscape people were kind of catching up with all the changes in the building. So we do have some additional plant material that we will be coming back to you during the next round. But what we wanted to indicate with the materials that were submitted are that we're using mainly native plant materials around the building. It's a green building. We're trying to get as many points as we can from the rating systems for these plant materials, and we intend to further the list as we go. So I think you'll see that in the next submittal as well. So just going around the building, all the way around are flow-through planters. There's a 6-foot sidewalk on 63rd, a wider sidewalk on Christie, and an even wider sidewalk on 64th. And we have a raised infiltration planter along the east side of the building. These are some kind of blow-ups of these areas so that you can see them a little better. And you'll see the plant list and the section to the left of the screen. You can see on 64th a street tree, a wider sidewalk, the at-grade infiltration planter around the stair and up to the private terrace. The plant list included a number of shrubs and perennials, and we've got some additional materials that we want to consider in the next round that kind of play into that kind of palette that we were using before. So you'll be seeing some of those, and I'm happy to talk more about what those plant materials ought to be over the next round. This is the Christie Avenue planting. Again, we've got the section here, and on this section you can see the plant divider on the terrace. This was a point at the last session where the terrace was long and continuous, and you can see how it's being divided up on the terrace level with a planter. We do have a condition along Christie where there's a utility right of way, which is meaning that we can't plant trees there, but we think we'll have a kind of varied group of plant materials along there that will add a very interesting experience, as well as kind of complement what's across the street. On 63rd Street, here you can see the 6-foot sidewalk, again the street tree in the section, the flow-through planter, and then the terrace. Again, you'll see some additional plant materials that we want to consider in the next round. These are the elevations. On the top, you'll see the 64th Street side of the building with the street trees, the infiltration planters. The lower one is the east-facing elevation. We're screening at the garage. We intend to use taller bamboos in areas where we can get the bamboo to grow up higher, not block out windows. So we have kind of a strategy of blocking views to the garage, but softening the edge of the building and also softening the edge of this raised planter along that side of the building. Well, the bottom there is Christie, so you can see that it does, the lacking part of that elevation is that we don't have any street trees. I did talk to Commissioner Cummerly about the possibility of using green screens on this side of the project, and I think you'll see that in our next round as well. On the 63rd Street side, you can see, again, the street trees, a kind of lush planting along the streetscape, and we think there's enough variety in the plant material there to create privacy for the entries. In the podium, there's been a lot of changes. You can see along the main corridor at the top of the podium, we've aligned the palm trees there, mainly so that one can view those from the 63rd Street aperture. We've opened up the podium quite a bit. Actually, in the last session, one of the commissioners suggested that maybe this was better as a kind of Italian piazza where we didn't have anything in there, and then people just kind of made what they could of the courtyard.
He's home watching TV now.
Yeah, he's off, or he's probably asleep. But in any case, what we're showing here is a pétanque court or a multi-use court. We think this would be useful for all sorts of activities. It's open. It's surrounded by an arbor system that would be covered with wisteria. We have an outdoor kitchen area and gathering area on the right that you can see. This is the material board that's part of our submittal. So it's showing you some of the character, the plant material that we're using. The bike racks that we intend to use, those are located along Christie Street near the entrance to the building. And then I wanted to kind of include some green screen images here, because this is the kind of effect that we'll be looking to add to the building to address some of the greening issues, especially along Christie, where we have the problem without any street trees. We may want to add some very cool wall pieces as well in the building, and I think you'll see those as a part of our next presentation. So with that.
Okay. Thanks, Denise. Does anybody have any questions for the applicant, though, right now, the landscape or architect?
Actually, I have a question. What is the depth of the planters in the courtyard?
The ones that are surrounding the
Petanque court, for
the Petanque
instance.
court are 42 inches. They have benches on the inside that face into the Petanque court. The planters adjacent to the units are 20 inches with seats built into them, but the palm trees have raised sections inside those planters to allow for more
Do you
soil
feel
in the area.
that that's sufficient room to provide a canopy around the Petanque court?
Well, yeah, I think it is, especially when we add the arbors into the system, because I think with the wisteria on the arbors, that what we're really trying to do is protect from the down view in a lot of ways, so that
I'm asking more, like, will it actually grow?
Oh
Have
yeah,
enough
I think
room?
it definitely will grow. The plant materials that we're showing there are Japanese maples and azaras. We may want to add to that list as well, and I'm certainly happy to talk to you about other plant material that you think would be appropriate there.
Thanks.
Okay, that's it.
Oh, I guess you're in charge.
Okay.
I think Origins wants to make a presentation now, yeah, or we would.
Someone else make a presentation?
Our consultants.
Oh, all right.
Origins, Arnold and Alexander. Arnold Mamarella. Yeah.
We should leave it up in case there's questions.
So you can just, yeah.
So to give you a visual to look at. One person's coming right now. So first, let me introduce myself. My name's Arnold Mamarella with Origins Design Network. Myself and my partner Alexander Martinez are principals of the firm, and we were asked by staff to help them out, like was done on the paper mill project. Let me put this over here. And so that's what we're trying to do. We were at your last Planning Commission study session, and we sat in, listened, and we met with staff after that and met with the project team on several occasions, trying to sort of see how to take some of the input that we received from you and some of the staff concerns and sort of see where it could go in developing the project. I put this image up here because I think we can all say that we're feel very good about this part of the project. It was developed quite a bit from the original. The proportions of the massing really improved. The use of materials, the zones, the composition, all improved. And so this part of the project was really strong kind of improvement we felt. There were some other areas of the project that we felt improved quite a bit. Rob mentioned some of them. For example, on the studio units that he turned sideways on the upper floor that pulled the roof line back, got some better solar access. That was a good help, and those turned out to be quite nice units. And the introduction of the townhouse units, which we had seen that in the city's design guidelines, that was a preferred type of building edge on the street for these type of projects. So we were looking at some of the information out of the marketplace. I guess the PUD document, the urban design guidelines that you have been working on, your comments and staff comments, and kind of working those all together. So right now where we're at is we want to sort of kind of go over a few things. And Charlie, did you have a chance to distribute the?
Yeah, I passed out the. There's a sheet that Arnold and Alexander have put together that hits on 5 key points that they're going to go through: the courtyard environment, the private balconies and community terraces, the park to courtyard visual connection, the street level units relating to the sidewalk facade and issues on Christie Avenue, and the building design at the 64th and Christie corner.
Does this thing work?
Yeah, you have to hold it right. It should be on.
Hello?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. A little bit easier. So probably the thing to do is to go to the courtyard, because I think the courtyard is the one area that probably we have the most comments on about the direction of that. And so I want to put up here first, this is the image of the courtyard as it's designed now. And I want to look at this and then the kind of the plan for it. And I think this is probably the one area where we have the biggest kind of difference in opinion with the project team of the courtyard. This is a more of an open plaza design, very open. If you look at the plan view, you will notice that, let me see if I can zoom in a little here. Okay. There we go. You'll notice that the circulation really runs all around the edge of that, right in front of units. So you have units with their only glass that is exposed right on the podium level to circulation. So this was a fairly big privacy concern in terms of those units not having much privacy. You see that they have some small planters there around those. They vary from 20 inches to 40 inches, and some sort of more like pot planters there too. So there's a very open design that you see in both in plan for the circulation and then in this drawing here. Whoops, I have to just zoom that out there. So it's a very open, kind of like an activity plaza type of environment. So we want to talk about that a little bit, and we want to talk about the sort of the walls of the courtyard and how they're turning out, and give some specific information. One thing to look at in terms of courtyard is we want to talk a little bit about the typology of the courtyard. And you'll notice here in section view, and we zoom a little bit here, and I will try to move as fast as possible through this, because I do understand it's late. You'll see that the width of the courtyard is a little more than the height of the courtyard, so it's a pretty tall set of walls. There's some eroding of the walls in certain areas to sort of pull that back, which helps some. But it's a pretty big courtyard, but it's also a pretty tall courtyard. So when we get to the solar access, we can talk a little bit more about that. Just as kind of a couple comparisons, I took a shot of I don't know if you're familiar with the courtyard. Back out again, wrong way, sorry. The New Californian project, which is the Trader Joe's one on University Avenue. And this is a shot in the courtyard, and you see there are 4 stories. This was taken right at 1 p.m. in the middle of summer, so this is the best time for solar access. But we just wanted to show how open the courtyard feels when it's a very open courtyard. I think their courtyard has more things than this in it, but still it's a question of how open do you want the courtyard to feel, and how much sort of a layering do you want, or do you want it to be one large open space? So that's a kind of a judgment call. I think our point of view is, and again, here's really quickly, here's an image of how that lays out. They have a different, kind of a slightly different shape to the courtyard, a little wider, not as deep, but it's sort of a kind of a large space between the buildings to let light in. So I wanted to real quickly say that there's an alternative vision to the courtyard, and that's more the traditional vision, if I can do this. And this is more the traditional vision of a courtyard. This is taken from a traditional courtyard type project built in the late 20s, so the time is different, but there's kind of contemporary examples too. And you'll see in this one that the courtyard is a combination of private spaces, which you see are these gridded spaces, walled private spaces, and landscape spaces. You also see that the width of the courtyard is a little bit bigger relative to the mass of the building. And when you look at the section, you'll notice that the courtyard is much more heavily landscaped and through here. So it's a much more intimate type of space with heavier landscaping. And it's actually part of a series of courtyards as people move through the courtyard to get into the unit. So the courtyard is part of the project which you move through to get to the unit. In this case, with these newer projects, they tend to become more of sort of in addition to the primary circulation system. Now, I don't know how good this picture is going to come out, but basically you see inside that courtyard, you see a much heavier sort of landscape treatment that provides some more intimacy. And this is with the lower building. Also, really quickly, you see, the landscape and the building walls kind of come together. I was kind of interested in the green screen ideas, and we'll come back to that as one of the ways to kind of create more of a landscape zone. So what we're kind of recommending is that the courtyard, and here's another quick example of a courtyard where it's more lush and varied in its sort of series of spaces and forms. So what we're recommending is a couple things. Well, let me start here real quick. We are recommending that this dark green is, we didn't do any design to the courtyard. We're recommending that some private patios be used on the courtyard to provide another layer. These units here could use some additional privacy, and some private patios with some walls of a varied height would help to provide a little bit of enclosure, a little bit of privacy, and places for landscape to go against. It still leaves a lot of room in the court for other activities and circulation. So that's one of the things that we're recommending will help this project in two ways. One is it will help the courtyard experience, but also it will provide more private amenities for some of the units. So that's one recommendation. The other recommendation for the courtyard, or the second of three really, is it seems that although there's been some improvements on the solar access, generally these type of projects don't have very good solar access. I mean, they don't function very well in this way. And because the courtyard's been left in the orientation that it is, I think it's incumbent to sort of look at how you can kind of chip away at the upper levels of it to let some more light in, especially for southwest light. And so looking at this drawing, these red lines indicate the difference between where the line of the roof lines are now, which is the red lines, and where they could be dropped down. So this is just a little cut and paste exercise here. By reducing parapets and changing a couple unit conditions, actually only one unit gets changed here, removing that one unit. And we'll get to that in a minute about the upper deck. So we're looking at letting more light in where it can get into the courtyard to improve that. Also bringing down the scale of the courtyard a little from the inside. And the last point here is just a point verbally is to look at, we just sort of felt, talking with staff, that the courtyard elevations did seem a little commercial, and maybe there could be a little more of a residential scale to them, elements that are of a more of a residential scale. So that's something that we would, like to bring up for your consideration. So I want to move past the courtyard, because I know time is moving on, and go to the second area that we want to talk about that is rather related. And this is the terraces and the decks. So in this area, again, one of the goals was to try to get more private terraces in the project and to use the terraces that we have better. So you notice that, again, some private terraces as part of the courtyard for the lower units. And you also notice that this is on the podium level. There's opportunities to put some more terraces on some of these units, on the upper level units here that to our understanding don't exist. So this is this darker green color. This is on the podium level. So there's opportunities selectively around the project to put a few more terraces in. On the upper floor, one of the recommendations, and I know that the project developer does not prefer this recommendation because it would lose a unit, but we can come back to that in a minute, would be to remove a studio unit at this location. The south sun is coming from this direction. It would let a lot of light in, and we don't have any roof terraces. There was a discussion at the Planning Commission before about having roof terraces. There are no roof terraces on the roof, and in lieu of that, there's an idea of maybe putting a small communal terrace up there, big enough to get some use, get sun more times of the year, not limited times. So the main courtyard will be dark certain times of the year. This would be light most of the year, and that would allow a little more light into the the courtyard and another usable space for the many units that don't have terraces. So that was a recommendation that we went over with staff. And of course, there might be a few other places to add small terraces. I want to quickly show that New California project, that one of the things that they do have is they do have extensive roof terraces, which when I went to the building was really one of the nicest features. They had lots of roof terraces, lots of different activities, and people were actually using those where the courtyard people weren't. So it's sort of like you're trying to make it work the best you can, but having some sort of roof terrace or terrace high on the building might be very helpful to the overall quality of the project. Let me go through the one more of the issues related to the project courtyard and podium is the entrance to the pedestrian entrance. And this is another area which is pretty difficult part of the project, because what you'll see is this is the elevation, and you notice right, let me use a pen here, and you notice right here is where the entrance is. So you have a 10-foot wide stair, and then you have the balcony off the recreation room, and there's the unit above that. And what you notice is that it's pretty closed off. It's not very big relative to the facade. And while from certain vantage points you might get a view up there, from most vantage points the view will be kind of blocked. Here is how it is in section right now. This is the sectional view through there. So you see a person down here looking up. They have a pretty closed kind of angle of view into that. So they will get some little views, but not maybe as much as the initial comments that we got from the Planning Commission of trying to open up that connection. So let me back this up just a bit. So the recommendation here is to essentially remove that unit on the floor above the podium level. It's a studio unit. The idea of a glass bridge was talked about, and actually when we studied it more, we didn't think that was a good idea either. And so just an open bridge under there would be protected from rain would be a better solution, because it would allow more views through than a glass bridge. The other thing is changing the stair and terrace at the rec room, where right now on the lower floor there's a mechanical room down there that can be widened out. Right now you got a 10-foot stair. We're talking about widening it to about 17 plus feet, 17, 18 feet, and using a stair with some planters on it to make a more inviting type of entry into there, and pushing the terrace off the rec room over, making it a little deeper. As we studied it, we found that this walk-around terrace really didn't seem to really be needed. You can come from the terrace out from the rec room out to a terrace, and so it seemed like it was a better use of space to make that the entry and leave the terrace off the rec room, make it a little more of a rectangular space. It would be a little easier to use. So the big issue here is losing the unit. That's the big issue here, widening and making it a more gracious access, and then narrowing this other terrace and making that terrace off the rec room a really, usable terrace for a gathering. So we're making those recommendations after talking with staff about that. Two more areas to talk about. I know we can't really get to everything. The issue of the townhomes along the street, we initially recommended putting townhomes on all three sides, and they felt that was too many townhomes, so they went with townhomes along just the Christie side. But in the development of those townhomes, they really got kind of small. And there's a quarter on the back, so you see the unit plans, and this line here is the line of the building overhang. So you've got 9 feet from the overhang back to the unit, which maybe is a little too far, provides a lot of shadow. And you notice that the actual space inside the unit is getting pretty small. These are not that big of townhomes. They're like, 750, 75 square feet, something like that. I'm not sure, but somewhere in that. And the bedroom is really quite small too, with a closet. So there's a lot of concerns that we have with the townhome. So what we're doing is making a couple recommendations here. Now the basic recommendation is, okay, this actually can be seen pretty well. is, you see where this red line is here? That's the existing wall of the units. We're actually thinking it would be better to bring those out about 2.5 feet on the lower floor and about a foot further on the upper floor. What that does is that it's still set back in the frame, but it makes those units a lot bigger, where those allowing for furniture arrangement and things like that. It's just a little more gracious unit. Allows for a little more storage space and closets, which are pretty limited in these units. And it still allows a pretty generous stoop and stairs. And we actually thought that doing a raised planter really across the front, and then a deeper planter on the street side at the ground level would work quite well. And one of the reasons is, as you know, on this street they can't put street trees. So the value of these planters on the street are not quite as good, but maybe they'd be a little more if they were focused right across from the entry, so it's more of a focal point and there's some rhythm to this walkway. It's still a deep walkway, but it sort of focuses more on the entry of the units and at a street level experience. So the next image is the privacy image. This is more or less the current situation. I know they're talking about a planter, but we didn't really know what type of planter they were talking about there. This is basically their section with a little planter added there because they have the window being very low. So what we're proposing is you go with a little higher planter so that there is some, with plants and the higher wall, there's some visual break for privacy. I think that that's something that, you know, most people in the units will, what will happen is we've run on many projects where if they're near the ground floor, they just constantly keep their curtains closed. So essentially they get, only way to get privacy is to eliminate the light. So that seems like a bad trade-off for us if you can find another way to do it. So it's a higher planter there. So quickly, the elevations on that. This is the proposed elevation now. And there's many ways to do an elevation, so this is not the only way, but just basically on the floor plan changes, this zone here, this concrete column, really focusing more on the entry into the units that you go into, and a little higher planter wall here. This is actually 5 feet from the ground. It tells you an idea of the scale of the overall building. With 5 feet looks rather low, but it will provide privacy for these units a little better, but you still have a lot of focus, and this kind of between these two columns is really more at a scale of the street as opposed to where it was here. It's more at the scale of the building. It's part of this bigger rhythm. So it's really kind of defining this lower zone a little bit more. A couple more quick things here is at the upper zone, you have many opportunities to sort of improve the units. At this area here, they had a taller sort of section here, and we just said, well, why not bring the windows up at that living room there, give them some higher windows on those upper units, kind of like a light monitor like what was done on paper mill, and that way you're sort of getting some interior quality out of that in addition to the exterior look of the building. So there's some little areas like that that could be improved, and that's one recommendation there. So one last thing to talk about, and then we'll be done with this unless you have comments or questions for me. So this orange corner here, we like orange. Personally, it's my favorite color. Our concerns, though, that maybe it's a little bit of a heavy-handed sort of element. It is visible from the freeway. It's actually quite visible. And the other thing that happens from this corner is you have great bay views. You have great bay views. Now, if you look at the elevations really quickly, it gives you a different way of looking at it. This is the 64 side. This is the Christie side. You see on the 64 side, you get kind of a big blank wall, which, you know, looks not so bad in the perspective, but then you get to the elevation, it's like, oh, wow, maybe not so great. So what we really thought was, with a lot of these decisions, if you sort of combine unit decisions, here, this is a two-bedroom unit, more of a glazed corner that really takes advantage of the view out to the bay. Those are the only units with really great views. By eliminating the heavy column and treating it really more like these other corners of the building. So you're picking up on some basic language of the building. I think there's a room for some improvement there. So we have a quick sketch that just shows some potential. And it's not nearly as nice as their beautiful renderings, everyone knows that. But just by opening up those corners and trying to introduce some of the, lowering the scale of this and maybe bringing in this ceramic tile like is on the back of the building, using those elements, repeating those elements, it's kind of in the sort of imagery that they had, but maybe it's a little kind of scaled down and a little more friendly to the units in terms of the view. So this is one area that we think is worth some more study. We're not sure if it's going to stand the test of time very well. And it's really the part of the building that you will see from the freeway. So I think that's probably a good place to stop.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Origins or the consultant? No? I think we're going to get a response from
Yeah.
the applicant, Denise. Thank you very much.
Oh, I just want to make one quick comment.
Yeah.
As far as the 2 units that are lost, the 2 studio units, you know, I think it could be studied the ways to get 1 or 2 of those units back. I'm not sure, but that's something that we can meet and go over with them. And as far as the 190 unit minimum requirement, I think staff might be able to comment on, is there really a requirement to do 190 units for the state? I haven't heard that before, but that's something that you might ask about.
I think Denise will know a little bit more about that. But thank you.
Okay. Do you want to do this, or do you want me to just have it?
Good evening.
Good evening. Oh, good morning.
Morning.
Yes, good morning. Is this on? Is it working?
Yeah.
I'm Denise Pinkston. I'm a partner with TMG Partners. We're the project sponsor. And given the lateness of the hour and the amount of detail we've had to go into this evening in our second study session, I thought I'd start with a bit of good news, just take a quick refresher. As you know, the overall marketplace redevelopment was the first lead for a neighborhood development, platinum-rated neighborhood plan in the country, and still remains one of a handful of those projects in the U.S. We got the platinum rating from the U.S. Green Building Council because of the site planning and overall orientation to how development should be done in the urban infill environment. A lot of those things don't show up on an FDP. A lot of them are related to the programming and management of the buildings. Some of the things that were commented on in the staff report are actually in our introductory verbiage, which we handed to you at the last commission meeting, which is the building is LEED certifiable at the silver level or could be green point rated, but that's not subject to design review. It'll have green MEP systems. It's part of the overall marketplace, so it's got TMP. We've got very low parking ratios compared to other products in the market, really high bike parking ratios, and we did things with the architecture that you wouldn't find in this kind of product. If you go to any podium-style apartment building in the East Bay, you're not going to find visual openings from the private garden in the middle of the building out to the public street. So we did a lot of things in the building consistent with the master plan. It's hard to appreciate when you're just looking at a section or an elevation. And we're excited because it's the first part of this master plan. In part because we're starting the overall project, we applied for yet another potential interesting project, which is the State Catalyst Program. The state of California set aside grant funds to be available to projects that would start soon, hence the name Catalyst, and provide an example statewide of good green building. And we just found out this week that our project has been designated as a gold state catalyst project, one of only 4 in the state with the gold rating, and the only one in the Bay Area other than Mission Bay to achieve that rating. So we're really happy to be in that category, and we have a lot of momentum to get this building done in an economy where nobody's doing anything. And the state's recognizing that momentum with additional potential grant funds and with the $5 million state brownfield cleanup grant, which requires that we sign the grant in October. Signing the grant according to the city's preferred schedule means we have an OPA approved by the city council by October. They don't want to do an OPA without the FDP being approved. So that means that has to be done in October at the council, which means it has to be done by you in September. So I regret the schedule. Origins has suggested having more design meetings and more study sessions. After tonight, we have 1 week to turn around a final submittal to you, so your staff can write it up. It can be in your packet. So what I would like to do tonight at midnight is to let you know, we just got the staff report on Tuesday. So there's a lot of things that were brought up. We thought we were done 3 weeks ago. We spent a lot of time and money and long nights redesigning the project. So I was a little surprised to get that level of additional commentary on the project. But we quickly, today and yesterday, tried to respond. We'll let you know what we can accept. We'll let you know what we still have a problem with. And we'd like to know what things we'd like to have a dialogue with you about, because we're open to a number of solutions. And if you give us some direction, we'll be able to bring it back to you in a way that's works the best for all of us. So with a little bit of good news and a tight timeline, let's just launch into talking about what Origins laid out. Of the recommendations that were made by Origins, a lot of them are fine with us. So the idea that on the ground level townhouses, we take a plain wall and replace it with glazing to increase light, we're okay with that at the ground level. We're okay making the townhomes deeper and making those units larger. It'll slightly reduce the amount of variance between the base building wall and where the townhouses are, so that two-story element won't read quite as strongly, but it'll still read, and it'll make a better unit. So we're happy to accept that. We'll play with the 64th Street corner to try and lighten that up a little bit, but the exact drawing that Origins drew, we can't build structurally. We've already got a very expensive storefront glazing system so that all those units have floor-to-ceiling bay view glass. That's the kind of feature you only see in a for-sale condo project in the Bay Area. It's very unusual to get it in a rental project. We did it on the Bayview corner. We can't take that glass line and wrap it around a corner without really expensive structural systems, otherwise the building won't hold itself up. So we get the idea, but the design won't work. So we'll play with that, and we'll come back with something that is, provided that's okay with you, in that direction, but not quite what they suggested. We can add some additional balconies. One of the locations that was mentioned in the written staff report, although that was changed again for tonight, was some additional balconies on the 64th Street elevation on the 4th floor. We can add some more. Going to 50% balconies in these units will be completely out of character with what's done in the rental market in the East Bay. So I will show you some locations where we can add a few more, but we only want to add a few more and still be able to build the project for what we're able to accomplish economically. We're happy adding dividers to the shared terraces, where we can add more privacy on some of those long shared balconies. We just showed you the space in the plans. We're happy to program it with some pots and plants to make them more private, usable spaces for those residents. We are already starting to study how we can add additional green screens at the ground level of the building to accomplish two things. One, Commissioner Kimmerly pointed out that this is a green building, but when you drive by it, it just looks like any other apartment building, which is sort of a lost opportunity, particularly since where we start with is, hey, we're a green project and we're doing all these great things. So I think that's the right idea, and Jeff showed you some imagery for how we can accomplish that. So we'll come back to you with some additional green screens. So when you drive by the building or you walk by the building and go, oh yeah, that's different. That's a green building. So we'll bring that back to you. And then finally, we're happy to incorporate more private spaces at the podium level if that's desired by the commission. We redrew the podium for you based on what we thought you said last time, and what they think you said was different than what we thought. So you guys have to tell us what you want at the podium. We're happy to program it either way. I will say, though, that the vernacular of a 1920s bungalow project in Los Angeles is not the vernacular of a mid-rise apartment project in the current decade. So we have a fundamental disagreement on the design principle of a podium garden. That being said, some private spaces that are more privatized for the residents is fine by us. I would also suggest, if you want to see images of our vision of the podium, that you walk through any of the podiums designed by Jeff Miller in Emeryville, because that's what we're looking for. The kind of lushness and care that Jeff brings to his designs is not like the podium images that they showed you from that project in Berkeley. So it's sometimes hard to see in a plan what it's going to look like. Jeff's podiums won't look like the images that they showed to you. And we can, if you want to get into it, we can go through it, but he designed our project, the condo conversion right on Harlan Street. You can walk in and see his multi-wall fountain. Again, that's a for sale project, but it's very inviting and lush. He designed the Age Song apartments, or senior living, and he also designed the more recent project that Rick Holiday did near City Hall. And I'm sure he can give you a long resume of his lovely podium gardens. There are some things that we don't want to do. We'd really like you not to tell us to do these things. And the reasons are they're either highly costly for a minimal effect in the building. We've probably added $1 million in cost to this building in the last month. And we've eliminated 3 units, each of which are worth about $350,000. So we added $1 million of cost, we took away $1 million of revenue. In high times, that would be irrelevant. But right now, that's a significant portion of what makes the project work. So we can't keep doing that. So we will do things that we can, but we can't keep making really expensive gestures that have a marginal impact on the desirability and the livability of the project. So let's talk about what some of those are. The 190 units was where we thought we were with staff when we met with them 3 weeks ago, and we thought we had a deal. Now granted, they didn't say we had a deal, but we had to redesign the building and we have submittal deadlines with the state. We told the state that was our project because we had to. That's how the 190 unit got locked in. From the state's perspective, the city's driving the number of units down. The state thought they were getting a 217 unit project. They thought they were getting 34 BMR units for their $5 million grant, and it keeps ratcheting the other way. It started at 195, now when it was at 193, now it's at 190. So we told the state 190, it went to the state CPFC board. Very hard to take that back now with the state. So we're asking that you leave the unit count at 190 units, and that we look for ways to accomplish your objectives that don't result in a net loss of units. Secondly, there's been a lot of, we believe that the unit plans that we've presented you with are largely consistent with what's done in the market. Entering through a kitchen, we showed you 5 different apartment unit plans, including unit plans in Emeryville with projects that are well occupied that you enter through the kitchen on. So we really think that that should not be an issue that we continue to discuss. I'm kind of going through here, let's see. On the Christie Avenue elevation, Origins brought up tonight the notion of adding windows to the top register of the building above the doorways to add more light to those units. That fractures the roof diaphragm there and has significant structural and cost implications. It makes it building more difficult to build, so we would like not to add windows in that particular location. If we were to widen the flow through planters, as Origins has suggested, we would either have to narrow the private porches or narrow the sidewalks. There's no extra space at the ground plane of the building. And each of the planters is already at the minimum dimension that will function. We also don't think those planters should be 5 feet tall. That's a planter that's as tall as I am, less 2 inches. And that would be a very hard and imposing surface to put on the public sidewalk, or in that public realm. It would prevent any communication at all. Rather than having bigger permanent structures, we think we should go with taller plants, which can grow and you can see through and it allows light to go through it. So we don't recommend the modification to the planters that's suggested by Origins. Let's see, I'm trying to make sure I've got everything else here.
And they're widening the townhouse units. Did you mention that?
We're
in.
not actually widening. We'll bring them out to the street a little
Bringing
bit.
them out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in
depth.
In the depth, yeah.
In
We'll
depth.
make those slightly longer. Let's talk now then about things where we could really use some direction from you and some more dialogue with you this evening, if you could help us. Obviously, the whole area of the building terrace is subject to discussion. When our architect presented this portion of the building, he pointed out that this is a double height ceiling already. So what you get by removing yet another unit, I think, is minimal and affects very few people, but to us, it's a huge impact. So rather than do that, what we suggest, if they think this terrace area, we also disagree that the terrace here should only be accessed through the rec room. In my mind, particularly now that the building division has said this can no longer be a building entry because of ADA, unless we put in a third elevator core or a lift, neither of which both of which are economically difficult, and a lift would be somewhat unsightly in that location. We suggest we leave the stair where it is and activate the stair by having this terrace outdoors. So when you're standing out here and you're looking up, you see outdoor area and you see outdoor area. You don't see a building wall here. So it's open. You see the wraparound fence or guardrail for the terrace, balcony rail, and you see the stair, which has a gate here. To have a wider opening with a big gate behind it, to me, is adding a lot of space to an activity that is essential. You have to have a building exit, but not necessarily terribly desirable, whereas an outdoor usable patio terrace is a highly desirable activity. I also think, I disagree with him that it should only, access should only through the recreation room. If you allow people to be out here, I'm gonna draw my plans here, and they wanna go out and see the park, they can walk out and see the park. If somebody's in the rec room watching the big game on the big TV, they aren't necessarily gonna wanna go through that activity room and disrupt the activity in order to get to the outdoor usable public space. So I think there needs to be this exterior access to this terrace, which cantilevers out over here. If the terrace isn't big enough, I suggest rather than adding, losing a unit to fix that, just cut it back in dimension. This gets west or south facing light, so it's going to be lit most of the day. Even if it's under the envelope of the building above, you can cut it back and make it wider, so this would now become the dimension of the terrace, as wide as some of the studio units, and you have more usable area and you maintain this outdoor access. If you want to make sure that that isn't impeded, you could lose that door. So now you have a locked gate here, you have stair rails all the way around, it's visible through the room, we haven't lost any units, you've done the programming and made it more open the way you wanted to do, and it's usable for everybody, not just people who feel comfortable walking through the party in the rec room that day or whatever else might be going on there. I also think we do have some opportunities here to add balconies, which Origins suggested at that terrace level or podium level, so we're happy to look at that next time. But what would be helpful to hear from you is whether you prefer the rec room wall to go to the stair or not, if we can leave it back here and accept some of these suggestions. And if you feel strongly about, to me, this lost unit doesn't really worth it. The place that Origins suggested losing a unit, I think it's this studio unit up here. Thank you. Suggested losing this studio unit. The purpose of that is to make this less massive and to allow this to be an outdoor usable terrace. Because of where it is in the project, it's in the shadowest, most shaded part of the building. It's actually better and more effective for usability to make this bigger. And we can make that bigger and not lose a unit. So if you're looking for interesting usable outdoor space, nick that building. Nick the wall of that, let this be more active and outdoor, rather than getting rid of a unit that makes a perfectly good location for a unit, but a somewhat dark location for an outdoor sun terrace. So that's what we would like you to do tonight. And we'd like you to give us some feedback about this terrace design area just in conclusion, so we can try to resolve that. The only other thing that really is a question of policy for the city is this sidewalk width. We now have this sidewalk at 6 feet. Last time we were here, you guys wanted 7 feet to 7.5. The only way to get that is to move the street over. This is now a driveway, right? It's Marketplace's driveway, and it's designed at 22 feet, which is the minimum the Public Works would have set for a city road. You can have a 20-foot private driveway, however, and still be consistent with the city code. The reason the Public Works Director wanted it to be 22 feet is that ultimately one day it's supposed to be a city street. The way you could accomplish that is ultimately one day move it over 2 feet that way. That way today you get your sidewalk width of 7 feet and you live with a somewhat undersized driveway for a while until the park edge is completed and you can move the roadway over. So that's what we would recommend, but that's really a dialogue between the commission, the policymakers on staff, and the Public Works Director about what direction you want to go. We're comfortable doing it either way, but you guys need to weigh in. You got to tell us what you want and tell the Public Works Department how you'd like that to be viewed. So if you could advise us on the terrace and the street widths, and if you can accept what we can accept and not accept, then that we would be very happy. And we look forward to your comments and additional thoughts and suggestions. And we look forward to bringing back to you the results of tonight's meeting. We'll be redesigning next week, and we'll have the submittal in by the Tuesday after Labor Day.
Thank you, Denise. Does anybody have any questions for Denise? Or Origins or staff? I'm going to open the public comment. Is there anybody here to speak? Oh, look, there is somebody. Speak on this item. We'll give you 3 minutes and 5 seconds. Please introduce yourself.
So, John Sherman, I would definitely support the terrace should be accessed only from the rec center. And I think that could open up the stairs. I'd like to see the stairs, the width of the stairs, be much wider to open up the space, going up to the podium.
So you like the Origins idea, but Denise's idea is sort of okay too.
Denise's idea, but I think Origins
He's saying.
Make the terrace accessible only from the rec room, and that would allow extra width of the stairs.
So we can have a double wide stair.
I see. Okay.
So that, and I definitely support the road diet for the driveway in, and then sometime in the future, if it needs to expand, take it out of the other parcel on the south side. The other thing that I was a little concerned about your design on Christie was the in and out of the street, and I think it's really important that we maintain our 7.5 foot clear space, because this is a highly trafficked area with people walking dogs, usually in groups, so I think it's really important to maintain that.
No dialogues back and forth.
I
Go
would
ahead,
really,
Mr. Sherman.
really avoid that. I mean, it looks cool, but it's not practical for people walking their dogs and walking in groups. And whatever we can do to make Christie the green street that it is, so you've got some creative ideas there, I would highly encourage that. But otherwise, I think you've come up with some good things that you can work out between the two of you.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you, John.
Oh, one other thing is, there is a bus that 63rd and Christie is now becoming kind of a transit hub. And there's the J Transbay bus that comes back from the commute hours every night, dumps off a boatload of people at this location.
Wow.
And in the future, it'll be even more. So I think there should be some sort of accommodation made in the streetscape, the sidewalk, that will accommodate that bus and kind of encourage that transit use.
What street was that on again? Christie?
Basically the driveway and Christie.
Based out there.
Okay. Any more public comments? Seeing none, close public comment. Bring it back to commission.
Well, I was really not impressed with the consultant's suggestions at all. I thought the adding balconies is really ridiculous. All you need to do is drive around anywhere in Emeryville and look at the balconies, and you see nobody on them. Occasionally a plant. At Watergate, where every unit has a balcony, a number of people have enclosed them to make them usable rooms, and they don't mean anything. As far as that monumental stairway coming off 63rd Street, I think that's a waste of time. It's not a stairway. You can't use it. It's locked. And I think the only idea is that you can, look up inside from the sidewalk. And I don't think that's a usable, meaningful thing for somebody that lives in the building. And, that all-glass corner at 64th and Christie looks very dramatic, and I'm sure there's a view out there. But anybody that knows anything about architecture knows that it requires a much more extensive structural system to make it happen. I think the improvements they've made to these plans since our last meeting have been terrific. There's little details that could be changed, but I just don't understand these consultants' comments other than perhaps he felt he had to say something. At any rate, that's my feeling about it.
Art, do you have any comments? Because you were at the last study session now.
I have a few comments. I felt that the project still lacked a level of detail for the pedestrian experience that could be done in a number of ways, and I think Origins attempted to address that, especially on Christie. Although the planter Denise was talking about is indeed 5 foot tall, there was also another planter in front that would provide another layer of planting. So I'm wondering, why couldn't we just have the sidewalk and curb have no planting and have all the planting against the building to provide a more private experience for the townhomes within? Also, in the courtyard, I was thinking that the possibility, since indeed it is such a tall building and there is limited solar access, although you've done wonderful things to increase that, it seems that it may be a more interesting, inviting, and edifying experience to make it more almost like with say palm trees and smaller Japanese maples. Make it like a canopied green lush place. So we could again have the areas for the homes with green screens that are private, and at the same time, for the folks living above, they would be looking down almost on a forest, and the people who are walking underneath, it would be light with some, as Japanese maples are not particularly dense, you would have this sort of entire experience of walking underneath. And this, I think, would be a more useful experience for all the tenants than a pétanque court, because it's more likely folks are just going to walk through or look out their window down at it. Also, let's see. The corner on 64th, I kind of agree with Buzz. It's kind of an afterthought at this point. I'm not really sure what we're accomplishing. I do feel that it does need to have some presence, but I'm not sure it's working the way it is.
The way it's designed, or the way Origin should?
The way it's, I don't think Origins had anything to say about that corner, did they? Did you?
They did. They completely redesigned it.
More
and
glass.
Wraparound glass.
The
yeah. And showed some tile on it. That's okay.
Okay.
The orange corner.
No, I'm not talking about the orange corner.
Oh, you're talking about the orange corner, right?
No.
Oh,
I'm talking about the corner on the park. Did I say?
You said 63rd.
Oh, sorry.
63rd.
Sorry.
Okay.
63rd. And is that what you were talking about, Buzz?
No, I was talking about 64th.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, I'm talking about 63rd. It is also an important corner, and I agree with Denise. It's going to be difficult to have that much glass and on the other side. Those are the main points I believe. I also, again, I wanted to reiterate that I feel like there could be more detail on the pedestrian level, not just on the street, but even inside the building, to create a more personal experience.
Thanks. Stephen?
I think the developer's done a great job, and they've come a long way since the last time I saw the project. And by the way, we have a pétanque court, and it's used. Yeah, people are actually out there botching away, so I like it. The orange corner looks a little heavy, but I think you're getting there, I'm not totally opposed to it. But I understand what Buzz is saying about the balconies. I don't know if that looks like an afterthought. Were you opposed to the balconies, especially here?
No,
Or
they were
typically?
adding even more balconies.
Yeah.
I think they help architecturally break up the facade, but, that's all they're doing. They're never going to be used.
They're not big enough to be used?
No.
Okay.
I mean, even if they're bigger, if you drive around any city with buildings with balconies, you never see anybody on the balconies.
Yeah, the courtyard looks a lot better also. It looks like there's some interesting gathering spaces and spaces where you can sit and just search the web and do your thing. So I kind of like where you're going.
Yeah, I think the project looks great, a lot better, and I like the warehouse effects of the massing. I like the bulkhead roof. The more exposed cement you have. I know the pillars are exposed. There's a lot of exposed cement on the podium. If we're going to go green screen, maybe you can take some of the cladding off and still have exposed cement, especially along Christie. I don't like the high planters. Every time high planters come up, we talk about Glass House. It reminds me of Jim and the high planters, and they do screen the units, and they give you great privacy, but they create this wall, and the pedestrian experience is gone. And even if it's terraced back, it's still a big planter wall, a concrete wall. And I just don't think I think taller plants will work better. And if the green screens go in, great. One of the, I liked a few of the ideas from Origins, the corner element, the orange 64th element. You could play around with that. I like that it's bold. I like that it sticks out. Obviously, you can see it from the freeway, and it's going to stick out. It's going to be hey, there's that Emeryville building, because it looks like this looks like an Emeryville building, and it's we're putting the there. Some people say, oh, that looks so Emeryville, but hey, at least they're saying it looks like Emeryville, and it doesn't. You don't hear people saying, hey, it looks like Hayward. It looks like Vallejo. No offense to all the Hayward and Vallejo people talking, but we got a there, and we have a look, and it's hard to get away from it, especially if you keep using Cava and everybody else. I digress. I agree with Buzz on the patios are small. They're not that usable. It's nice to have somewhere to stand outside. I don't think that we can get rid of units, so I hope that you can redesign that entry up from the park, which I agree, 20-foot road, wider sidewalk. We'll deal with the wider road later, if that's okay. Whoever makes a motion here. And but there needs to be some work there. It looks dark, and even with the three-dimensional drawing, you're kind of going up there. It's just this big dark stair to nowhere. But there, awesome bridges that are going across all that glazing. It's looking all this light and the rendering where you're looking south in the courtyard. I mean, it's exposed. It's great. You're right. I build rental apartments. This doesn't look like a rental apartment. It looks like a beautiful condo. And so you're putting a lot of elements into it that are really awesome. And so take some of those origin thoughts, but stick with your main idea. Obviously, you're a great architect and you're doing a good job. But something's got to happen there. Centering the door, maybe the staircase is wider. But I don't want you to lose a unit. You can't lose a unit. I realize unit counts are really important for funding. And I don't think you can get to it's an apartment building, having roof decks and everything is just, it's, getting the elevator up there, ADA, all that stuff. It's just that's not what this project is. Maybe the condo portion of the PUD will give us some nice roof decks. Courtyard experience, the whole thing could be a lot more organic. I agree. Maybe some people use the pedunk courts, or they call it bocce or whatever. I like the organic idea. I mean, I went to visit that Trader Joe's university project. I mean, it is beautiful. God, they put a lot of money into that thing. It's gorgeous. It's incredible, really. You're not going to get there, but, and I appreciate the landscape architecture. I've seen his work. It's great work. So a little more organic. I don't need private patios. I live at a place where there's no landscaping, and the courtyard's about as big as this. There's none. Everybody puts their own landscaping out, and the 100 people that live there absolutely love it, that everyone's got their own little thing going on, and it brings the community together. So you start building walls, creating little patios for one-bedroom apartments, that those people in that one-bedroom apartment are not a part of that community. That's just the way it is. So I like I know you came away from that. You had private patios. The commission told you to take them away. Now it started telling you to take it back. So I think just staying organic, keeping the walls down, trying more plants. I like the idea that canopies can start in there. So Japanese maples, I love too. So, you know, getting some woody trees in there is good. So, Denise, do you feel like that's giving you some direction?
Can I say something?
Yeah, of course. Right.
Maybe because I'm not an architect, as Buzz is, I agree with most of the recommendations made by our consultant. I think most of them improve the project. I particularly like the three that I will concentrate on. I think the stairway, I agree with John, the stairway on 63rd Street must be wider. I mean, it needs a much more greater visual access to the courtyard. So I would definitely be in favor of widening the stairway and narrowing the terrace, as was suggested. The second thing is, I think in the courtyard, I like the idea of having private space. I mean, I don't think I'd like living in a unit where people are walking up and down in front of my unit. I happen to favor the 5-foot planters for the same reason. If I lived on Christie Street, I'd keep my blinds closed all the time. So I think that's a plus. And the last point is I like the idea of creating that common terrace, was it on the 3rd or 4th floor, where it would get sunlight all the time, because I believe that courtyard is quite narrow and will be in shade most of the time. So creating that upper level common terrace, I think, is a great idea. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Oh, I didn't comment on that upper terrace, but I thought it was absolutely useless. It's very small.
That's what makes a ball game.
It's also very windy. And so I don't think it would be used much.
So there you got two sides of that. But I think Origin suggested one larger terrace, but then you suggested maybe we could get a terrace around on the south facade, right? So, you know, maybe we can get that terrace and Art can go over there and have a cocktail. Does that answer seem to put you in a direction? And of course, we're available in the next week as you design this thing and get it back in.
I guess I had one last question about the east side of the project and the choice of, I guess you couldn't really call them trees because they're bamboo. Is that because it's a flow-through planter and you're not able to get a larger scale tree in that area?
Because it's a narrow space, putting a tree, you know, there are narrow growing trees that we could put there.
Sure.
We could plant it with birch or something like that that might grow up. But, you know, I'd be happy to talk to you about other species, like I said. But the point of it is that this is a tall, narrow growing plant that would be good for those kind of planters, and that's why we selected it.
I just feel for all the folks staring at the parking lot all day on that side.
Well, I think we're screening a lot of the parking lot. I mean, oh, you mean from the unit
From
side?
the units, yeah.
I don't know how we're going to actually, in a 4-foot, you know, wide space that's right up against the building, create a screen to a parking lot that extends hundreds of feet out from the building. So
there you have it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think I could use a little clarification, though, because you asked, you know, do we have some direction? And I think we got, like, really two different directions on the courtyard. So, you know, we want to come back with something that people are going to like. And, I, you know, I don't know if the line's going to be drawn on that or what, but, you know, we're going to try to accommodate both sides of that argument and see if we can come up with some sort of thing.
What I thought I heard, just to make sure we all agree on, and it's a little bit of a blending of what everybody said, more plants. And plants strategically placed to provide privacy to units so they're tall enough to achieve that effect, rather than the use of walls in places like the ground plane in the courtyard. and planting that's artful in a way to create more pedestrian interest and say, this is a green building as you're viewing it, either walking along or from above. That the planting in the courtyard should be more organic, that there should be, it should have a feeling of lushness. Although, again, we think there still needs to be sun striking the courtyard, so we don't want a complete canopy. It needs to have some varied, but I think we can work on that. We will work on the corner element on 63rd to lighten that, consistent with the structural systems, and try and bring back something that is a modification of where we're headed that works hopefully better for you and for us. We'll try to get the 7-foot sidewalk on 63rd. We should probably meet with the Public Works Director and chat with them about that.
Sure.
And we'll work on enlarging the stair and the terrace at the 63rd Street entrance without losing a unit. So we'll nip and tuck and push and pull and try to make that outdoor area bigger and more inviting as an exit way, since it can no longer be an entryway, but at least visually porous and interesting and have some good outdoor use functions. So is that a pretty good summary of where we are for things we should focus on?
Yeah.
Okay,
Personally,
great.
I
Thank
do.
you very much for
Thank
your
you,
time
Denise.
and the focus on this stuff. It's really helpful.
Appreciate that. Okay, it's late. We're going to try and power through because we see Michelle de Guzman back there, anxious to come up here. So come on up. Final item, the I-80 pedestrian and bicycle crossing. Michelle de Guzman. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you, and good morning. This is probably my 8 years of being in the city, the latest I've ever started a presentation. Michelle de Guzman, for those of you that are not familiar with me, I work for the City of Emeryville in the Economic Development and Housing Department. I'm here to do a brief introduction, followed by an equally brief presentation on the I-80 pedestrian and bicycle bridge. This project has actually been worked on for some time. This is the first time it's coming to the Planning Commission. The proposed project consists of a pedestrian and bicycle bridge. It crosses over I-80 at 65th Street. The bridge itself will primarily be in the jurisdiction of Caltrans, so we've been going through the Caltrans approval process. What we'll be presenting to you tonight is a little summary, maybe a little more abbreviated than we had originally planned, of the work that we've done to get to this point thus far. We are in the final stages of submitting the project report under the Caltrans process. And the last piece of it is determining a bridge type. And the bridge type is actually one of the major design elements that will be determined on the bridge. In the future, there will be additional items that will come up in the more detailed planning phases that will come back to you again in the future, perhaps not at the end of a very long agenda in the future as well, where we can ask you more details about the lighting, the fencing, and the design elements that we'll be using on the bridge. With that, I would like to introduce Garrett Lowe from HQE. HQE is the main consultant that we've hired to help us design the bridge as well as work with, through the Caltrans process. There you go. Oh, sorry. I need to bring up Garrett's presentation.
There you're on something. Yeah, I think.
There.
Yeah. Where is it? Yeah, do that. Oh, no, she knows how to find it. I don't know. I doubt it. I should have. That's okay. Good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Drive safe. You want to go home, Michael? Go home.
Good morning. My name is Garrett Lowe, as Michelle had mentioned. I'm going to go through a really brief PowerPoint presentation, and if you would like more detail, just tell me to slow down, and I'll slow down as we go through it. The main purpose of the I-80 pedestrian and bicycle crossing is actually to encourage multimodal modes of transportation, specifically pedestrian and bicycle modes. One of our goals is to create a connectivity between Point Emery and the North Emeryville area. Additional benefits that this particular project provides is a connection between the Bay Trail and East Shore Park and the Class 2 bicycle facility at 65th Street. And that is actually consistent with all the regional and local bicycle planning documents. This is an overview of the area. Powell Street is over here to the left, Ashby Avenue and University. Real quick history. The original interchange at Ashby Avenue was designed and constructed in 1950 by Caltrans. As early as 1980, they realized that it needed to have some upgrades and improvements. However, due to public opposition, all of those upgrades were put on hold. And it wasn't until actually September of 2006 that an approved document for those upgrades had been completed with Caltrans. However, that was for a full interchange modification, and the city, realizing that cost involved would probably delay any of those improvements from actually being constructed, they looked for ways to break out specific elements, and specifically the bicycle and pedestrian element. And so they created the Pedestrian Bicycle Crossing Committee, and began a project study report, which is a Caltrans document, in 2008 specifically for the bicycle pedestrian crossing. That PSR basically determined where the location of the bridge or crossing would be, and it examined what types of bridges could be employed. The crossing locations studied were over at Powell Street. We looked at using a bridge to go over the freeway or an existing tunnel that had been constructed some time ago and was just now out of commission. And then we also looked at an overcrossing at 65th Street. In order to determine what was the preferred location, along with the Bridge Committee and the City Council, we came up with performance measures, and those are what you see on the board. We then assigned weighting so that we could prioritize and give preference to what the City Council and Bridge Committee felt were more important aspects of the design. And as you can see, connectivity and emergency response were the two highest ratings, and traffic impacts were the lowest. And I should mention that those traffic impacts are not permanent. Those are only during construction, and that's why it's a very low number. After that, the Bridge Committee gave ratings to, or gave a rating for each of the locations. It's kind of hard to see, but the result of that was that the 65th location, an overcrossing or a bridge, was the preferred or the highest ranked location and alternative. So after that, the Bridge Committee and the design team went back, did some refining, and we were able to get an approved project study report in January of 2010, earlier this year. And then from there, we moved into the phase that we're in now, which is the project approval and environmental documentation phase. Now, during this phase, our primary focus was to actually look at that preferred location over at 65th Street and determine a specific alignment that the bridge would go on and the type of bridge that would be employed. And here's a blow-up of the area now. This is 65th here, Ashby Avenue, and Interstate 80. One of the first, or there were really two basic location or alignments that we looked at. One is what we consider the southern alignment, and that's because, as you can see, here's the existing Ashby Avenue bridge, and this particular crossing, which is right here, is somewhat to the south of it. And I should mention, down here is 65th. The users would come up at 65th, go around, go over the bridge, come down, and then be able to get down here right at the entrance of Point Emery. The second alignment we looked at was a northern alignment. And as you can see, it's a lot closer to Point Emery, to Ashby Avenue. They would, again, enter at 65th and be able to come down here right at Point Emery. And so those are our two basic alignments we looked at. Through working with the Bridge Committee, we refined these, got them into a position where we were able to present them to the public. And in February of this year, we held a community workshop where people were able to come in, view the alignments, view the project, ask questions. And at the end of the workshop, what we did was we gave them a little sticker, and they were able to vote on what their preferred alignment was. And as you can see, the northern alignment was overwhelmingly the preferred alignment. It got 85% of the votes. So the Bridge Committee went back and met, and then they made a recommendation to the City Council to select the northern alignment as the preferred alignment. And on April 6th, the City Council approved that recommendation, and so we were then charged with moving forward on that alignment to determine a bridge type that would be recommended. Now, a couple of real quick things. For the northern alignment, one of the reasons why this was the preferred alignment was that this particular alignment allowed for more variety of types of bridges to be studied, and that's just an engineering constraint. When it was over here on the south, more to the south, where it is, how we would anchor it, it really reduced the number of types of bridges we could look at. This particular alignment also includes this vista area, which, we've heard a lot about views and things today. Up here, this is up above the freeway, and it overlooks the entire bay. So it's that's actually going to be a really nice feature of this particular crossing, as people are using it can come over here and stop and look out over the bay. Also, this area up here on the city's general plan is designated as a future potential park area. So if in the future, when Caltrans does realign the interchange, and I should mention this white area here is the future, is a concept for the future interchange realignment. And once that's employed, the existing ramps would be taken out of service, and that could be used as a larger park area if the city so decided to do that. So that would actually provide a gateway into that area. We would be able to employ the use of 2 stairways so that it would shorten the path that people would have to take on each end, and it minimized the impacts to Lacoste Street. So that's why this particular alignment was selected as the preferred alignment. This does have a couple of tight turns in it. For bicyclists, that means that they have to slow down as they go around those. Excuse me. But from a pedestrian standpoint, it's actually preferred. If you have bicycles moving at a high rate of speed and pedestrians using the same facility, that poses somewhat of a conflict. And also down at Frontage Road, we would have an at-grade crossing that right now is stop controlled. So we would install a crosswalk and it would remain stop controlled. Oops, oh well. Going on to our bridge types, going quickly. So now we're looking at what types of bridges were feasible and trying to determine what is the recommended or the preferred bridge type to use. And here you can see the 4 different types of bridges that are engineering-wise feasible to be implemented in this area. This is an example of a truss bridge. Most people associate this with something of like a railroad, and as you can see, it's a through truss. So the users would actually be walking through the support members and walking on the deck. And as you can see, you've got kind of an enclosed feeling on this. A box girder bridge is, most people know this and are used to seeing it because this is what Caltrans employs in most of their bridges going over freeways. And it's what they're used to using. There's a couple of structural reasons why, especially in California, and it's got the lowest maintenance cost involved, and that's why Caltrans employs this. An Extrados bridge is, these are some examples. This one up here is basically you've got a deck that you would the pedestrians would be walking on, or the bicyclists riding over, and there are some steel members that help to stiffen the bridge. On this particular example, instead of using these large steel members, they've used cables. It's a little more elegant looking. And down at the bottom, what this is these are renderings of a bridge up in Portland, in Oregon, going over I-5 that they were considering using an Extrados bridge on. And again, they used the cables to help stiffen the bridge. And then finally, we have the arch bridge, which most people would know as the Berkeley Bridge. And as you can see, there's really not a lot of variety that you see in these types of bridges and arch bridges. They pretty much have the same form and look. So what we did was we went back and we employed the same performance measures and had the bridge committee members rate the bridge types that are feasible out here. And the result of that was that the box girder bridge, or box girder type bridge, was the preferred alternative type of bridge. And the reason is because of construction and maintenance costs. It also provided the greatest opportunity for a variety of types of aesthetic treatment. And that's because it's kind of got you can think of it as sort of a form that you can color and shape and make the way that you want it to look. And also primarily because since people will be walking and riding their bicycles over this, as you noticed from all the other types of bridges, you were pretty much enclosed in the structural elements themselves. A box girder bridge, you really walk across the top of it, if you can think of it that way, and you don't see these large structural members on the sides. So it provides a little bit more of an aesthetic for the user of the bridge. And this is just really a quick look at what these box girder bridges can look like. This up here is actually that same area that the Extrados bridge was used at. This is a pedestrian bridge that's going over I-5, and the box girder bridge type was actually the selected type of bridge that they're going to start to construct there, I believe, in September. Next month. And then underneath here, this is the 40th Street Bridge, which is right here in Emeryville. So really quickly, the next steps that we will be going through, we will be making a similar presentation to, hopefully not quite so late, to the City Council on September 7th. After that, we will be asking them for approval to recommend the box girder bridge as the preferred type of bridge. If they give that approval, then we will be submitting to Caltrans all of our final environmental technical studies, our project report, and along with that, our request for them to make a determination that this project is categorically exempt and categorically excluded. Once that is granted from Caltrans, the next step would be to go into the preparing the construction documents, and then finally construction. And those two steps are not programmed yet, and so that would be, those take typically on a project like this between 12 to 18 months. And as Michelle had mentioned, one of the things that we would, I don't know if you mentioned it or not, I thought you were going to mention it. What we would like is to get your feedback and your comments on specifically the type of bridge that we're recommending to go forward with. I know it was really quick and we ran through this really, really fast. But like I said, we'd like to try to report that to the City Council on our presentation at September 7th.
Any questions for the applicant?
What's the cost difference between the cable?
The main cost difference for the Extrados type bridge versus the box girder type bridge actually comes in maintenance cost. And that's actually a big unknown because maintenance costs get spread out over a long period of time. And the overall cost, I have it with me. The overall cost was, for the lifespan of the bridge, was I think $12 million for the box girder bridge, and somewhere in the range of, I think it was 18 million. It was 17 or 18 million dollars for the Extrados Bridge. But unfortunately, the majority of those costs come at kind of an unknown time for the Extrados Bridge. And that's actually because the assumption right now is that the city will be the owner, maintainer, and operator of the bridge. So even though it's going over Caltrans property, the city would be responsible for all those maintenance costs. And because it is going over Interstate 80, Caltrans is going to impose a lot of requirements and restrictions. One, the Extrados Bridge is not been employed a lot in the U.S. and specifically in California. So there's a little more unknown for Caltrans. The other thing is that there are steel elements, and in this particular environment with the salt and the heavy traffic, those steel elements are going to require more maintenance. And just the pure fact that Caltrans is used to these box girder bridges, they kind of know how they react. They have a little more comfort level. So, for instance, the Extrados Bridge, you would have to do you're supposed to do an inspection and maintenance report every 2 years. And that's a requirement that Caltrans is just going to place.
Is that what the Berkeley Bridge is?
Well, the Berkeley Bridge is actually an arch bridge. Mm-hmm. It's an arch-type bridge. That one is kind of a, Berkeley's not watching it, sort of a cheater bridge. It's a simply designed bridge that they made look really neat, but because they have those big arches that are made out of steel, they do have some specific maintenance and reporting methods that they have to go through. And you can kind of see that that's already started. They haven't been maintaining it quite as much as they should. You can see it's starting to get a little dark around areas.
It's only 10 years old, isn't it?
Yeah, but like I said, every 2 years you're supposed to do a report on the bridge.
Which is the easiest to build based on the fact that you're building over an existing road which is heavily used? Is there any prefabrication of any of these parts that would facilitate building it and not interrupting traffic? For all of the bridges, we actually looked at doing a prefab bridge because of the one of the things that we have to do in this area is we have to actually span the entire I-80 freeway. So we can't have a center column. That poses a really large design problem. What we were looking at is for all of them is actually to either have two pieces that we would kind of swing out and then connect up, or one really long piece that we would, close the freeway down at night, swing parts of it out. And that's actually where a lot of the maintenance cost comes in. When we're doing some of this maintenance or some of this work over the freeway, we have to essentially shut the freeway down. I'm pretty disappointed. I really prefer the cable structure because it's elegant. If you've been to Reading and see the Calatrava Bridge, the footbridge, that's a real tourist attraction on a spot that's, I guess people would drive by without thinking of stopping. But this allows for a real nice competition. It's a sculptural element which can really, provide some aesthetic beauty.
Yeah, those two bridges that bridge is a destination, and there's no other reason to go over that body of water than to go over that beautiful bridge. And
let's put it on the map.
Yeah, I mean.
Right, and one of the things, we did consider that was one of the things that the Bridge Committee really thought about, and what it really kind of boiled down to was, should the bridge be the ultimate kind of aesthetic in this area, or will that detract from the actual aesthetic of the whole surrounding area? And one of the thoughts, again, was that when you're walking over this bridge, you really want to be able to look out into the bay and see out into, from that area, you can actually see over into the Marin Headlands, out over into San Francisco and the new Bay Bridge that's being constructed.
What do you do to prevent people from falling off the bridge?
That's one of the downsides of going over a freeway. Where the freeway is, there will actually have to be a 9.5-foot fence.
What?
A 9.5-foot fence that goes up.
Only over the freeway.
Over the freeway, it has to be 9.5 feet. Other areas, it'll be 6 feet tall. Yeah, but we're looking at cantilevering it in different directions, and that's a detail that will be done during final design.
So are you guys designing it, or will this be open to a competitive bidding situation for local talent?
Well, we are not contracted at this point to design it. We do have a bridge designer who does, and the reason why we retained this particular designer was he loves doing these really exotic type bridges. he would love it if you guys put a mini Bay Bridge out there, but that, we looked at the cost of that, and that was outrageous. But at this point, we are not contracted to do the final design of the bridge.
What kind of, besides, say, color treatment, what kind of interesting things can happen with a concrete box girder, especially in terms of the visual from the freeway as an imageability? Is there a shape that could be given to it or something? You know, it seems like that's where it's going to be seen the most from below, and that's what, you know, concrete box girders are generally not so great from below.
Yeah, and it can be, or you can, you know, one of the things that a box girder bridge does is it gives you this kind of canvas area here where you could use some sort of architectural treatment on it, some stamping, some colored concrete. You don't want to paint it, but we could color the concrete. You can actually get pretty fancy. Like over here, you can see that they've used some stenciling on there. These are actually like little trilobite-looking things. This is down in I forgot where it was. It's like in Santa Cruz or something like that. Up in here, you know, you can see they've created. This is up in or down near San Juan. So they've created these little church window-looking, you know, areas. The way the bridge looks underneath, we can start to, you know, have it look a little more slender as it comes in. Since this is a pedestrian bridge, there's a little more leeway for the shape that it can have because it doesn't have quite as much loads that we have to worry about.
You ought to check out the Swiss engineer Mellard. He did some great bridges in the 20s and 30s. He was the structural equivalent to Le Corbusier for architecture, and his bridges are a similar structural system, but they're very elegant. So I suggest you look at his work.
Yeah, again, those are things. Right now, we're really looking at. We're at the stage where we will need. We're trying to identify a bridge type. Okay. There are various, you know, architectural treatments that can be done, and those will be determined during final design. And a lot of that will be driven by the amount of cost that you want to put into aesthetic treatment of the bridge itself.
Any more questions for the applicant? This is a public hearing?
No, it's a study session.
Oh, thank you.
But, I mean, you can ask for public comment.
There isn't any, is there?
Well,
open,
closed.
and closed.
I'd like to just note for the commission, in case you don't already know, we have Matt Weber here, who is the chair of the I-80 Bridge Committee, and one of your fellow commissioners is also a member of the committee, Commissioner Sherman.
Okay. Looks like they want some direction on type of bridge. Any comments, the commission? Anybody awake?
I would favor the box girder bridge.
I knew it.
I would also favor the concrete box girder, and I think in terms of its simplicity is if it can be done in a way that doesn't reflect any of these four examples in any way whatsoever.
But the other one, look at these box girder examples. Look at that one, that rendering on the
All right,
left.
we're getting better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the one on the right. That's
the one at the top, there's that, it's called Gibbs Street, Gibbs Street Bridge in Portland. It has its own website.
Yeah.
So you just Google Gibbs Street Pedestrian Bridge. They've got these fly-through videos of what it's going to look like. The fences are splayed out, and you know, it's a pretty not ordinary, but pretty simple, plain bridge. But it's pretty cool the way they've rendered it.
Okay.
Is this column on the right side part of the bridge structure?
That's the Portland Tram.
That's this thing here.
Oh.
That's the ski lift skyway thing that carries people from the waterfront up to the hospital that's up on the hill.
It's pretty cool.
Right.
I just wanted to finish by saying, you know, what Commissioner Steinberg said, looking at my yard definitely is the right direction. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do something great, because the Berkeley Bridge doesn't really knock my socks off, and this is going to be our chance to shine.
Mm-hmm.
Any other comments over there?
But it sounds like it would be easier to get the concrete bridge through Caltrans too, wouldn't it? Because they like that sort of thing. Or?
Yes, they're used to it. They have some pretty grandiose ideas of what they would love to see out here. I think primarily because they're not having to pay for
Who's
building it.
paying for this bridge?
The city.
Everybody.
Do we have,
You are.
do we have money in our jeans?
No, I mean, where is it? I thought there was a federal grant or something involved.
Michelle's got some.
I don't have the money myself, no. The redevelopment agency is funding this portion of it through the project approvals. One of the reasons we're actually doing this on this schedule of bringing it to you now and then going immediately to the city council in September is because we want to finalize the project report and get approvals on it from Caltrans so that we're in a position to compete more for the federal funds. Because our understanding is the
What do you
federal.
estimate the cost to be?
For the concrete box girder bridge, total cost was 18?
No, 13, about 14 million.
Okay, 14 million, yeah.
14 million?
Yeah, and so that includes all of the site work, the structure.
That's
and
less than the new school.
so that's how we're hoping. So essentially, we're rushing this to get ourselves positioned best to seek federal funding for the construction portion. There is a local match that's required, but that will come from the agency, city.
Well, generally, I would prefer the cable version because I think it's a lot more elegant, but considering that it's right next to the Ashby overcrossing, I think that would be a waste. So I would think that the simple box girder, as simple and elegant as it can be made, would be my choice.
Will the new freeway Ashby intersection conflict with this, or?
No. One of the advantages of us doing this particular design is we were actually the engineering company that looked at the preliminary studies for the Ashby, the interchange modifications. And what we did was we made sure that there were no conflicting elements.
There's not going to be any pedestrian access on the new Ashby interchange?
Well, that particular design did provide for that. But again, because of the cost to redo the entire interchange, it was really unknown when that would ever get built.
Oh, I see.
So what essentially the city decided to do is kind of pull the pedestrian and bicycle element of it out and build this overcrossing, which is one of the other reasons why it is at 65th Street.
Good.
John, any comments?
Just to note that there was a great deal of consensus on the committee for the box girder.
Oh, there was.
Yeah, being fairly practical in my building standards. Concrete. From a maintenance standpoint.
You're going to break my record.
Oh, yeah? Darn it. Anyway, thank you so much for staying late. Helen, thank you for staying late. Staff, thank you for staying late.
Any comments?
Yeah, any commissioner comments?
I just have one. I've been very upset. I live at Watergate. And I've been very upset about the work going on at Trader Vic's, which has a lot of exposed stuff on the roof. They've done work without permits before. I'd just like to go on the record that I think the city and perhaps the Planning Commission should do a study session on how we can deal with some of these problems. And I'd also like to submit these photos to go in the record also.
Okay. Any other comments? Well, that was my first meeting, and I had a controversial one and then a late one. I'm sorry. I tried to move it along quick, but...
Did you beat his record?
I guess I did.
No, we were here till 2.
Oh, goodness. Well, I didn't. Meeting adjourned.